Undead are the immortal. Creatures that cannot die even after having died once. For these immortal beings who have escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating a dimension is not difficult at all. They believed that taking over the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time. However, their firm belief was shattered by an unforeseen event. A skeletal creature showed astonishment and couldn't believe what was happening. It was shocked to see an ordinary human being able to resist its power. The immortal creature didn't understand why that human was still alive after facing it. A fiery figure emerged from the flames, mysteriously answering the enemy's question. The figure in the fire gradually took a clearer shape, seemingly explaining the reason for its survival. The fiery silhouette became sharper, emitting a formidable aura of power. The warrior in the flames declared that he was even tougher than the undead. With a powerful strike, the warrior shattered the skeletal creature. The story flashes back to 2 years prior, opening a new timeline. A voice rings out from off-screen, expressing frustration and impatience. Kong Ahyun scolds her older brother, Kong Yun, for only drinking and playing games instead of finding a job. She angrily demands that Kong Yun go back to their parents' house if he continues to be so lazy. Kong Yun, seemingly drunk, mumbles that at his age, he can't rely on their parents anymore. Kong Ahyun angrily retorts, asking why he can then rely on his younger sister. She urges her brother to find a part-time job, but he brushes it off, feeling dizzy, frustrated by his repeated excuses. Kong Ahyun watches Kong Yun slip into his room. Inside his room, Kong Yun lets out a long sigh. Still feeling dizzy from the alcohol, he collapses onto his bed, exhausted from the argument and his dissolute lifestyle. Lying on the bed, Kong Yun berates himself for being pathetic and wonders why he's living like this. He laments that his only achievement in Seoul was a short internship and considers finding a manual labor job. He suddenly remembers that he forgot to turn off his gaming computer before leaving his desk. Kong Yun wistfully wishes that real life were like a video game so he could easily find a good job. He drifts off to sleep while thinking about character classes like warrior, mage, or swordsman. As Kong Yun sleeps, a strange phenomenon begins to occur around him. A system message appears, detecting a connection from the Hacken dimension. The Earth's defense system is activated, temporarily denying the connection from the Hacken dimension. Another message announces that the tutorial will now commence on Earth. Kong Yun's eyes snap open in horror as he is abruptly awakened. He finds himself sitting in a strange, bright, and ethereal space. Confused and disoriented, Kong Yun wonders what is happening to him. He sees a system window floating before him, counting down to a full connection with the Hacken dimension. The clock continues to count down, and a new message welcomes Kong Yun to the tutorial. He reads a message stating that the tutorial consists of a total of 8 stages. The next message explains that death here is not related to reality, and he cannot quit or retry if he fails. The system announces that upon completing the tutorial, the player will be awakened and receive a reward. Kong Yun stares into space, trying to process the surreal information he has just received. He is completely stunned by the sudden and bizarre events unfolding. An image of a high-level female game character appears, welcoming Master for connecting. Kong Yun clutches his head, assuming this is just the dream of a heavy gamer, and silently apologizes to his parents. He tries to rally his spirits, promising himself he will find a job for his sister Ahyun Sake. However, he quickly changes his mind, deciding to forget everything and enjoy this dream to the fullest. The system announces he is entering Stage 1 and prays that his courage will save the Earth. Kong Yun is confused by the message, not understanding what he is supposed to save. The system reveals the mission for Stage 1, prove your courage, face your greatest fear, and reach the end of the bridge. Kong Yun is startled as the space around him suddenly transforms. His eyes widen, reflecting a fiery scene that has just appeared before him. He finds himself standing on a narrow path above a sea of lava, along with many other panicked people. Kong Yun feels the intense heat from the lava below and wonders about this surreal situation. He looks around, trying to make sense of this new and terrifying environment. He realizes that other people are also on similar paths, all of them confused and scared. The other participants are just as bewildered, not understanding how they were brought here from their homes. Kong Yun touches the scorching ground, doubting whether this is really a dream. He is stunned to hear someone call his name in this strange place. He turns around and sees his younger sister, Kong Ahyun, standing on an adjacent path. Kong Yun stares without blinking, calling out Kong Ahyun's name in disbelief. They both yell at each other, Wondering why the other has appeared in their dream, Kang Ah-hyun begins to doubt if this is a dream. Hearing strange words about saving the earth, Kang Yun calls out Kang Ah-hyun's name, still trying to accept her presence. He confidently says that this is his dream, not hers, which greatly annoys Kang Ah-hyun. Kang Ah-hyun questions the reality of the dream, pointing out the heat in their coherent conversation. Kang Yun dismisses her concerns, arguing that the brain is easily tricked and people can feel things in dreams. He tells an embarrassing personal story, making Kang Ah-hyun think he's talking even more nonsense. Kang Yun declares he will move forward, leaving a worried Kang Ah-hyun behind. He reminds her of the mission to reach the end of the bridge that he saw on the system window. Kang Ah-hyun gets angry at being called an NPC by her brother, asserting that she saw the message too. She asks if he's worried about falling, but he calls her a fool for being scared in a dream. He confidently declares that if he dies, he will simply wake up. To prove his point, Kang Yun casually pushes another person off the bridge, horrifying his sister. He maintains a smug expression, completely unfazed by his reckless action. The reflection in his eyes shows the person falling into the sea of lava. The person's body is instantly incinerated upon contact with the molten lava. The explosion and the horrifying scream leave both Kang Yun and Kang Ah-hyun speechless. Kang Ah-hyun looks at her brother, her eyes demanding an explanation for what just happened. Kang Yun, now trembling, tries to act calm, saying the scream sounded real and that he wasn't scared at all. Kang Ah-hyun sighs, thinking her brother is pathetic with his false bravado. She advises him not to do anything stupid and suggests crawling would be safer, to which he reluctantly agrees. As Kang Ah-hyun started to crawl, she noticed her brother was still trying to act tough until the end. The vast sea of lava still bubbled menacingly below them. The view widened to show the immense scale of the trial, with countless narrow bridges spanning the lava. Everyone, including Kang Yun and Kang Ah-hyun, was now cautiously crawling along their paths. Kang Ah-hyun paused and asked her brother for his thoughts on their current situation. She pressed him, asking if he had any idea what had happened to them. Kang Yun stubbornly insisted it was just a very realistic nightmare, though his expression betrayed his fear. Kang Ah-hyun challenged his denial, asking if he truly believed such a realistic dream could exist. She concluded that something unimaginable must have happened to them. The horrifying thought crossed her mind that if they died here, they might also die in real life. Kang Yun let out an anxious sound, his confidence completely gone. He finally broke down, admitting he was frozen with fear, which made Kang Ah-hyun think he was the most useless brother in the world. Overcome with fear, Kang Yun collapsed flat on the narrow bridge. He told Kang Ah-hyun he needed to rest because his trembling limbs couldn't crawl any further. He clung to the faint hope that this was still just a dream. He told himself that if he just stayed still, maybe he would wake up on his own. As Kang Ah-hyun questioned her brother's logic, system messages suddenly appeared for both of them. A system message announced that because the allotted time had run out, the difficulty had been increased. The participants screamed in terror as the bridges beneath them began to shake violently. Kang Yun looked back in panic as the bridge started to collapse. The narrow stone paths began to crumble and fall into the sea of lava below. People started falling as the bridge disintegrated, and someone screamed for everyone to run. Kang Ah-hyun yelled at her brother that this was no time to lie down. She got up and started running, shouting for Kang Yun to wait for her. The bridges continued to collapse behind the fleeing participants. Kang Yun, out of breath, forced himself to keep running for his life. He tried to reassure himself. Realizing the bridge wasn't that narrow, he resolved to only look forward, focusing on his path to avoid stumbling. He focused only on his footing, determined to survive at all costs. He and Kang Ah-hyun continued their desperate race across the collapsing bridge. Gasping for breath, Kang Yun pushed forward with all his might. He saw the end of the bridge and a glimmer of hope sparked that he could make it. He believed that with just a little more effort, it would all be over. His eyes widened in horror as he noticed something was wrong up ahead. He screamed Kang Ah-hyun's name as he saw the section of the bridge in front of her begin to shake and crack. Kang Ah-hyun looked down in confusion as the ground beneath her feet began to crumble. Kang Yun gritted his teeth, his face set in reckless determination. He leapt across the gap toward his sister. He forcefully pushed Kang Ah-hyun forward, onto the stable part of the bridge. He had successfully pushed her to safety, saving her from falling. The section of the bridge where they had just been completely crumbled and fell into the sea of lava. Kang Yun fell hard to the ground, while Kang Ah-hyun looked back in horror. The chasm widened as the bridge continued to collapse. The entire bridge structure collapsed completely into the fiery abyss below. The system announced they had leveled up and completed Act 1, receiving a temporary awakening reward. Kang Yun lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted, saying he couldn't even move a finger. Kang Hyun wondered about the temporary awakening and tutorial, realizing there were still more trials ahead, and then thanked her brother. She looked at her status window, which displayed the name Kang Hyun and stats like strength and agility. Kang Yun, still on the ground, was confused by the terms level, strength, and agility. He realized it was a status window, something he had only ever seen in games. He also felt an overwhelming desire to see his own status window. He focused on his status window and saw his innate ability was revival. The desire to see his status window became an intense craving. Kang Yun screamed and shot awake in his bed. Back in his messy room, he sat bolt upright, gasping for air, trying to process what had just happened. He looked around his familiar room, still disoriented and trying to catch his breath. He stared into space, sweating and trembling from the vividness of the experience. He wondered if the whole thing had just been a dream. He texted his friend about his strange dream, only to discover that many others had a similar experience. Social media was flooded with posts from people like Seo Hamin, who had the same dream with her family and was looking for answers. The internet exploded with various reactions, from making memes to serious discussions about the shared dream. A chat room for those with innate abilities was opened, while a countdown to the connection with Hakan continued. A peaceful morning in the city was suddenly shattered by a scream. Someone kicked open the door and shouted the name, Kang Ah Hyeon. The person continued to call out, Kang Hyeon, showing extreme panic. Kang Hyeon and Kang Ah Hyeon realized they both had the same terrifying dream about death and a status window. Kang Ah Hyeon shouted in frustration, demanding that Kang Hyeon let her speak first. Kang Hyeon, not backing down, yelled back that she was the one interrupting him. After the argument, the two siblings panted, leaning against the walls on opposite sides of the room. Their stomachs started to growl with hunger after they had calmed down. Kang Hyeon was lost in thought with a worried expression, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Kang Ah Hyeon had an equally serious expression, showing she was also pondering the strange event. After a moment of silence, they both decided they should eat something first. On social media, keywords like apocalypse, lucid dream, and shared dream were trending. Kang Hyeon sat at the dining table and scrolled through his phone, reading the news that was causing a public stir. The two ate in silence, a heavy atmosphere filling the room. Kang Ah Hyeon confirmed that this wasn't a dream and that it seemed people all over the world had experienced the same thing. Kang Hyeon added that dying in the dream didn't seem to affect reality, as no casualties were reported. Kang Ah Hyeon shuddered, saying the dream was too vivid and the feeling of falling must have been very painful. Kang Hyeon continued, saying he heard that those who actually fell in the dream suffered psychological trauma. Kang Ah Hyeon looked at her brother and wondered if it was okay for them to be eating so calmly like this. While eating, Kang Hyeon admitted that it seemed to be complete chaos outside. He swallowed his last bite of food, his expression still pensive. Kang Hyeon put down his chopsticks and said there was nothing else they could do, so it was better to eat properly. With that, he stood up from the table and walked towards the window. Kang Ah Hyeon, sitting at the table, asked if he was planning to rush into that mess. Kang Hyeon looked out the window, observing the chaotic scene unfolding on the streets. Outside, people were panicking, scrambling for goods in convenience stores. Another crowd was protesting, holding up signs calling for repentance and Judgment Day. Others were taking advantage of the situation to smash and loot, causing widespread chaos. Kang Hyeon and Kang Ah Hyeon stood on the balcony, silently watching the madness enveloping the city. Kang Hyeon concluded that they definitely couldn't go to work, and Kang Ah Hyeon agreed. He reminded his sister about the connection to the Hakan dimension, and asked if she had checked the remaining time. Kang Ah Hyeon immediately raised her hand to check the status window. While Kang Hyeon looked regretful that he couldn't see it, the status window appeared, counting down the remaining time of nearly 5 years until the full connection with the Hakan dimension. Kang Hyeon reassured her that the current chaos would soon subside and it was best for them to stay home. Kang Ah Hyeon was surprised by her brother's sudden maturity. By evening, the initial chaos had subsided, and social order was gradually restored in just one day. The first day after the strange dream ended, and Kang Hyeon fell asleep. As he was sleeping, a digital interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Kong Hyeon jolted awake and saw a message welcoming him to his own tutorial. The system asked if he wanted to see an explanation of the basic interface. But he skipped it. Kong Hyeon asked the system to show him his status window first. His status window appeared, listing his stats and a unique ability, Resurrection. He wondered if his stats were good, but realized he had nothing to compare them to. Kong Hyeon was curious about his high magic power stat, wondering if he could use magic later on. His attention was drawn to the unique ability, Resurrection, feeling it could be an extremely powerful cheat skill. The skill description stated he could resurrect 24 hours after death, but with a penalty, which was not applied during the tutorial. Overjoyed by this incredible ability, Kong Hyeon jumped up, believing his life would no longer be ordinary. The system asked if he wanted to enter the second stage, and he confidently accepted, feeling like a miraculous resurrector. He believed he could do anything and raise his stats. He recalled his initial enthusiasm, completely unaware of what was about to happen. A blood-stained mace appeared, signaling that a bloody battle was about to begin. A goblin screamed in pain from a surprise attack. Kong Hyeon gritted his teeth, swinging the mace with all his might. He landed a powerful blow on the goblin, sending it flying. Upon entering the second stage, he had to prove his skills by eliminating enemies, and he dealt with the goblin mercilessly. Blood splattered as he finished off the monster. Realizing that combat was part of this new system, he stood panting beside the goblin's corpse after his first fight. Kong Hyeon reflected on the chilling sensation of taking a living creature's life. Even if it was just a surprise attack, he stared at the corpse, trying to accept the fact that he had just killed. The shock and disgust following the act made him feel nauseous. He told himself he only won because it was a weak goblin and thanks to the surprise attack. While he was still thinking, a larger monster appeared from behind a wall. Kong Hyeon spun around, horrified to realize he was not alone. The new monster also seemed surprised by his presence. He glanced in panic at the first goblin's corpse, then towards the new threat. A system window appeared, identifying the new, more formidable creature as a goblin militia. The goblin militia held a large, glowing blade, exuding a fearsome aura. Kong Hyeon was horrified to discover there were two enemies from the start. Questioning the difficulty of the beginner's tutorial, he panicked upon noticing the new goblin was much larger and its sword was over a meter long. A truly deadly weapon. The goblin militia let out a fierce roar, preparing to charge. The monster swung its massive blade down at Kong Hyeon. The force of the swing created a small explosion on impact. Kong Hyeon realized his weak body and short mace were no match for the monster's power. He was thrown backward by the force of the attack. The goblin militia's blade delivered a fatal slash to his back. The sharp blade cut deep into his body mercilessly. Blood splattered as the final blow finished him off. Blood streamed from his eyes. Kong Hyeon, completely shocked and desperate, gravely wounded, he collapsed, wondering why he had to endure this and desperately crying for help. A man recalls a painful death at the hands of 4 goblins. Realizing the amount of blood in a human body after experiencing it firsthand, Kong Hyeon jolted awake from the horrifying nightmare, screaming loudly in his bedroom. He was annoyed by the recurring nightmare in the early morning, which gave him a headache and made him feel unwell. Kong Hyeon suddenly heard whimpering from the next room and listened curiously. He discovered a girl trembling under a blanket, muttering about goblins and looking terrified. The girl asked Kong Hyeon if he had died from blood loss, and he began to recount the details of his brutal torture. The frightened girl asked Kong Hyeon to stop, saying she had also died but not in such a horrible way. Kong Hyeon asked if she was crying because of that experience, which made the girl embarrassed. He stood up in frustration, saying anyone who went through that would cry. But the girl thought he was okay since he could still joke. The girl asked Kong Hyeon again if he needed to go to the hospital, but he seemed surprised by the question. The girl said the number of people visiting the psychiatric ward had doubled, indicating that many others had similar experiences. Kong Hyeon listened intently to the information the girl was reading from her phone. He said he had no money for the hospital, and the girl coldly told him to go earn some. The girl read some good news. Those who died in the tutorial stage would have it all end. Kong Hyeon felt relieved to know that those who died in the first stage wouldn't dream of the second. Hoping for a peaceful night's sleep, suddenly, a notification panel appeared, welcoming Kong Hyeon and reporting an error in Stage 2, moving him immediately. Tutorial Stage 2. Round 2 began, and Kong Hyeon could only grit his teeth and endure his helplessness. He cursed angrily as he was dragged back into this inescapable, deadly nightmare. The system announced he would not receive a revival penalty as he was in the tutorial phase, causing Kong Hyeon to breathe a sigh of relief. Kong Hyeon sat in a cave, feeling hopeless because even if he died, everything would just repeat. He realized he ultimately had to do what the system demanded, partly because he was also feeling very hungry. Kong Hyeon decided to get up and head towards the stone gate where various weapons were. He remembered choosing a mace last time, thinking it had great destructive power and was easy to use. This time, he considered a bow or crossbow, fearing close combat, and noticed a spear seemed better than a sword. Finally, Kong Hyeon decided to choose a spear and a crossbow. Preparing for the upcoming battle, he confidently declared he would show the goblins the shooting skills of a Korean reservist. Kong Hyeon carefully hid behind a rock and aimed the crossbow at the large goblin. The bolt was fired at an extremely high speed, flying straight towards its intended target. The bolt hit the large goblin's shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. Kong Hyeon hid behind the rock, anxiously wondering if his attack was effective. The goblin was injured but did not fall. It turned to look at him with eyes full of hatred. Kong Hyeon grew worried, realizing things weren't as easy as he thought with a weapon he was using for the first time. He decided to charge with the spear and attack the two approaching goblins head-on. Kong Hyeon shouted loudly, swinging the spear with all his might to attack the enemy. He used the spear to powerfully and decisively fling one goblin into the air. Kong Hyeon was thrilled to have taken one down and was confident he had succeeded. He turned around, preparing to deal with the remaining goblin behind him. Kong Hyeon suddenly realized a serious problem that left him stunned. His spear was stuck fast in the stone wall and couldn't be pulled out. He panicked as he saw the large goblin charging at him from behind while he was unarmed. The other goblin leapt up and delivered a fatal blow, finishing Kong Hyeon off. Kong Hyeon once again died in agony and jolted awake in his bed. Even so, he felt more relieved this time because it was a quick death, not torture. The system appeared again, announcing an error and putting him into round 3 of tutorial stage 2. Despite his curses, this time, the weapons provided were a sword and shield. But Kong Hyeon wondered why it wasn't the weapon he had used. He remembered spending a whole day teaching himself swordsmanship on X-Tube, and decided to give it a try. Kong Hyeon confidently held the sword and shield, challenging the goblins to come forward with a crazed look on his face. He died miserably again and woke up in a panic, furious at being ganged up on by the goblins. Kong Hyeon laughed maniacally after his death, determined to try again. He muttered insanely that he would kill them all, worrying the girl standing at the door. The girl could only stare silently at Kong Hyeon with a confused and concerned expression. Despite Kong Hyeon's curses, the system put him into round 4, and he decided to swing his sword aimlessly. He realized this was a basic way to increase stats, so he tried to swing the sword until he was exhausted. Kong Hyeon wondered if he had to swing the sword for 8 hours to level up, then collapsed from fatigue. He opened his status window, saw his name was Kong Hyeon along with basic stats and bonus points. Kong Hyeon suddenly remembered he had received bonus stat points for completing stage 1 but had forgotten about them. He decided to add 1 point to strength and planned his revenge on the goblins with his new stats. However, being too exhausted after training, Kong Hyeon couldn't take down a single one and died instantly. The system put him into round 5, and he continued to practice swinging the sword to increase his stamina. By round 6, after 10 hours of physical training, Kong Hyeon's strength had increased by another point. Now, taking down 2 goblins had become easier, but he still lacked strength and combat skill. Dealing with the remaining goblins was still beyond his ability, leading to another death. In round 7, Kong Hyeon returned to the simple method of swinging his sword to train. He continuously swung the sword, swinging it relentlessly for hours on end. Kong Hyeon continued to swing the sword maniacally, putting all his energy into every swing. He shouted as his stamina increased by another point thanks to his effort to push past his limits. After exhausting himself, Kong Hyeon fell to the ground, dropping the sword beside him. He lay panting on the ground after a series of arduous and repetitive training days. A system notification panel suddenly appeared right above Kong Hyeon's head as he lay exhausted. The system announced that the skill, Basic Swordsmanship, F, had been created through his training. This skill helped adjust his posture and distribute force, although it was just a thug's skill. It was better than nothing. Kong Hyeon was overjoyed, clenching his fist and thanking the system because he had finally done it. He gripped his sword, his eyes burning with hatred, and declared that today the goblins would pay. Kong Hyeon analyzed that the second tutorial stage had a total of 5 goblins. 2 in the fortress and the remaining 3 in the forest. Kong Hyeon easily took down the 2 goblins in the fortress with a surprise crossbow attack and finished them off with his sword. He determined that the real problem lay with the 3 goblins in the forest. Especially the last one, which would be the toughest obstacle. Kong Hyeon began the fight in the forest and blocked the first attack from a goblin. He fought fiercely with the goblin, continuously using his sword and shield to attack and defend. The goblin was extremely aggressive, swinging its weapon with formidable power towards Kong Hyeon. Despite his efforts, Kong Hyeon was sent flying by a powerful shield bash from the goblin. Suddenly, Kong Hyeon realized he could clearly see the trajectory of the goblin's attacks. Thanks to this new ability, he easily dodged a powerful spinning attack from the goblin. Kong Hyeon felt his body could react to the attacks even before he could think. He realized this was the effect of the basic swordsmanship skill, which adjusted his posture and the force of his sword swings. Thanks to the skill's effect, Kong Hyeon confidently faced the goblin's attack. Despite the skill's rather unpleasant description, the goblin growled in anger as its attack was easily blocked. Kong Hyeon realized a difficult problem. He was exhausted after defeating 4 goblins. The final goblin, the strongest one, swung its weapon with a terrifying red energy. Kong Hyeon was astonished that the goblin could attack from such a distance. His sword was knocked away, sticking firmly into the ground some distance away. Having lost his weapon, Kong Hyeon was kicked hard in the leg by the goblin, causing him to lose his balance. The goblin attacked relentlessly, forcing Kong Hyeon to lean back to narrowly dodge the blow. The goblin roared in surprise to see that Kong Hyeon could still dodge its attack. Kong Hyeon realized this goblin liked to torment its opponents, exhausting them before finishing them off. Recognizing the opponent's attack pattern was too obvious, Kong Hyeon immediately rushed forward to counterattack. He dodged the goblin's attack and landed a punch on its face. The goblin screamed in pain and clutched its face after receiving the surprise attack. Kong Hyeon quickly grabbed a rock from the ground to use as a temporary weapon. He rushed towards the off-guard goblin, aiming for its leg. Kong Hyeon used all his strength to smash the rock into the goblin's ankle. The goblin let out a terrible shriek of excruciating pain. Despite being injured, it still frantically swung its weapon at Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon continued to dodge, waiting for an opportunity to finish off the monster. The goblin was amazed to see that Kong Hyeon still had the energy to move so nimbly. Declaring himself the strongest, Kong Hyeon threw the rock with all his remaining strength. The rock flew straight into the goblin's eye, completely stunning it. Kong Hyeon seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow to the goblin's head. The goblin staggered and then collapsed to the ground after receiving the fatal blow. After defeating the final goblin, Kong Hyeon panted and realized this stage was boring. With a crazed smile on his blood-covered face, he deemed the stage too dull. The system announced that Kong Hyeon had completed stage 2, receiving 5 stat points and a weapon selection right. He shouted with joy as the basic shield and crossbow skills were unlocked. And he also leveled up. Kong Hyeon joyfully shouted that this was the power of a supreme being. He laughed maniacally after achieving a resounding victory. The scene shifts back to the real world on a peaceful morning. After an energetic morning, the young man introduced himself as Kong Hyeon. Having passed stage 2, Kong Hyeon decided to treat himself to a hearty breakfast. He smugly tasted the food he had just cooked and praised it as perfectly delicious. However, right after, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. As Kong Hyeon was choking, a brown-haired girl came out of her room, surprised by his words. Both Kong Hyeon and the brown-haired girl were stunned when the system panel appeared, announcing that Earth's tutorial was complete. The system continued to announce that dungeons had been activated, causing both of them to run outside in a panic. Both of them were shocked by what was happening right before their eyes. A giant dungeon gate, emitting purple energy, had suddenly appeared. The mysterious gate appeared right in front of their apartment complex, attracting everyone's attention. Kong Hyeon and the brown-haired girl stared at the gate in amazement, wondering if it was a dungeon. They were shocked to realize it was indeed a dungeon. Just like in a game, the system announced that only awakened individuals could use the dungeons. Similar dungeon gates also appeared all over the world, such as at the Taj Mahal. Another gate appeared right at the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and the system required players to complete the dungeon within a time limit. Dungeons also appeared at the Egyptian pyramids and the White House, causing global chaos. The system counted down the remaining time until the full connection with the Hacken dimension, which was over 4 years. Kong Hyeon and the brown-haired girl decided to stay inside to find out more and sort through the information. Kong Hyeon realized that the tutorial wasn't completely over because 18-year-olds were still participating. The brown-haired girl said the comment sections were in chaos due to the appearance of dungeons and the players being called the Awakened. She continued to browse the web to find more information about the current situation. Kong Hyeon thought it was important to take advantage of the status windows. He excitedly tried to call up his status window. However, nothing happened, causing the brown-haired girl to look at him with a disdainful gaze. The system announced that he could not use this feature because the tutorial was still in progress. Kong Hyeon realized that while he struggled in Stage 2, others might have already completed all 8 stages. Kong Hyeon asked the brown-haired girl for information about Stage 3. But she replied that there was none and told him to be patient. He wondered if he should go back to fight again since there was also very little information about Stage 2. Kong Hyeon was confident that he was stronger now and would pass Stage 3 with flying colors. At night, Kong Hyeon decided to enter the 3rd tutorial stage. A mysterious yellow liquid fell from the sky. A bizarre masked monster appeared, growling in front of him. Unfortunately, Kong Hyeon was urinated on by a monster, which made him furious and he swore to kill it. Kong Hyeon began Stage 3 with a mission to test his perseverance and patience by enduring all situations. The mission required him to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, and he was equipped with a camouflage suit for infiltration and assassination. Kong Hyeon realized the first thing to do was to find the Gurkha chieftain, a type of monster he had never heard of before. Before starting, he decided to check his rewards from Stage 2, as he hadn't had time earlier. Kong Hyeon opened his status window, overjoyed to see his stats had significantly increased after leveling up. He examined the new skills, Basic Shield Skill, and Basic Crossbow Skill, finding their descriptions a bit unsettling. Kong Hyeon decided to allocate his bonus stat points to Strength, Stamina, and a little to Agility just in case. He tried to recall if he had received any other rewards. A notification popped up asking if he wanted to check his inventory, helping him remember what he had forgotten. Kong Hyeon opened his inventory and touched the single sword icon inside. He summoned a shabby longsword from the inventory and was utterly amazed by this ability. Kong Hyeon excitedly shouted that this was the coolest thing he had ever seen. After finishing his status check, he set off to find the Gurkha chieftain. He drew inspiration from the legendary sniper Carlos Hathcock, who crawled 1.4 kilometers over 3 days to assassinate a target. Following his new idol's example, Kong Hyeon crawled for a solid 10 hours and felt he was getting close. He discovered a tribal village with 2 guards and wondered whether he should charge in. The masked guards looked incredibly intimidating, standing watch at the village gate. Kong Hyeon felt miserable crawling in the itchy, damp, and insect-filled suit. Suddenly, he stopped with a horrified expression as he discovered something. A bead of sweat rolling down his temple showed Kong Hyeon's extreme tension. A tribal guard was standing right over him, looking down quizzically. The guard began to urinate, a golden stream shooting straight down. Kong Hyeon was stunned as the guard's urine rained down on his head. Humiliated, he tried to tell himself to endure it to complete the mission. He recalled the mission's requirement to prove his perseverance and patience. Kong Hyeon gritted his teeth, repeating the words, perseverance, and patience to suppress his anger. The thread of his patience finally snapped. Unable to bear it any longer, Kong Hyeon sprang up and charged at the guard, screaming that he would cut him. He roared in fury, vowing to slice off the guard's head. Kong Hyeon lunged forward and pierced through the guard with his longsword. He delivered a decisive slash, finishing the guard instantly. His sharp blade sliced the guard's mask in two. Kong Hyeon landed on the ground after the attack, leaving the guard's corpse behind. He muttered that he had just cut something useless again. As the other guard approached, the remaining guard saw his comrade killed and let out a barbaric scream. His alarm cry echoed throughout the village. The entire village lit up with torches as the warriors were alerted. Masked Gurkha warriors swarmed out of their tents. Kong Hyeon was quickly surrounded by a large army of warriors. Realizing the situation was unsalvageable, he decided to say a line he had always dreamed of. He shouted a challenge to all of them, and this act unexpectedly created a new skill: Berserker's Lion's Roar. Kong Hyeon laughed maniacally in the midst of the bloody battle. The scene shifted to round 2 of Stage 3. where Kong Hyeon had shed his camouflage suit and roared, activating his new skill. Learning from the 10 hours of crawling in the previous round, he was determined to annihilate them all. He remembered that the Gurkha warriors hunted during the day and only returned to the village at dusk. Taking advantage of when the village's forces were at their thinnest, he charged in to slaughter the remaining ones. Kong Hyeon ran straight to the largest tent, where he believed the Gurkha chieftain was. He kicked the door open and stormed inside the tent. With a crazed look, Kong Hyeon screamed the Gurkha chieftain's name. He was stunned by the scene inside the tent. The Gurkha chieftain was lying on a bed, flanked by 2 shamans casting some kind of magic. The Gurkha chieftain was startled and pointed at Kong Hyeon. The 2 shamans began chanting, creating a stream of purple magical energy. Kong Hyeon was held in place by a magic circle that appeared at his feet. He was hit by the low-rank magic bind skill, rendering his body immobile, and was amazed that the tutorial had magic. He suddenly remembered that his Berserker's Lion's Roar skill could nullify D rank or lower debuffs. Kong Hyeon took a deep breath, preparing to use his skill. He activated Berserker's Lion's Roar, releasing a powerful surge of energy that shattered the bind. The Gurkha chieftain and his shamans were astonished to see him break free from the magic. Kong Hyeon landed steadily after breaking the curse. He leapt into the air, charging straight towards the Gurkha chieftain on the bed. He thought of a famous saying that all plans become meaningless when you get stabbed. The system announced that Kong Hyeon had completed Stage 3 and received the Intermediate Physical Enhancement (B) reward. He also received an additional reward and the temporary title, Indomitable, for setting a new time record. The Indomitable title was given to those who showed extraordinary patience and increased all stats by +1. Kong Hyeon was proud to have cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days. A huge improvement compared to Stage 2. With this incredible growth rate, he concluded that he was truly a genius. He became complacent, thinking he could finish Stage 4 in just a few minutes. Kong Hyeon imagined himself in splendid armor, standing over a dragon's corpse after completing Stage 4. The scene shifted back to reality, revealing that those thoughts were from a month ago, and he was now in an apartment. A TV news report stated that 25 days had passed since the special unit was deployed and 40% of the dungeons had been cleared. As the news continued, a girl was frying an egg in the kitchen, showing a scene of everyday life. The girl was startled by a loud noise from another room and grumbled about Kong Hyeon's nonsense. Kong Hyeon asked her brother, Kong Hyeon, why he had such a look on his face so early in the morning. Kong Hyeon replied in frustration that the tutorial was driving him crazy. Kong Hyeon wished him luck, saying that his face always looked like a criminal's these days. Kong Hyeon explained that the 4th stage was like a group project, requiring leadership skills. The mission of the 4th stage was to demonstrate leadership to destroy the dungeon core. Failure would result in death. He recounted that the party members were arguing about whether to advance or retreat due to a lack of supplies. Despite the opposition, the final decision was to move forward to complete the mission. Kong Hyeon confidently recounted that he had led them well at first, using Wrathful Roar and Intermediate Body Regeneration to take the lead. The Intermediate Body Regeneration skill could heal any wound, even broken bones, within a day. Kong Hyeon wondered why, if everything seemed fine, it took him a whole month to complete it. Kong Hyeon fell silent, recalling unpleasant memories from the dungeon. He began to explain that the trouble started that night, when a female member tried to assassinate him in his sleep. Kong Hyeon angrily shouted that his teammates had betrayed, ambushed, and killed him so they could escape together. Interrupted, he quickly swallowed the food in his mouth after being reminded by Kong Hyeon. He continued to explain that similar situations kept repeating, but he eventually found a way out. Kong Hyeon listened in silence, curious about her brother's solution. Kong Hyeon put down his chopsticks, preparing to reveal his ruthless method. With a crazed look, he said the solution was simple: eliminate all the troublesome people and keep moving forward. In a flashback to the final part of the 4th stage, Kong Hyeon's group was again arguing about whether to go further. A party member threatened that if they died up ahead, Kong Hyeon would be held responsible. Immediately after, Kong Hyeon suddenly attacked the member who had just spoken, horrifying everyone. A girl in the group screamed in panic, not understanding why Kong Hyeon was acting this way. He held his sword to the throat of another terrified member, ready to strike. Kong Hyeon declared that from now on, everyone had to follow his instructions. Resistance or complaints would mean death. The member who had just been attacked screamed, calling Kong Hyeon's actions unreasonable and insane. Without a word, Kong Hyeon threw a punch straight into the person's face to make an example of them. He continued his brutal assault, shouting that he had warned against complaining. The remaining people could only tremble in fear as they witnessed the violent scene. Kong Hyeon, covered in blood, told them to just follow him because he knew the way. Kong Hyeon's status window appeared, showing he had grown stronger after facing a skeleton. He effortlessly blocked the skeleton's attack with his bare hands. Full of power, Kong Hyeon nimbly dodged and countered the skeleton monster. He used the hilt of his sword to mercilessly and decisively shatter the skeleton's skull. After defeating the last skeleton, Kong Hyeon stood amidst the rubble and asked if that was the last one. The remaining party members were astonished to see that he had single-handedly wiped out all the monsters. The group moved forward into a room full of bones, with only a few survivors left. Kong Hyeon found the dungeon core and wondered if this was the final objective. He realized he just needed to destroy the pillar containing the core to complete the mission simply. Kong Hyeon swung his sword and destroyed the core, completing the 4th stage and receiving a level-up notification and rewards. He judged that what he gained from the 4th stage wasn't bad. With his stats soaring and many items, he boasted about collecting various types of magic stones, although he didn't know their use yet. The rewards he received included the 1/2 cuts skill and the Ring of the Strong Mind accessory. Back in the present, Kong Hyeon was proud of his most impressive achievement after overcoming the trial. He was doing push-ups and had easily counted to 300. After his workout, he realized he had become much stronger in the real world and that physical exercises were gradually becoming less effective. Kong Hyeon considered starting to go to a gym to increase the intensity of his training. Suddenly, his phone received a notification just as he was about to stand up. He picked up his phone and wondered if it was an advertisement. Kong Hyeon was stunned as he read an emergency alert from the Department of National Safety about a dungeon opening near the XX-dong area. Outside, screams and cries for help rang out everywhere, signaling a disaster was unfolding. Goblin monsters shattered glass doors and poured out to attack people. A horrific, bloody scene unfolded on the streets as the monsters massacred. People fled in panic as they were chased by ferocious goblins in the streets. Kong Hyeon recalled the rule that if a dungeon wasn't cleared in time, the gate would open, and he realized today was that day. He suddenly realized Kong Hyeon was in danger because her workplace was right in that area. Kong Hyeon frantically ran to find something he could use as a weapon. He rummaged through the house but was frustrated that he couldn't find a longsword. He suddenly froze as an idea flashed through his mind. His gaze fell upon the sharp kitchen knife lying in the sink. The sky outside signaled that a turbulent day was about to unfold. Kong Hyeon rushed out of his house at an incredible speed to get to the danger zone. He panted heavily after running a long distance to reach the scene. He faced the goblins and shouted that it had been a long time. "You bastards!" A goblin looked surprised and recognized him, letting out a strange cry. Kong Hyeon realized he couldn't use his skills in the real world yet like he could in the dungeon. However, by doing so, he had successfully drawn the monster's attention. The goblins growled and charged towards him in unison to attack. Kong Hyeon mocked that the noise of the level 2 monsters was hard on the ears. Even so, he remained cautious, as he wasn't sure if they were the same level as the ones in the tutorial. He threw a manhole cover at a goblin to test their strength. He shouted that he could tell their level just by looking at their movements. The goblin was hit by the manhole cover, breaking its teeth and crying out in pain. Kong Hyeon smiled sinisterly, thanking them for coming so he could take action. He expertly used the kitchen knife, slicing a goblin in two and praising its quality. He had reached the office building where Kong Hyeon worked. Inside, the office workers were panicking because of the monster's appearance. Everyone, including an elderly man, was terrified by the scene. Kong Hyeon and another female colleague were also terrified. She was silent, staring blankly at the chaotic scene before her. Kong Hyeon looked at her phone, saw the messages from Kong Hyeon, and wondered what he was thinking. She was startled and terrified when she heard the monsters roar nearby. Her colleagues scattered as the monster began to attack and destroy the office. A locker was thrown hard by the monster, shattering right in front of everyone. Kong Hyeon suddenly appeared, landing on the broken locker and stunning everyone. Kong Hyeon, the older brother, appeared before Kong Hyeon and her colleagues, announcing his presence. Kong Hyeon and her colleagues were extremely confused and surprised by her brother's sudden appearance. Kong Hyeon, covered in injuries, looked around and realized this was his sister's office. which made her even more panicked. He seemed confused by everyone's reaction, not understanding why they were so astonished. The department head angrily questioned Kong Hyeon about breaking the barrier. Worried that monsters would flood in, Kong Hyeon scratched his head and apologized sheepishly, admitting he couldn't control his strength. He reassured everyone that they didn't need to worry anymore. As the door opened to reveal a horrific scene outside, everyone was horrified to see the pile of monster corpses. Realizing that Kong Hyeon had single-handedly dealt with all of them, Kong Hyeon pointed to the pile of goblin weapons and told everyone to take them for self-defense for a while. He said that as long as they didn't panic, they could defeat them, which surprised Kong Hyeon, who asked where he was going. Kong Hyeon explained that he had seen more goblins pouring in and that they might be on the upper floors. He smiled confidently, saying they should at least try to get a peaceful night's sleep after cleaning up. A water bottle was poured out to wash a wound, showing post-battle care. Kong Hyeon insisted on cleaning her brother's wound with the only saline solution they had. Despite his worries about wasting water, she scolded Kong Hyeon for acting tough yet constantly getting injured. Kong Hyeon explained that his recovery ability was excellent, so he could withstand most attacks. But it was different now that he couldn't use his skills. Kong Hyeon reminded him to be careful because if he couldn't use his skills, he couldn't be resurrected either. She admitted his actions were cool, but also sarcastically remarked that it was only cool until he got beaten to a pulp. Kong Hyeon thoughtfully considered that perhaps others would see his actions differently. Kong Hyeon playfully revealed that a few of her seniors had asked her to introduce him to them and asked about his ideal type. Kong Hyeon seemed a bit embarrassed and thought about his sister's question. He replied that he just needed someone who could accept a man who swears as soon as he wakes up, making Kong Hyeon burst out laughing. Kong Hyeon's eyes suddenly widened in horror, as if he had realized something crucial. A system message appeared, signaling the start of Phase 5 with a challenge to prove one's wisdom to overcome all difficulties. Kong Hyeon realized he had forgotten about this challenge because he was too preoccupied with the previous events. He found himself in a forest with a group of other people, confused by the situation. A blue-haired man asked a red-haired woman if she was the succubus, but then suggested the most suspicious person was the one who talked a lot. An argument broke out among the group members, forcing another person to step in and mediate. Kong Hyeon stood among a group of 4 women and 1 man, wondering what was happening. The mission was revealed: defeat the succubus disguised as a human, with a hint that whoever discovers its identity will be targeted first. Kong Hyeon contemplated the nature of a succubus, a demon that drains life force in dreams and is famously beautiful. A girl in the group asked Kong Hyeon for his thoughts, noting that all the women there were very beautiful. The girl directly asked Kong Hyeon who he thought the succubus was, catching him off guard with her beauty and scent. Kong Hyeon awkwardly scratched his head, feigning ignorance and confusion at the girl's question. He glanced at the girl suspiciously, seemingly trying to hide his thoughts. The girl smiled knowingly as a notification appeared, stating that the Ring of Strong Will had resisted a charm. Information about the B rank, Ring of Strong Will, appeared, showing it was immune to mental attacks and charms of A rank and below. The group camped overnight around a fire, the atmosphere growing quieter. Kong Hyeon sat by the fire, lost in thought about the trials he had endured. He recalled Phase 1, the Hell Circus, where he lay exhausted on the hot ground. Phase 2 was a week-long battle against goblins, a test of endurance and combat skills. He shuddered, remembering Phase 3, when he was covered in monster urine after 10 hours of crawling. Phase 4 was a month-long group project full of hardship and conflict. After enduring such terrible trials, Kong Hyeon felt he could finally enjoy something interesting. He told himself to control his expression. As the one who realized the succubus's identity would be targeted, Kong Hyeon deduced that if it was a succubus, it was likely a powerful creature and decided to use an NPC to probe instead of acting rashly. He figured he should use a female NPC, as a male NPC might be seduced by the succubus. Then decided to go to sleep to think it over. Kong Hyeon lay in bed, his eyes wide open, seemingly wary of something. He woke up, looked at the ceiling, and felt it was very familiar. Kong Hyeon shot up and realized he was in Ah Hyeon's office, not in the trials forest. The department head and another of Ah Hyeon's colleagues saw he was awake and told him the army had arrived. Kong Hyeon panicked, thinking the succubus had realized he knew the truth and had killed him in his sleep. Still in shock, he asked again what had arrived, unable to believe what was happening. Outside, military vehicles were entering the area, signaling the army's intervention. Fully armed soldiers jumped down from the trucks, ready for battle. A soldier began firing at the monsters roaming outside. The goblins were hit and fell before the army's powerful firepower. Kong Hyeon pressed his face against the window, watching in amazement as the army fought below. Ah Hyeon's colleagues were overjoyed that the army had arrived, believing they were safe and that monsters couldn't stand against guns. Kong Hyeon looked down at the chaotic scene below and muttered that it wasn't over yet. He suddenly felt an ominous presence. His intuition told him something was wrong. Kong Hyeon's eyes widened as he sensed a dangerous presence approaching. Although the army had the upper hand, Kong Hyeon felt an indescribable sense of unease. He wondered why he felt so much danger and what it was. Kong Hyeon flinched as the sense of danger grew more distinct. A soldier was reloading his magazine, preparing for the next fight. The soldiers shouted that the monsters were endless and urged each other to keep firing. A soldier complained about facing this situation right before his discharge, saying this was a job for specialists. He suddenly noticed something unusual approaching from a distance. A huge, much more muscular monster than the other goblins easily dodged bullets and charged forward. This giant monster seemed unfazed by the army's volleys of bullets. A soldier yelled a report that everyone in the front had been killed. But his comrade couldn't hear him clearly. The soldier realized in horror that it was a goblin. But it was completely different. A giant goblin lord, with a sword stuck in its back, appeared. Bullets hit its head but had no effect. The goblin lord roared, smoke rising from the insignificant wound on its head. It let out an earth-shattering roar, displaying its overwhelming power. The panicked soldiers screamed and urged the driver to go faster to escape the monster. The goblin lord easily blocked the charging military truck, its strength beyond imagination. It lifted the truck with one hand effortlessly. The goblin lord leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the soldiers. The soldiers could only watch in horror as the monster was about to attack them. The goblin lord delivered a powerful blow, completely destroying the truck. The truck was crushed under the terrifying strength of the goblin lord. The survivors in the other vehicles watched the scene in terror, wondering what had just happened. Kong Hyeon stared in shock through the window, his reflection visible on the dim glass. Everyone in the office panicked, not knowing what to do as the army was completely overwhelmed. The goblin lord stood amidst the bodies of the soldiers on the truck bed, asserting its dominance. Kong Hyeon stood frozen, his face showing clear shock and helplessness before the monster's power. A military convoy moved through the ruined city, thick with smoke and dust. A soldier, Jung Jae-hoon, was horrified to realize that Squad 3 had been attacked. His superior urged them to find a messenger and called out for Corporal Jung Jae-hoon to request urgent support. Stunned, Jung Jae-hoon clutched his head, wondering what had caused such a terrible situation. A large, muscular hobgoblin with a sinister smile appeared menacingly before the soldiers. Jung Jae-hoon reported that aid was coming, but it was just a civilian with abilities. The superior officer was utterly astonished and couldn't believe the aid was just a single person. The hobgoblin leapt from above, charging at the military truck as the soldiers despaired. Jung Jae-hoon screamed and frantically fired at the approaching monster. Just at the most critical moment, Jung Jae-hoon's gun suddenly jammed, leaving him completely defenseless. The hobgoblin seized the opportunity and charged straight at the helpless Jung Jae-hoon. Suddenly, a man named Ah Hyeon shouted and rushed forward. Ah Hyeon used all his strength to throw a large chunk of concrete at the monster. The concrete chunk flew straight into the hobgoblin's face with immense force. The hobgoblin was sent flying backward by the powerful throw. The impact was so strong it created a deep crater in the ground, sending the monster flying far away. The hobgoblin lay motionless on the ground after the powerful attack. Jung Jae-hoon looked up in utter amazement, not understanding what had just happened. Ah Hyeon jumped onto the truck and calmly asked if Jung Jae-hoon was okay. He burst into a crazed laugh, saying that being a soldier in this situation must be tough. Ah Hyeon's grin that stretched from ear to ear, along with his pitch-black mouth, frightened Jung Jae-hoon. Jung Jae-hoon was completely terrified by Ah Hyeon's unsettling appearance and behavior. Ah Hyeon was startled when a gun was pointed at him, and he asked back if he didn't look human. Jung Jae-hoon stammered the question again, and Ah Hyeon sarcastically asked if he needed to ask twice. Jung Jae-hoon wondered to himself if this was the volunteer, and acknowledged that he looked very strong. Jung Jae-hoon apologized for his reaction. But Ah Hyeon said it was understandable after a near-death experience. When thanked, Ah Hyeon made it clear that he wasn't here for the sake of justice. Ah Hyeon saw the hobgoblin scrambling to get up in the distance. He thought that the monster had seen him and would attack his company if the army was wiped out. Ah Hyeon decided to deal with the monster right here and now, and told the soldiers not to hit him. He asked Jung Jae-hoon if they had tear gas grenades and was confirmed that they were fully armed. Ah Hyeon asked Jung Jae-hoon to throw one, much to the soldier's surprise. He said he didn't need a gas mask and urged the soldier to hurry up as there was no time to explain. Ah Hyeon shouted a warning not to shoot in his direction and then charged straight to confront the monster. The officer ordered the entire platoon to put on their masks, to only shoot the monster, and not to aim at the center of the road. Ah Hyeon approached the hobgoblin and said that the feast was set. He told the hobgoblin that he had a lot of grudges against its kind. A soldier quickly pulled the pin on a tear gas grenade. Multiple tear gas grenades were thrown towards Ah Hyeon and the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin looked up, confused by the strange objects flying towards it. The grenades exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the monster. The hobgoblin screamed in pain as the tear gas attacked its eyes and respiratory system. Ah Hyeon also coughed violently from the tear gas but prepared to attack while the monster was disoriented. He recalled that the hobgoblin's weakness was that they would become confused when attacked unexpectedly. Ah Hyeon taunted the monster, asking if this was the first time it felt pain, being able to block bullets. With a crazed expression, he declared that he was much more accustomed to pain than the monster was. He charged in to attack, his first goal being to disarm the hobgoblin. Ah Hyeon delivered a precise blow, knocking the weapon from the monster's hand. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful downward slash aimed at the hobgoblin's head. Ah Hyeon gritted his teeth as he realized the monster's body was so hard it made his sword vibrate. Jung Jae-hoon watched in amazement as sparks flew from the impact and wondered if Ah Hyeon was an awakened one. Another soldier in a gas mask was confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a blonde-haired supporter appeared, wondering why someone else was here. The blonde-haired supporter watched the ongoing battle intently. Ah Hyeon's sword was chipped and heavily damaged after the attack. He panted, trying to recover his strength after the failed attack. Ah Hyeon was furious that his attack had caused no damage to the monster. The hobgoblin was gradually recovering, and Ah Hyeon worried his stamina would decline if the fight dragged on. He considered his options, thinking that the only thing he knew was how to slash. Ah Hyeon told the monster to excuse him for a moment. The blonde-haired supporter suddenly rushed forward with terrifying speed and attacked the hobgoblin. He unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes on the monster, pushing it back. Ah Hyeon was stunned by the newcomer's incredible speed and wondered who it was. The blonde-haired supporter landed lightly on the ground after his series of attacks. He remarked that slashing this monster was like cutting stone, with almost no feeling of cutting. Ah Hyeon shouted to the newcomer, reminding him that it was just the boss of an F-rank dungeon. He reasoned that since its defense was so strong, it must have another weakness. The blonde-haired supporter asked Ah Hyeon if he had any ideas. Acknowledging his knowledge, Ah Hyeon explained that his own stamina and endurance were nearly depleted. He asked the supporter what one does when their strength is exhausted. As he spoke, Ah Hyeon slashed at the hobgoblin again, but the attack was still ineffective. He cursed in anger as his sword was deflected again. In desperation, Ah Hyeon looked around for something he could use as a weapon. He spotted the hobgoblin's halberd discarded on the ground. The blonde-haired supporter told Ah Hyeon to attack the monster's weak point while he kept it busy. Ah Hyeon grabbed the halberd, thinking that even in a desperate situation, one must act. The hobgoblin anticipated the attack and raised its arm to defend. The supporter analyzed the monster's defense, wondering where to strike. Ah Hyeon shouted and charged forward with the halberd, determined to attack at all costs. The hobgoblin seemed to be watching both of them, trying to anticipate their next move. The blonde-haired supporter focused, preparing for a coordinated attack. The supporter's weapon, a circular saw-like blade, spun and aimed straight for the monster's eye. Ah Hyeon suddenly felt sorry for the monster as it was about to be struck in its weak spot. While fighting a monster, the young man felt an uncomfortable sensation and a philosophical question flashed through his mind. He wondered if the anus was a fatal weak point, as an image analyzing the monster's body appeared. Although he suspected it wasn't an instantly lethal weak point, he made a split-second decision. Immediately after, his body automatically executed the next action, charging towards the monster. He let out a shout and swung his weapon high, preparing for a powerful attack. The young man performed a spectacular spin, aiming for the monster's lower body. He successfully struck the monster's unexpected weak point, causing it to scream in pain. After felling the monster, he quickly moved to the next target while a stranger watched from a distance. He continued to attack another monster, wondering if it would be difficult to stab it straight in the mouth. The second monster foamed at the mouth and cried in extreme agony from his attack. The young man used all his strength to finish off the monster, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After the battle, only bloodstains remained on the ground, marking the end of the clash. He panted after the fight, and a man in a gas mask appeared nearby. The man in the gas mask watched silently, not revealing any emotion. He thought to himself that the young man was very strong and wondered where such a talented person came from. Whether he was a free agent. The young man also noticed the other's presence, his face still covered in blood and wounds. A glowing item dropped from the slain monster, catching his attention. He picked up the item but couldn't check its information because the tutorial was still in progress, and he wished it would end soon. The man in the gas mask approached and started a conversation, perhaps intending to discuss splitting the item. The young man thought the item should be split evenly, but since he had defeated the monster by himself, he decided to act. He decided to run away, shouting that he had something urgent to do, leaving the axe for the other man. With a mischievous smile, the young man said goodbye and quickly fled the scene. The man in the gas mask could only stand and watch in silence as the young man disappeared. He stood alone amidst the dust and smoke, still stunned by what had just happened. He took off his gas mask, revealing a handsome but still bewildered face. The strange man stood there, wondering who the person he had just met really was. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, as dusk fell, the situation seemed to have stabilized somewhat. The young man and a girl walked through the ruined streets like in a disaster movie. They could only return home when it was completely dark, the surroundings still desolate. Both were awkward and said nothing as they stood in front of their apartment door. Once inside, the girl realized the young man hadn't closed the door when he left, making the house a mess. The girl sighed, saying she was foolish to think he had matured. While he remained silent, the young man checked his phone and complained about people constantly criticizing his handsome face. He read online comments saying his face looked very villainous and like a violent criminal. He wondered if his appearance was really that bad, and the girl confirmed that it was. The girl suddenly called out to him in a panic, saying they were in big trouble and telling him to turn off the lights. He refused but then agreed to turn off the lights because she had had a few rough days. Acting reluctantly, the girl said she was also very tired and told him not to scream in the morning anymore. The young man confidently reassured her that the next stage would be very easy and promised to treat her to a beer. The girl thought his confidence was almost a death flag, but still wished him luck. The young man lay in bed, preparing for the next stage in the quiet night. He opened his eyes, his mind completely awake and focused on the upcoming challenge. He remembered the strong man he had met earlier and told himself that he should have been eliminated in stage 2. He was determined to make it to stage 8 because he would become stronger than anyone else. Drifting off to sleep, he resolved to become stronger to overcome all challenges. In his dream, he remembered the beautiful succubus from yesterday and felt excited to see her again soon. He thought that even if it was just the tutorial, it wouldn't hurt to take a little peek. His heart filled with anticipation. With a smug smile, he looked forward to meeting the succubus again in the new stage. However, instead of the succubus, a hideous goblin suddenly appeared right in front of him. Startled, the young man screamed and reflexively threw a powerful punch at the goblin's face. He punched the goblin to the ground, knocking it out on the spot in the forest. The goblin lay motionless on the ground, gradually disappearing after being defeated by a single punch. The young man looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening and if this was a goblin. He looked up and noticed a system message board appearing before his eyes. The message board instructed him to evade the cave goblin horde and clear the dungeon, with failure resulting in death. A horde of goblins was advancing towards him, making him realize the situation was more dangerous than he thought. He gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding why the content of the tutorial had suddenly changed. The young man screamed at the sky in anger and confusion, not understanding why everything had changed. His scream echoed throughout the city, causing a commotion. The scream was so loud it shook a building with a PC bang on the 4th floor. In the PC bang, a brown-haired man was knocked to the floor by a blonde stranger. The blonde attacker continued to mercilessly attack others in the PC Bang. The brown-haired man lay on the floor, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth after the attack. He whispered, "Why?" unable to believe what was happening to him. He wondered how someone who hadn't even participated in the tutorial could be stronger than a power user. The blonde man sneered, saying that being strong was useless if you didn't know how to fight. Then continued to torture his victim. He recalled the scene of the protagonist fighting the hobgoblin and thought it was a stroke of luck. With an excited and sick expression, the blonde man thought that it seemed there were many interesting power users out there. A new tutorial screen begins, Stage 5. Round 3. With the condition to eliminate the doppelganger, a monster that preys on humans at night. As Kong Hyeon reads the mission details, the other participants discuss the need to find the doppelganger, a monster that hunts every night. One participant notes the similarity of this mission to finding the succubus in the first round, causing Kong Hyeon to reflect on the situation. Kong Hyeon coldly assesses the situation, realizing that the core of this challenge is essentially a real-life mafia game. He understands that this stage requires using intellect to overcome, a challenge he seems ready to face among the other participants. However, in a surprising turn of events, Kong Hyeon is swiftly killed, showing his first attempt at the stage was a miserable failure. He recalls his attempt to lead by gathering everyone, a strategy that clearly backfired as he was eliminated immediately. The other participants watch, their expressions ranging from surprise to suspicion, as Kong Hyeon's plan falls apart. Even the more experienced-looking members of the group are taken aback by the sudden and decisive outcome of his actions. The scene returns to a tense silence following Kong Hyeon's failed attempt to take charge and expose the hidden enemy among them. He remembers clearing his throat to get everyone's attention, the moment just before his fateful declaration. He recalls his bold but foolish declaration that anyone who moved would be considered the culprit. A fatal mistake he had forgotten. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building, symbolizing the transition from the fantasy world back to reality. Kong Hyeon wakes up in his messy room, realizing that in a mafia game, the one who talks the most is often the first to die. He reflects with a blank expression that he has never actually won a game of mafia in his life. Frustrated, he sits up in bed, realizing he has been repeating this failure for over a month and a half, and decides to get something to eat. As he reflects on his repeated failures, Kong Hyeon's inner voice wonders about his own state after so many attempts. He adjusts a pair of glasses, signaling a shift in his approach and a new determination to solve the problem. Now in a suit, Kong Hyeon declares to himself that he has been reborn smarter, ready for a new strategy. A woman enters the room, expressing utter disgust at his sudden, bizarre change in appearance and attitude. She asks what mess he's making right after she got home from work. While he explains he changed his appearance to change his inner self, Kong Hyeon passionately explains that he has died 53 times in Stage 5, justifying his desperate need for a new approach. The woman is unimpressed, suggesting it would be faster to get someone else's brain transplanted than for him to actually get smarter. He retorts that she's just saying the same old things, calling her a crazy fool. Clearly frustrated by her lack of support, she calmly suggests that if he has money for a suit, he should use it to soundproof his room because the downstairs neighbor has installed a subwoofer. Kong Hyeon re-enters Stage 5, where he is required to prove his intellect, and finds himself at the entrance of a cave or dungeon. A quest panel appears before him, and he skeptically wonders what terrible mission they have prepared for him this time. His eyes widen in surprise as he begins to read the clear condition of the new mission, a stark contrast to the previous one. The text on the panel begins with, "Clear condition, F," capturing his full attention. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he shouts, "Eureka!" Having finally found a mission that suits his style. The mission is to completely clear the F-rank dungeon, Turank's lair, by finding the weakness of the level 20 spitting Turank guarding it. Faced with a giant spider, the spitting Turank, Kong Hyeon is pleased by the simplicity and clarity of the dungeon clear condition. He immediately springs into action, running towards the giant spider, ready to face the challenge head-on. The spitting Turank retaliates by spewing a stream of purple substance, a move he believes is a solution that would astound even Aristotle. Kong Hyeon is shocked as he dodges the attack, wondering if spiders really spit venom like this. He grits his teeth, realizing the danger as the toxic mist surrounds him, forcing him to be on high alert. He looks down at his hand, which already shows signs of being affected by the attack, and wonders if it's poison. Despite the pain and the poison, he grips his sword, determined that an injury of this level is nothing to him. With a powerful swing, Kong Hyeon slashes at the monster, showing his resolve to fight through the pain and poison. The spitting Tarank shrieks in pain from the powerful blow, indicating his attack was effective. The monster recoils from the attack, stumbling backward as Kong Hyeon pushes off from his position on the ground. He gets to his feet, clutching his injured arm and admitting that the attack was indeed a bit painful. Though his expression remains determined, a system tip appears, reminding him that the clue to the spitting Tarank's weakness is hidden within its lair. Ignoring the hint about finding a weakness, Kong Hyeon decides to rely on pure strength, cleaving the monster with a powerful vertical slash. His sword cuts cleanly through the spitting Tarank, splitting it in two with overwhelming force. The defeated monster collapses and explodes in a shower of blood. While Kong Hyeon admits he chose to break through with force, he scoffs at the idea of looking for weaknesses or clues, declaring his strategy is to simply smash through any obstacle. Upon clearing the stage, Kong Hyeon receives a plethora of rewards, including a title and a massive stat increase, affirming his belief that strength trumps intellect. The scene shifts to a sunny day at a school, bringing the setting back to the real world. Inside classroom 3-2, a student calls out to Kwon Min-soo, asking for a birthday punch. Kong Hyeon, looking exhausted while on his phone, tells the person to do it later, clearly drained from the tutorial. A friend approaches, noting he's 18 now and asking about stage 1, which Kong Hyeon confirms was as bad as rumored, but he managed to clear it. His friend mentions that the real trouble starts from stage 5 onwards, as there are no good tips, and that clearing stage 4 already puts one in the top 1%. Kong Hyeon slumps over his desk, speculating that the high-level players probably keep valuable information to themselves. The friend interrupts with a new update, saying someone has cleared stage 7 and is challenging stage 8, which Kong Hyeon dismisses as fake. His friend reads the supposed tips from the update, which humorously suggest that muscle is the highest form of intelligence for stage 5. The absurd advice continues, suggesting cruelty for stage 6 and then devotion for stage 7, leaving Kong Hyeon's friend bewildered. Other students in the class seem to be discussing the same topic, with many assuming the information is just bait. A screenshot of an online forum shows users mocking the post, with some even sarcastically claiming they are Han Sion if the news is true. Kong Hyeon, now at home and shirtless, is in a rage, furious that no one believes the valuable tips he went to the trouble of sharing. The woman from before enters and asks why he's screaming again, but he frantically tries to explain that he revealed the strategy and no one believes him. She dismisses his concerns, asking why he's meddling in such things. Much to his astonishment, peeking from behind a wall, Kong Hyeon smirks, vowing that they'll have to see once he clears stage 8 and becomes the third tutorial graduate in Korea. He boasts that he will rise to the same level as Han Sion, the guild master of the Dangan Guild, or Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability User Alliance. The woman purses her lips, clearly unimpressed by his grand ambitions and his comparison to top players. She scoffs at his same-level claim, asking how he can compare himself to geniuses who cleared in one go when it took him over 4 months. A system notification greets Kong Hyeon, confirming he has cleared tutorial stage 7 and asking if he wants to enter the final stage 8. The reward for stage 6 is the B-rank weapon, Bill Gaines' longsword. The reward for stage 7 is the B-rank armor set, Ronald's armor, with self-regeneration capabilities. Kong Hyeon thought he had to clear stage 8 to be able to use these items. The system notified him that he had completed stage 7 and was about to enter stage 8. A notification window suddenly appeared in front of Kong Hyeon. The system posed a strange question. What is your belief? Kong Hyeon fell silent, lost in thought at the unexpected question. Suddenly, an unusual event occurred that startled him in amazement. He was shocked to realize the space around him was beginning to crack. The entire space collapsed, causing Kong Hyeon to lose his balance. The young man was suddenly thrown backward and screamed in terror. Screaming in despair, he fell through a shattering plane. His body continued to free fall into a bottomless abyss. In the silent space, the young man slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he jolted awake and opened his eyes wide, his face full of astonishment. He dazedly realized he was standing barefoot in the middle of a crowded intersection. He watched a woman approaching, his mind filled with doubt. To his astonishment, the woman walked straight through his transparent body. He looked down at his body and wondered if he was in an invisible state. He looked up at the buildings and wondered if this was Earth. The young man saw a couple strolling down the street. He frowned, feeling that something was wrong with these people. He realized they were not human, but lizard-like creatures. He looked elsewhere and saw two more similar creatures conversing. An entire family and many others on the street also had that terrifying form. He stood frozen amidst the crowd, realizing he was surrounded by them. He anxiously glanced around, trying to remain calm. Suddenly, one of the creatures turned and looked directly into his eyes. The creature wondered if the young man could see its true form. Its yellow eyes with vertical pupils stared at him. The young man was astonished to realize something was not right. Memories of monsters pouring out from a spatial rift suddenly flooded back. He was shocked to see that the monsters were not targeting him. Instead, they were attacking the city, causing people to flee in panic. The people screamed in despair as they were brutally massacred by the monsters. The entire street was plunged into chaos with countless monsters of all kinds. Among them were ferocious goblins with red skin and sharp spikes. The young man recognized some familiar monsters and some he had never seen before. This invasion was on a completely different level from what he had ever experienced. This desolate, terrifying scene was no different from the apocalypse. The young man saw a vision of Earth connecting to the Hacken dimension. On the ruined road, he was surrounded by countless giant monsters. He was startled and turned around by a loud noise right behind him. However, instead of fear, he wore a confident smile. A giant monster brimming with purple energy was growling in front of him. The young man stood facing the monster in the middle of the desolate city. The giant monster charged, swinging its long arm to attack him. Not only that, a swarm of smaller monsters also rushed in from all sides. Despite the danger, he calmly got into a ready stance for battle. Suddenly, the young man's body began to disintegrate into digital fragments. After launching an attack, Kim Yu-won stood firm in the rain. He was shocked, wondering if the thing he had just destroyed was a monster. Kim Yu-won was startled by the unexpected question about his feelings. He suddenly found himself floating in a strange, mysterious space. Kim Yu-won landed and faced a giant, glowing entity. He hesitantly asked if the glowing entity before him was a god. The mysterious entity denied being a god. It revealed itself to be a manager of the space, leaving Kim Yu-won confused. The manager stated that this was an interview round and an opportunity for both sides to ask questions. Kim Yu-won immediately wanted to ask about the scene he had just witnessed. The vision of Earth being destroyed by monsters in the next 5 years appeared. A light entity stated that the future depended on human actions. Kong Hyeon was skeptical, questioning why the entity didn't prevent the disaster itself. The entity, calling itself the administrator, only had the role of maintaining balance. It said that providing a status window and guidance was all it could do. Suddenly, the administrator turned to ask Kong Hyeon a question. It asked Kong Hyeon what had guided him and what his purpose in life had been so far. The administrator explained that it was particularly curious about humans after observing them. Kong Hyeon smirked, suggesting the administrator still didn't truly understand. He explained that ordinary people were just struggling to survive and find happiness. When asked, Kong Hyeon affirmed that he had to protect his family. The entity asked if Kong Hyeon had ever thought of becoming a hero. Kong Hyeon refused, saying the tiring job of a hero didn't suit him. The entity criticized Kong Hyeon as incompetent, which annoyed him greatly. However, the entity then confessed to being a fan and had greatly enjoyed watching him clear the tutorial. Kong Hyeon was bewildered by the brutal administrator, then suddenly realized something. He immediately asked the administrator about the mission in the 5th stage. Themed, Wisdom. The administrator remained silent, offering no answer. Suddenly, the administrator declared time was up, and Kong Hyeon was stunned by the announcement of completing Stage 8. The administrator revealed the tutorial was just a cover, and many more challenges awaited him. Kong Hyeon realized a mysterious entity had orchestrated everything and placed its faith in him. Kong Hyeon roared in anger at being forced to graduate from the tutorial area. Under the watch of the mysterious entity, Kong Hyeon's body dissolved into light. After the entity's message, Kong Hyeon received a graduation notice and a new title. The young man suddenly woke up from a terrifying nightmare. He was shocked to find something stuffed in his mouth. He angrily pulled the sock out of his mouth and discovered his younger sister sitting in the room. His sister explained that she had stuffed the sock in his mouth to stop him from screaming. She mocked her brother, saying it seemed he had failed again. Contrary to expectations, the brother just gave a confident and mysterious smile. He suddenly summoned a status window, astonishing his younger sister. He proudly boasted about his new power. But his sister said she couldn't see anything. His sister nonchalantly told him to go earn some money and said she had prepared breakfast for him. The brother complained about his sister's coldness and teased that she would never get a boyfriend. Kong Hyeon was hit squarely in the face with a cooking spatula. The scene changes to a clean and tidy kitchen. A woman leaves, leaving Kong Hyeon alone with the cube. Kong Hyeon was lost in thought as he looked at the system window. He examined the tutorial graduate title he had just received. Suddenly, Kong Hyeon noticed something unusual. He checked the status window and wondered about the stacking of titles. The system indicated that subtitles were only 50% effective. Kong Hyeon immediately switched to the tutorial graduate title to optimize his stats. With a triumphant look, he excitedly opened a reward box. Inside a box, an old book radiated a purple, evil aura. Kong Hyeon was overjoyed to receive a mysterious item after defeating the hobgoblin. He was eager to discover the true nature of the book. The book was identified as the skill book, Magic Burst, E. Overjoyed, Kong Hyeon trembled with delight. Kong Hyeon celebrated silently but with an extremely excited expression. The system displayed a question asking if he wanted to learn the skill. After confirming, the book dissolved into light, and he learned the skill. Kong Hyeon looked with satisfaction at the magical energy in his hand. Having sorted through his loot, he wondered whether he should enroll in the Awakened Ability Training School. A day of light snowfall in the city. A young woman named An Mi-young was on her way to work. An Mi-young was a newly appointed, enthusiastic civil servant. Her first assignment was at the Awakened Ability Training School. This was the National Defense Army Training Center, a world-class facility. She imagined witnessing the beginnings of future heroes. But the reality in the hall was far from what she had expected. An Mi-young quickly felt exhausted and stressed at her desk. Fear made An Mi-young burst into tears right in front of the registrant. Though trembling, she still managed to ask the scary-looking man for his documents. The young man's ID photo showed a fresh and neat appearance. However, his current appearance was haggard with dark circles under his eyes. The female employee gasped in shock as she looked through his file. The girl suddenly burst into tears, leaving the young man utterly confused. He hurriedly waved his hands, frantically explaining that he hadn't done anything. He didn't understand what was happening amidst the whispers and gossip. The people around began to whisper, suspecting he had threatened the girl. Someone else even took out their phone to record the incident. Surrounded by everyone, he continued to try to explain in desperation. He turned around when someone spoke up. While the girl was still trembling, Instructor Kim I-hyun arrived and asked about the delay in the selection process. Kim I-hyun was slightly surprised to hear a familiar voice. Kong Hyeon was also startled when he recognized the instructor. They both felt that the other person's voice and appearance were very familiar. Kim I-hyun asked to see Kong Hyeon's file for confirmation. He was puzzled because Kong Hyeon's appearance was so different from the photo in his file. Kong Hyeon explained that his appearance had changed due to a skill. Kim I-hyun was stunned when Kong Hyeon suggested a fingerprint or DNA test. He changed the subject, asking about Kong Hyeon having cleared the tutorial up to stage 5. Kim I-hyun questioned Kong Hyeon's suspicious level 12. The bureau employee asked Oh Kang-woo about his unique ability, man's strength. Oh Kang-woo explained that this ability allowed him to temporarily double his strength. The bureau employee continued to explain the rewards received at stages 3, 4, and 5. He asked Oh Kang-woo to show all the rewards he had received. Oh Kang-woo agreed and prepared to show the skill he received from stage 3. He gritted his teeth, seemingly enduring intense pain. The bureau employee was completely astonished by the unfolding scene. Fresh drops of blood began to drip onto the floor. Oh Kang-woo presented what he had just torn from his own body. A deep, open wound appeared on his body after removing the object. The wound on his arm healed itself instantly. The examiner realized it was a rare self-healing skill. The young man presented the ring for stage 4 and prepared for stage 5. He explained his unique skill, man's strength, which had the ability to induce fear. With the examiner's permission, he prepared to demonstrate the skill in front of the crowd. In the crowd, a blonde-haired young man appeared uninterested. The blonde-haired young man's face showed clear indifference and a hint of disdain. But as the young man prepared, he suddenly recognized something familiar. An image of the legendary Jianwudong Goblin Slayer flashed in his memory. The blonde-haired young man was utterly astonished when he realized his opponent's true identity. A blonde-haired man suddenly clutched his head, leaving the person opposite him bewildered. An invisible wave of energy instantly knocked down the entire crowd in the area. Everyone around screamed, clutching their heads in extreme pain and confusion. Even the man in the suit couldn't bear it. He clutched his head in alarm. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down from the terror of the power he had just witnessed. Kong Hyeon smiled, holding up the item in his hand and asking if that was enough. The man with the earring confirmed it was enough and directed Kong Hyeon to the Gunmu building. He let out a sigh of relief, seeming somewhat impressed and satisfied. The man with the earring gave a meaningful and amused smile. Last episode's recap. A man caused a commotion to get in. In the lecture hall, everyone was whispering, paying attention to the man sitting at the back of the class. He realized he had made a bad impression on everyone due to the incident at the entrance. A blonde-haired trainee sitting further up quietly observed. A man in a suit stepped onto the podium to begin the session. He introduced himself as Kim I-hyun, the person in charge of the training course. All the trainees applauded in response to the introduction. Kim I-hyun explained the 10-day schedule of the training course. The blonde-haired trainee spoke up, talking about the recent changes in the world. He added that tactics and information about monsters were constantly changing. The young man felt discouraged upon hearing that what they were about to learn was not the absolute answer. The instructor declared he would only teach the knowledge necessary for survival. He announced this special training course would last for 10 days. The first session ended, and everyone was given a 10-minute break. The entire hall became noisy as the trainees began to chat and move around. The young man leaned back in his chair, feeling that the training was boring. Suddenly, a stranger approached from behind, startling him and making him look up. A large hand was extended in front of him. The muscular man introduced himself as Kwak Soo-il and offered a handshake. The young man looked at Kwak Soo-il with a surprised and slightly confused expression. A muscular man approached, causing the blue-haired young man to silently call him a muscle pig. Kong Hyeon proactively shook his hand and introduced himself. He flexed his muscles, putting strength into the handshake to show off. The blue-haired young man's gaze remained calm in the face of Kong Hyeon's action. Kong Hyeon emitted a fearsome aura as he shook the hand and smiled meaningfully. He smirked, silently thinking he had to put his opponent in their place from the start. He recalled the reason he disliked this young man was because he had caused a senseless commotion. Suddenly, Kong Hyeon showed a look of utter astonishment. He was shocked to see the blue-haired young man calmly withstand his grip. The blue-haired young man coldly activated the ability, Giant's Power. The young man activated the skill, Giant's Power, increasing his strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. Immediately, he easily overpowered the burly guy in the test of strength. The burly guy was astonished that he, someone who specialized in increasing strength, was losing. Noticed by everyone around him, he decided he couldn't back down and lose face. With all his anger, the burly guy mustered all his strength to resist. His arm tensed to its limit, veins bulging. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out and blood splattered everywhere. The burly guy stared at his arm in shock, with a look of disbelief. The young man was also stunned, not expecting the result to be so brutal. The entire hall was plunged into horror at the bloody scene that had just unfolded. A man had a frighteningly ecstatic expression. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. A horrified scream echoed from the building. An ambulance was immediately dispatched to the scene. The man frantically explained that a muscular guy had exploded in front of him. He was recounting his unbelievable story to an office worker. He insisted that he had been saved thanks to the ability, Strength of the Strong. The staff member suggested checking the security cameras. As he was still skeptical, the staff member then asked, wasn't his ability called Man's Strength? He also pointed out that it doubled his strength, making the man awkwardly try to defend himself. The teacher looked annoyed and watched in silence. He let out a tired sigh. The teacher asked the trainees to return to the classroom. In the classroom, Kong Hyeon felt exhausted on the very first day. Suddenly, a stranger struck up a conversation with Kong Hyeon. A blonde-haired young man asked if he could sit next to him. Although a bit surprised, Kong Hyeon still agreed. The young man introduced himself as Yoo-sung and shook his hand to get acquainted. Yoo-sung revealed he was only 18 years old and asked to speak to Kong Hyeon more informally. Kong Hyeon was surprised and also told Yoo-sung to speak informally. Jin Tae-kyung curiously asked Kong Jin-hyuk how he had performed the incredible feat from earlier. Jin Tae-kyung excitedly asked if it was a skill, making Jin-hyuk think he wasn't normal either. As Jin-hyuk tried to explain, an instructor entered and asked the trainees to settle down. Due to the delay, The instructor announced they would only focus on the main points of the lecture. The instructor began the lecture, explaining the two types of dungeons, regular and incomplete. He explained that regular dungeons open after 4 weeks and release monsters into the outside world. In contrast, incomplete dungeons have an unpredictable opening time, requiring high alert. The instructor posed the question of how to prevent dungeons from opening and revealed there were 2 methods. One is to destroy the main core to clear the dungeon. The other is to eliminate the normal core to delay it. However, he emphasized that the order of attacking the cores was something that required extreme caution. A muscular trainee showed his dissatisfaction, causing a disturbance in the lecture hall. Meanwhile, other trainees looked fed up with those who only knew how to use their muscles. A staff member was about to issue a warning, but the instructor signaled him to stop. The instructor asked the agitated trainee to come down to the podium. He repeated the request, drawing the attention of the entire class. The trainee sneered, thinking the instructor was trying to show off his pride. He accepted the challenge and came down to face the instructor. The instructor calmly held up his phone and set the time for 1 minute. He would only dodge for 1 minute if he was hit. He would let the trainee graduate immediately. Conversely, if the trainee failed, he would be expelled immediately. Samian silently thought about an opponent's arrogance, feeling a bit annoyed. But both he and Dawood found it interesting and smiled with excitement. The instructor issues a challenge: dodge for 1 minute to graduate. Conversely, if the trainee fails, he will be expelled. Feeling underestimated, the muscular man becomes enraged. He summons a magic sword from his armory. Holding the sword, he threateningly asks if the instructor has any regrets. Despite the others' worries, the instructor calmly accepts. With a sharp gaze, the instructor signals for the duel to begin. The trainee tenses up, determined to give his all in the fight. He roars and charges straight forward to attack. The trainee leaps into the air, preparing to strike from above. Kong Tae Ha easily dodges his opponent's powerful kick. He explains that surprise is the core element of an attack. His opponent gasps for air, his eyes filled with anger. Kong Tae Ha immediately counters with a lightning-fast strike. He continues to lecture that an enemy will not wait for superfluous movements. The opponent grits his teeth in pain, unable to believe what just happened. With extraordinary speed, Kong Tae Ha creates multiple illusions to attack continuously. He teaches that the key is to be able to observe the opponent, and to understand their every move without missing a beat. The opponent roars in anger, not wanting to hear any more words. An angry, muscular man swings his sword to attack. The man in the suit easily dodges the attack. He explains that attacking with full force creates an opening. More importantly, he seized the opportunity to counterattack. He delivers a high kick, instantly knocking down his opponent. The sword sticks firmly into the floor, a testament to the power of the swing. He continues to explain that such an attack is very exhausting. He holds up his phone, announcing that the 1-minute period is over. The entire room is stunned by the recent performance. He compares the scene to a video of a professional fighter dodging blows. Kim Yu-won witnesses the instructor's power, wondering about the disparity between superhumans. He focuses intently, analyzing the man's every movement. Kim Yu-won admits that the instructor's speed is far beyond his own capabilities. He imagines a one-on-one confrontation. Instead of fear, Kim Yu-won feels extreme excitement at the thought of fighting. He suddenly hears laughter from the person next to him. Hargon also has a crazed expression, making Kim Yu-won think he is a psychopath. Kim Yu-won regrets sitting next to Hargon and doesn't want to be associated with him. In the afternoon, the trainees gather at the training ground for a practical training session. The instructor announces that today's topic is weapon technique practice. The instructor explains the training procedure to the new recruits. The black-haired boy finds the basic training boring. A blonde-haired man approaches and suggests a sparring match, and the boy seems interested. However, the instructor announces that sparring is forbidden until the 6th day. The official training session begins with everyone's shouts. The other trainees are diligently practicing basic sword forms, while everyone else strives to swing their swords. The black-haired boy just stands and observes. He notices that the average skill level of the others is lower than he expected. Feeling no need to practice, he decides to just swing his sword a few times to warm up. He tightens his grip on the hilt, preparing for a powerful swing. Da Bin performs a fluid, continuous sword technique, creating streaks of blue light. A greatsword suddenly appears and plunges into the ground, right in front of the observers. The man in the suit watches silently, his face showing no emotion. Da Bin continues to practice his swordsmanship under another person's watch. Da Bin turns around with a puzzled look when asked to stop his practice. The instructor criticizes Da Bin's stance, saying it's just for show and not practical. Da Bin's expression becomes annoyed and slightly irritated by the comment. He wonders what this person is talking about, calling his sword technique useless in a dungeon. Losing his patience, Da Bin suddenly grabs the instructor by the collar, startling him. With threatening, glowing red eyes, Da Bin challenges the instructor to a duel. Kong Hyeon reluctantly agrees to a request, not wanting any more trouble. He calls over assistant instructor Kim Sunghin with a displeased look. Assistant instructor Kim Sunghin is surprised by the sudden appearance of an instructor. The instructor claps his hands once decisively to get everyone's attention. He announces that he will hold a demonstration sparring match for the trainees. Kong Hyeon and Kim Sunghin are both bewildered by the sudden announcement. The match will be between Kim Sunghin and Kong Hyeon, lasting only one move. While Kim Sunghin is shocked, Kong Hyeon flashes a smile full of excitement. The instructor calmly announces the start of the sparring session. Kong Hyeon and Kim Sunghin face each other, ready for the confrontation. The black-haired boy rushes to attack his opponent as soon as the count ends. With glowing eyes, he focuses all his concentration on the strike. The two swords clash, the opponent surprised by his strength. He tightens his grip on the hilt, increasing the pressure on his opponent. Completely overwhelmed, the opponent cannot withstand the attack. The opponent's sword is knocked out of his hand and flies into the air. The opponent falls to the ground, while the black-haired boy stands firm before him. The dislodged sword plunges straight into the ground from above. The match ends under the watch of the instructor and the trainees. The instructor explains that this was a practical combat training session. The instructor emphasizes that the ability to react instantly is the most important thing. Kong Hyeon is praised after the demonstration, although he didn't actually understand anything. The instructor apologizes to assistant instructor Kim Sunghin for putting him in an unfavorable role. Kim Sunghin accepts the apology, saying he also learned a lot. As he leaves, the instructor once again apologizes for the unexpected incident. He silently observes Kong Hyeon, who is happily talking in the distance. The instructor thinks to himself that he just wanted to test something. This is Kong Hyeon's precious training journal. On the first day, Yusung was very friendly to the scowling Kong Hyeon. Despite thinking the training was useless, Kong Hyeon still fought fiercely. On the second day, Yusung was very excited about the weapons training session. Yusung swung his weapon dangerously, causing Kong Hyeon to watch with concern. On the third day, Yusung was still the only one who talked to Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon and Yusung sparred, their skills astonishing the instructor. By the fourth day, Kong Hyeon started taking notes while Yusung looked on curiously. He drew a stick figure to express his frustration in his journal. Kong Hyeon was reprimanded again for breaking the rules by using two swords. On day 5, Davin fell asleep while Uni was bored in class. A trainer found Davin lying on the ground and called it meditation. On the 6th day, Davin still found the course extremely tedious. Uni instigated Davin to cause trouble, despite having advised him to behave properly. Uni casually said it wouldn't be his problem if Davin got kicked out of the course. Davin replied to Uni with an annoyed expression that he didn't need to worry. Davin mentioned the sparring session on the afternoon of the 6th day, which made Uni interested. Uni smiled smugly and said his intuition was telling him so. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the trainees gathered at the gymnasium for the sparring session. During a match, a trainee was knocked down by a powerful attack. A trainee was sent flying and crashed onto the floor. Kong Hyeon defeated his opponent, causing him to drop his weapon. The judge declared trainee Kong Hyeon the winner amidst applause. Returning to his seat, another trainee struck up a conversation and praised Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon remained silent at the other's curiosity about his humble attitude. This person then also won easily and thought the match was childish. He commented that the overall skill level here wasn't very high. Kong Hyeon was bored thinking about having to watch these tedious matches. Meanwhile, other matches continued fiercely. A trainee put all his strength into his attack. Cassian and Lampus sat in the crowd, watching the training session. A trainee trembled as a sword was pointed directly at his face. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. Instructor Kim Ihyun easily blocked the attacks of two trainees with his sword. Kim Ihyun declared the match over with Kim Changwoo as the winner. Cassian acknowledged the winner's strength, but his target was Kim Ihyun. When it was the next group's turn, Cassian and Lampus stepped up together. Lampus told Cassian that he would go out onto the field. Lampus smirked confidently and challengingly. Cassian silently observed his companion. And Yusung stepped onto the stage in front of everyone. He smirked, sensing something interesting was about to happen. Conversely, another trainee in the crowd had a bad feeling. The instructor announced that trainee Li Yuri would use her personal weapon, a staff. And Yusung agreed to this condition without any objection. However, the instructor wondered why An Yusung was using a mace instead of a sword. And Yusung casually replied that there was no rule against using multiple types of weapons. The instructor had to accept his explanation. Then, he asked both sides to step back and announced the start of the countdown. When the count, 1, was called, the trainee watched intently with a tense expression. The man with two-toned hair began the countdown with a confident smile. A female mage responded, summoning magic from her staff. She launched a powerful stream of energy towards her opponent. The man raised his spiked mace to counter the attack. However, the magical attack was easily blocked and shattered. He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes glowing with a magical light. Sitting in the stands, a black-haired boy looked back in astonishment. He was overwhelmed, seeing magic in real life for the first time. He wondered why he had never seen this skill during training. On the stage, the female mage looked struggling and disappointed. A sinister purple energy began to gather into the shape of a snake. That energy crystallized into a giant crystal in front of the man in the suit. Suddenly, a masked figure holding a spiked mace appeared, exuding a terrifying killing intent. His eyes glowed purple, indicating a connection to the crystal. A man with glasses nearby sensed the abnormality and turned around. The masked figure swung his spiked mace forcefully. Preparing to launch an attack, he stomped on the ground, putting all his strength into the upcoming strike. His face showed a crazed and excited expression as he executed the move. Witnessing the scene, a young man standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised. He seemed to recognize the attacker, a sense of unease rising within him. Park Hee-jin bent the trajectory of the magic attack. He redirected the attack towards instructor Wang Man-duk. Wang Man-duk was surprised to see the magic hurtling straight towards him. Park Hee-jin swung his mace, directing the mass of magic for a direct attack. The attack collided, creating an intense explosion of purple light. Wang Man-duk was utterly terrified by the opponent's power. Immediately after, Park Hee-jin suddenly turned to attack a trainee. The brutal attack sent the trainee's blood splattering. Instructor Wang Man-duk was stunned by the horrific scene. Kong Min-hyuk was also stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. An enemy had fallen in a pool of blood on the floor. Covered in blood, Baek Do-gyu raised his fist in victory. On the sixth day, Baek Do-gyu showed a crazed, ecstatic expression. Everyone panicked, asking assistant Kim Sung-hin to get the first aid kit and Lee Min-hyuk to call for an ambulance. Lee Min-hyuk hurriedly made a call to report the situation and urged the rescue team to come quickly. He tried to give first aid to the seriously injured, encouraging them to hold on. Trainee and Yusung, covered in blood, stood there with a nonchalant expression. Suddenly, another person stabbed In Yusung in the abdomen with a dagger. The attacker's face showed extreme determination as he struck. In Yusung raised his hand, saying it was just an accident during a sparring session. However, In Yusung winked provocatively. The other person glared at In Yusung with sharp, angry eyes. Finally, he turned away and sighed helplessly. After the incident, an instructor announced a 20-minute break for the trainees. A man covered in blood, holding a spiked mace, called a trainee to follow him. The black-haired young man looked up, seemingly the one who was called. The instructor noticed a peculiar glowing dagger. He recalled a warrior in a gas mask with an identical pair of weapons. Despite the incident, the sparring sessions continued for the next 2 days. In Yusung was not expelled but was placed under special supervision by the instructors. Many opponents were scared and forfeited when they had to face In Yusung, thanks to a healer being on standby. The 8th day passed without any major incidents. As the young man was about to leave, he and the instructor ran into each other again. "This is Instructor Kim Il-hyun's office." A burly trainee burst in, demanding a real sword fight with Kim Il-hyun. Kim Il-hyun silently looked at the newly arrived trainee. Kim Il-hyun wearily wished for some peace, as graduation was only 2 days away. The trainee looked thoughtful at Kim Il-hyun's words. He asked if Kim Il-hyun found his current job boring. He asserted that Kim Il-hyun was also feeling restless and bored. Suddenly, he leaned in close and revealed that they had met before. Kim Il-hyun was stunned by the trainee's words and attitude. Kim Il-hyun remembered. That person was trainee Kong Hyeon. The strange man thanked Kong Hyeon, while Kong Hyeon secretly thought about the item scam. However, the man seemed to have realized something. He pointed out that Kong Hyeon's sword was a level 6 reward, not level 5. Kong Hyeon lied, saying he found the sword while cleaning. The man decided not to ask further and summoned a magical item. With that said, he prepared to use the item he had just summoned. The item transformed into a bow, and he sarcastically remarked that he had also found it. Immediately, he shot an energy arrow towards Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon was astonished as he hurriedly dodged the attack. Kong Hyeon's expression turned serious, ready for the confrontation. Kim Ji-gyu and Kim Shi-hoon fought fiercely, the glint of their swords flashing. Kim Shi-hoon was surprised by Ji-gyu's agility, having thought he was only strong in terms of power. Kim Ji-gyu confidently challenged him, saying he had a healing skill, so he should attack with all his might. Hearing this, Kim Ji-gyu declared he wouldn't hold back either and prepared for his next attack. He unleashed a barrage of stormy and powerful sword techniques towards Kim Shi-hoon. Kim Shi-hoon was astonished by his opponent's extraordinary power as he tried to defend. Though injured, Kim Ji-gyu appeared excited, thinking this was a proper fight. Seeing this, Kim Shi-hoon decided to attack more fiercely. He lunged forward, determined to create an opening with unavoidable attacks. In response, Kim Ji-gyu just gave a mysterious smile, as if he had anticipated everything. The doppelganger blocked Lee Ki-young's knife strike with his bare hands. Lee Ki-young realized he couldn't pull his weapon out. The doppelganger had clamped the blade between the two bones of his forearm. Having lost his weapon, Lee Ki-young was thrown down by the doppelganger. Seizing the opportunity, the doppelganger headbutted Lee Ki-young directly. Lee Ki-young was thrown backward, his glasses flying off. The doppelganger stood looking at Lee Ki-young lying helplessly on the floor. Defeated, Lee Ki-young lay silently, staring at the ceiling. He silently accepted that he had been completely defeated. An ice pack was placed down to treat the wound. A hand popped the tab of a red soda can. After the match, the light-haired man praised Kong Hyeon's strength. Kong Hyeon considered the match a draw because he felt he had unintentionally used a skill. The other person mischievously claimed victory thanks to a passive skill. Much to Kong Hyeon's indignation, he smiled smugly at Kong Hyeon's reaction. He stood up, thanked Kong Hyeon, and advised him to rest. They would have a practical dungeon exploration session tomorrow. That night, a mysterious cloaked figure approached the dungeon gate. The stranger's face was revealed under the hood, shone completely white eyes. This person looked around, seemingly scouting the area. A hooded figure stood alone in a deserted area at night. Suddenly, the figure vanished without a trace. A giant gate, carved with strange patterns, appeared out of thin air. The metal doorknob began to vibrate violently. The gate slowly creaked open, making a horrifying sound. As the gap widened, a mystical and mysterious darkness was gradually revealed. The two doors swung wide open, ready to release something from within. A powerful surge of energy suddenly burst out from the gate. In the heart of the city, the strange gate stood imposingly in the silent night. The trainees gathered in front of the F-rank dungeon, Geika's forest, which was used for training. The instructor explained that the Geika monsters here were stronger than those in a typical F-rank dungeon. However, it was a terrain-type dungeon with no other threats besides the monsters. The second reason was that Geikas didn't live in herds, so they could be lured and eliminated one by one. After the explanation, the instructor signaled for the group to enter the open gate. This was the main character's first time entering a real-life dungeon. The group began to enter while he thought about how different the experience was from the tutorial. As they passed through the gate, they felt a slight floating sensation. He closed his eyes as his body teleported through the dungeon space. Opening his eyes, a completely new scene unfolded before him. The trainees were stunned to find themselves transported to a dense forest. This vast landscape was revealed to be a dungeon. A trainee asked if they could go back, but was reminded that it had already been explained. The black-haired guy was annoyed at being spoken to first by his companion. The instructor announced the plan. The teaching assistant would first demonstrate how to hunt a Geika. The instructor called his teaching assistant a young man wearing glasses. The teaching assistant led the way, explaining more about the Geika monster as they moved. The Geika was a bird-like monster, over 2 meters tall and similar in appearance to an ostrich. It had nimble legs and an extremely powerful beak that could even dent armor. The standard tactic to defeat a Gaika was to surround it and bind its legs. The system announced that the dungeon core had been destroyed and the exit gate had opened. The dungeon was about to collapse. The system urged everyone to exit. The space inside the dungeon began to crack and shatter. The instructor told everyone to remain calm and evacuate in an orderly manner. Following the instructions, the group quickly moved towards the gate. Outside, people began to emerge from the dungeon gate. The survivors were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The instructor did a head count and confirmed that everyone had escaped safely. He was wondering who had conquered the dungeon when someone else called out to him in panic. A giant, dark entity with terrifying energy rose from within the gate. Kong Hyeon was stunned by the unexpected scene unfolding. He frantically told the trainees to get away from the dungeon and call for backup. This critical situation was identified as a dungeon break. In the midst of this, Kim I-hyun appeared and was stopped by Kong Hyeon for questioning. Kim I-hyun confirmed it was a dungeon break and suggested the trainees provide support. Kong Hyeon explained that monsters would pour out if the core was destroyed before killing the boss. Kong Hyeon asked if Kim I-hyun had been taught this, and he awkwardly admitted he had. Kong Hyeon revealed it was just a test, causing Kim I-hyun to be secretly annoyed. Kong Hyeon said he would lead the trainees as a horde of Gaika monsters was about to pour out. Immediately, a Gaika monster rushed out of the gate with a terrifying screech. A man with glasses appeared annoyed and tense. He ran away, abruptly leaving everything to Kong Hyeon. From a distance, he ordered everyone to form groups of 5. In contrast to the panic, Kong Hyeon just gave a mysterious smile. He was shocked to find himself facing the monster horde alone. However, Kong Hyeon quickly composed himself and prepared to fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, asking to join in. A mysterious figure appeared, holding a spiked mace that radiated purple energy. This person charged in to attack the monsters. To Kong Hyeon's surprise, the newcomer revealed a crazed and belligerent expression as he joined the battle. A monster was taken down by a surprise attack. The blonde-haired guy turned around and noticed In Yusung's arrival. In Yusung was surprised to see that the other guy had cleared out the monsters. The blonde-haired guy seemed extremely thrilled and crazed by the fighting. In Yusung showed a look of disgust at the guy's behavior. Despite his annoyance, In Yusung watched the other guy enjoying the fun by himself. However, In Yusung also decided to join the battle and activated his power. He admitted that having a psychopath on his side was surprisingly reliable. With a confident smile, In Yusung swung his sword and charged into battle. The blonde-haired guy was astonished by In Yusung's masterful swordsmanship. Kong Hyeon, though injured, told In Yusung to cover his ears tightly. He activated the skill, Lion's Roar of Fury, and shouted. The shout stunned the monsters, reducing all their stats and morale. In Yusung was surprised by the effect that had just occurred. Everyone realized the monsters had been weakened by trainee Kong Hyeon's debuff skill. Thanks to that, the battle became easier. But another problem arose. Kong Hyeon used Magic Burst, creating a sphere of energy. The sphere exploded, sending a monster flying with a terrible shriek. Kong Hyeon stared in shock at his blood-covered hand after using the skill. In Yusung asked in astonishment if that was magic. While Kong Hyeon thought to himself that only he could use it, Kong Hyeon smiled mysteriously as his brother wondered about his skill. Kong Hyeon suddenly panicked, urging his brother to look in another direction. The ground shook violently from the heavy footsteps approaching. Some giant creature was taking powerful strides. Amidst the monster horde, a giant bird with reddish-brown feathers stood tall. The system identified the monster as a mutant Gaika. This mutant Gaika was a boss monster. A man was worried because reinforcements hadn't arrived to support trainee Kong Hyeon. He thought this was the first time Kong Hyeon and his comrades had faced a real monster. Kong Hyeon's brother trembled in fear before the boss monster. The doppelganger demanded the item, but Jin-hyuk brushed it aside, asserting it belonged to him.
Someone asks about an accident during a dungeon practice session right before the graduation ceremony. The assistant confirms that someone broke in and intentionally caused the dungeon incident. The woman listens and contemplates the information she just received. When asked, he reports that there were 2 particularly outstanding trainees. It was the 2 of them who handled the dungeon boss, Mutant Gaika. The woman shows interest in this information. The first is a trainee with monstrous physical strength. His greatest strengths are his incredible recovery ability and reckless fighting style. The other is completely different. A genius with innate combat senses. Despite his excellent reflexes and technique, his ruthless nature is a major flaw. A woman asks about recruiting someone highly praised by Kim Il-hyun. The assistant replies that it's illegal for a trainer to sell a trainee. He adds that it's natural for employees to have personalities similar to their boss. That woman is introduced as Han Sion, the guild master of the Dagon Guild. Han Sion tells Kim Il-hyun about something strange in the accident and urges him to return soon. At the graduation ceremony, the principal is giving a speech thanking everyone. The ceremony ends with applause from the trainees. A trainee wonders about the principal's identity, as he only knows Kim Il-hyun. Outside, the principal is called Master by a man in a suit. The young man is utterly astonished by the sight. A luxurious limousine pulls up, catching Kang Hyeon's attention. And Yoo-sung gets out and invites Kang Hyeon into the car for a ride home. Once inside, Kang Hyeon appears excited, in contrast to Yoo-sung's bored expression. Suddenly, someone calls Kang Hyeon's name, making him turn his head. It's Kim Il-hyun, and he is walking straight towards Kang Hyeon. Kang Hyeon teases, asking if Kim Il-hyun came to say goodbye to him. Kim Il-hyun announces that the dungeon reward will be given to Kang Hyeon and Yoo-sung. After speaking, Kim Il-hyun turns to leave, but Kang Hyeon calls him back. Kang Hyeon complains that Kim Il-hyun is too cold for not saying a word of thanks. Kim Il-hyun stops, admitting that Kang Hyeon's strength astonished him. A man advises Kang Hyeon's older brother about the responsibilities of an ability user. He has officially become an ability user. He sticks the ability card on his forehead, looking determined. He boasts to his younger brother, Kang Hyeon, but he only responds indifferently. He confidently declares he will clear all dungeons starting tomorrow. However, he suddenly freezes when he realizes a problem. He doesn't know how to get to a dungeon, and Kang Hyeon suggests an app. Kang Hyeon silently wonders why his older brother has become so foolish. He finds information about an F-rank dungeon called Geika's Forest. He decides to go to the dungeon alone to earn money and boast to his mother. The calendar on the wall shows May 5th. The TV news reports on the huge rewards from conquering dungeons. The wife asks her husband about news of their son, Hyeon. She says that Hyeon sent 10 million won and just bought a car. She adds that Hyeon's income now surpasses his father's. Even so, she is still worried about the danger of the work Hyeon is doing. The father dismisses it, saying that having a job is better than being unemployed. He reassures his wife, believing that Hyeon is not someone who acts recklessly. She agrees, recalling that Hyeon has been smart since he was a child. Meanwhile, Hyeon is single-handedly slaughtering monsters in a dungeon. Kang Hyeon bravely fights against the spider monsters in the dungeon. Despite his injuries, he laughs maniacally and challenges all his enemies. Kang Hyeon single-handedly fights his way through a swarm of monsters. Meanwhile, Kang Hyeon's car is still parked outside the dungeon. The phone in his car rings continuously with calls from his mother. Kang Hyeon's mother can't reach him and assumes her son is sleeping. His father tells her to let him rest and call back tomorrow. He suddenly remembers and tells his wife to tell Kang Hyeon something important. It's about an abnormal gate that appeared right in front of the supermarket. His father seems to want Kang Hyeon to handle this problem himself. The dungeon gate begins to shake violently. The gate slowly opens, signaling an impending threat. From within, an army of monsters begins to shamble out. A large horde of orc warriors pours out, ready for battle. A larger creature with sharp claws steps forward. The orc leader lets out a threatening roar. After the battle, the system announces that the dungeon has been completely cleared. Kim Yoo-won is proud of having conquered the dungeon alone in just one day. He considers his next challenge but decides to remain cautious. Kim Yoo-won leaves, wondering about his resurrection ability in the real world. The young man picks up a fragment after the battle. Tired, he plans to go home to rest and eat with Ah Hyeon tomorrow. He is surprised to find he has 36 missed calls from Ah Hyeon. Sensing something is wrong, he hurriedly calls her back. On the other end of the line, Ah Hyeon's panicked voice reports that something bad has happened. Ah Hyeon chokes up as she mentions their parents. He silently listens to his sisters sobbing over the phone. He is stunned into silence by the bad news. Unable to speak, the devastating news makes his world completely collapse. The news reported that a large-scale dungeon had opened in Hangrae City. The government has sealed off the area, causing concern for the people trapped inside. When the Dangan Guild announced its participation in the rescue, A man also prepared to set off. His sister worriedly asked if he really intended to go in there alone. The brother confidently reassured her that he was a graduate of the guide course. Even so, the sister couldn't hide her worried expression. She told him to be careful. But he still insisted she didn't need to worry as he left. He left the house and closed the door behind him. Sitting in the car, he was determined to bring his parents back soon. The brother drove to Hangre with a look of determination and resolve. At a checkpoint, soldiers stopped a car and asked the driver to turn back. The young man in the car said he was an ability user and showed his papers. From another car, a man ordered the guards to let him pass. He was allowed through with a warning that they would not be responsible for his safety. The young man drove past the checkpoint and continued his journey. He drove onto a tree-lined road. His car sped down the empty road. While driving, he checked for information and learned that at least 5 dungeons had opened. He looked worried and wondered if he could get there in time to help. Suddenly, a monster rushed out from the side of the road and attacked his car. The young man was shocked when the car's windshield suddenly shattered. A monstrous wild boar charged, ramming straight into the car. The powerful impact sent the car tumbling off the road. The giant wild boar looked ferocious with its glowing eyes. The car lay overturned and motionless on the roadside after the collision. The young man stepped out of the overturned car, his feet landing on the ground. He wearily climbed out, unable to believe his bad luck upon seeing the monster. He angrily looked at his newly bought car, which had been destroyed by the wild boar. A sword emitting a purple light appeared in his hand. He took a stance, determined to confront the monster to avenge his Bentley. A giant wild boar with fierce, glowing red eyes appeared. The warrior realized how massive the monster in front of him was. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from behind him. The wild boar suddenly turned and fled at a terrifying speed. It turned out a horde of aggressive goblins was swarming from down the road. He was frustrated because he didn't have time to deal with all of them. An idea struck him. He stomped his foot on the ground and started to act. He ran back, provoking the wild boar to get its attention. The plan succeeded. He lured the monster to run towards the goblin horde. Tricked, the wild boar roared in anger and charged forward madly. A volley of goblin arrows flew towards the target. Bentley, the wild boar, roared as it charged into the attack. The man smiled as he watched his enemies fight each other. Once Bentley was gone, he immediately ran away to not waste any time. Night quickly fell upon the forest. He stopped to catch his breath alone in a forest clearing. He realized he couldn't get home that day and had to save his phone's battery. He regretted trying to take a shortcut through the dangerous forest. Suddenly, a strange hissing sound came from above. Feeling uneasy, he started running again. Kim Yuan was moving hastily through the forest. Suddenly, he was attacked, and blood splattered onto his face. He immediately swung his sword to counterattack the invisible enemy. Kim Yuan's sword struck an invisible wolf. He pulled his sword from the corpse of the wolf he had just defeated. He realized the existence of monsters with invisibility abilities. Suddenly, he heard a suspicious noise in the nearby bushes. Kim Yuan immediately turned, wary of the approaching danger. He discovered he had been surrounded by a pack of invisible wolves. Despite being surrounded, Kim Yuan remained unfazed and prepared to fight. Hanbin Ryu swung his sword, taking down multiple wolves at once. Hanbin Ryu spun around, delivering a powerful slash. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground after the battle. Hanbin Ryu panted, his face smeared with the blood of his enemies. With blazing red eyes, Hanbin Ryu challenged the wolf pack in a low voice. Dawn broke, signaling the end of a long night of fighting. Wolf corpses lay scattered on the grass after the bloody battle. Exhausted, Hanbin Ryu slumped down at the base of a tree to rest. Hanbin Ryu sat on a tree branch, complaining about fighting all night. Fatigue was evident on Hanbin Ryu's face after a long night. Hyeon was on his way home in a hurry. Hyeon texted his parents, telling them to lock the doors and wait for him. Hyeon's parents were in hiding. The father signaled his wife to be quiet. The mother was worried about Hyeon, but they couldn't contact him. Although he reassured his wife, the father couldn't hide his own anxiety. He thought about the F-rank orc monsters that had appeared outside. Suddenly, the father glanced worriedly out the window. His expression turned to horror at the scene outside. A blood-soaked stranger had single-handedly wiped out all the orcs. That person was Hyeon. He cheerfully announced that he was home. Hyeon confidently declared he could clear the F-rank dungeon full of orcs by himself. Even when more enemies appeared, Hyeon showed no signs of fatigue. However, Hyeon quickly realized something was wrong. In front of him were 3 orc warriors.
Boss-level monsters. Hyeon began to suspect this was actually an E-rank dungeon. He shouted towards a house, telling his parents to stay put. Inside the house, Hyeon's parents were startled and amazed to recognize his voice. They looked outside in shock, not understanding what had happened to their son. To protect his family, Hyeon didn't hesitate to charge straight at the 3 orc warriors. Immediately, an orc warrior swung its weapon to attack Hyeon. Kim Gi-gyu, his face covered in blood, showed a determined expression. He swung his weapon, blocking the attack of a horde of orcs. An orc with glowing eyes raised its hammer, preparing to strike. Kim Gi-gyu maintained intense focus amidst the fierce battle. He used his weapon to block a devastating blow from the orc. Kim Gi-gyu suddenly gathered a blue energy orb in his palm. He unleashed a powerful stream of energy towards the enemy. The attack blew off an orc's head, stunning the others. Immediately, another orc charged from behind to attack him. Kim Gi-gyu ducked to dodge the blow and counterattacked its leg. Kim Gi-gyu's bone attack was destroyed. He let out a pained groan from the backlash. A blue energy explosion sent Kim Gi-gyu flying. He screamed in pain but still tried to get back up. As soon as he got to his feet, Kim Gi-gyu had to fight 2 monsters. He sliced a monster in half with his sword. The remaining monster was stunned by the brutal attack. Kim Gi-gyu immediately threw a punch at its face. He pinned the enemy to the ground and prepared to cast a spell. Kim Gi-gyu chanted, "Explosion," to finish off the monster. Kim Yu-won finished off a monster with a critical blow. The monster's blood splattered all over the ground. He slowly pushed himself up, his body covered in injuries. Kim Yu-won panted, lying exhausted on the monster's corpse. His face was covered in blood, his eyes becoming silent. Realizing he was surrounded, Kim Yu-won couldn't help but curse. The monsters growled as system windows appeared before them. The system confirmed they were orc warriors. The orc warriors began to advance on him in unison. Kim Yu-won was startled by the overwhelming number of enemies. An orc army led by a massive general appeared in the middle of the city. The system identified the leader as an orc general, a fearsome monster. A heavily injured human warrior faced and provoked the orc general alone. He decided to use his reserved magic to activate giant strength. His muscles bulged, radiating an incredible amount of power. The skill, Lion's Roar of Fury, was activated by the system. With a crazed look, he let out a furious roar of challenge. Immediately, he took a devastating punch to the face, blood splattering everywhere. The orc general had thrown a powerful punch that sent him flying. Exhausted and heavily injured, he collapsed before the orc army. The young man was sent flying into the middle of a pack of monsters. He got up, facing a giant orc in armor. The orc shot a beam of blue energy that hit him straight in the face. He was angry, feeling that the young man was toying with him. Immediately, the orc delivered an extremely powerful punch to the young man's stomach. The young man collapsed to the ground after the devastating blow. He realized his body was no longer regenerating and wasn't sure if he could be revived. Even so, he clenched his fists, determined not to give up. To the orc's astonishment, he struggled to his feet once more. Because his family was behind him, he shouted that he would not back down and challenged his opponent. An orc with a ferocious expression appeared. The man charged into a fierce battle with the large horde of orcs. Suddenly, he froze, calling out in shock, "Mom!" Memories flooded back. Orcs were climbing into the house where he and his mother were. He sank into despair as he recalled that terrifying moment. His despair turned into rage, and he screamed at the monsters. He frantically fled from the pursuing horde of orcs. The orcs caught up and pinned him to the ground. Despite being surrounded, he fiercely swung his knife to fight back. As he was trying to escape, a mysterious giant hand reached out. Critically injured and collapsed, the warrior looked at his enemy with hateful eyes. The giant monster stood tall amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. In despair, he tried to hold onto the image of his departing comrade. His trembling, blood-stained hand reached forward weakly. As his consciousness faded, the last thing he saw was the back of a figure. Suddenly, brilliant golden slashes flashed, tearing through the space. The monster was hit by the unexpected sword strikes and couldn't react in time. A mysterious female swordswoman rushed in, unleashing a series of combination attacks. With a decisive blow, she decapitated the monster. The female swordswoman turned around when someone called her guild leader. The group of hunters reported that the cleanup was complete and they were prioritizing the evacuation of civilians. A female warrior sighed over the heavy losses. Though they had been minimized thanks to one person,
The female swordswoman asked about the person who had held out alone and was told he had died. The commander ordered his body to be handled with care. Suddenly, the female warrior looked up with an expression of utter astonishment. The whole group was shocked to find the body had vanished, leaving only a bloodstain behind. Meanwhile, the person who was thought to be dead began to show signs of waking up. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, waking up in bewilderment. He passed away after falling in battle. Suddenly, he woke up in utter bewilderment. He discovered he had revived in a tree thanks to a special skill. He read the information and understood that he would revive at his last sleeping place. Memories of fighting monsters to protect everyone flooded back. He realized that 24 hours had passed since that moment. Without hesitation, he gripped the sword by his side. He was determined to return to that place immediately. He quickly jumped from the tree to the ground. He felt his body was heavy due to the revival penalty. A man was running at full speed. He ran through the forest, his heart filled with anxiety, hoping everything was all right. His journey lasted until dusk. After 5 hours of relentless running, his hometown greeted him with a scene of devastation. The place had now become a desolate pile of ruins. His face darkened at the heartbreaking sight. Wandering all night, he met a military unit and borrowed a phone to contact Ah Hyun. Over the phone, he was shocked to learn his father's arm had been amputated and his mother was in a coma. He clenched the phone in his hand. And then 2 months passed. The news reported that the Dagon Guild was boss hunting and guild master Han Sion spoke about a new dungeon. The man, dressed in combat gear, confirmed to the girl that he was going to the dungeon again. The girl was worried because he had died 3 times that week. But he reassured her that he was fine. The girl shouted that it wasn't his fault. But he had already slammed the door shut. The man walked down the stairs, beginning his journey. The girl was left alone with a worried and sad expression. In the dungeon, a monster named Antria was attacked and screamed in pain. At the same time, another party was also fighting fiercely in the dungeon. After defeating the monster, the blonde-haired adventurer rejoiced at leveling up. His teammates surrounded him to congratulate him, calling him the team's ace. He arrogantly declared he would soon join the Dangan Guild and looked down on his current teammates. The blonde-haired man was smugly boasting to his teammates. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise from ahead. They saw a swordsman rushing alone deep into the dungeon. The swordsman with the greatsword charged forward decisively. He dashed past the group, leaving them in astonishment. The blonde-haired man shouted angrily, trying to call him back. The group realized he was heading straight for the dangerous core room. They wondered whether they should follow and help the reckless swordsman. The swordsman reached the core room, facing a swarm of Antria monster ants. Unafraid, he prepared to fight the entire swarm of monsters alone. Wayne activated a secret skill, a power that came at the cost of his own body. He was surrounded by a swarm of giant ant monsters. Wayne unleashed his full power, pushing back the charging monsters. He swung his sword, delivering a powerful slash. Wayne's sword strike wiped out the ants with ease. Immediately after, a magical explosion erupted from the attack. The explosion tore apart the remaining monsters in the cave. Another group entered and witnessed the desolate scene. They were completely astonished by the terrifying power that had just been displayed. The entire group immediately bowed to the ground to show their respect. The main character realized Wayne's secret combined well with his physical regeneration skill. Thanks to the intermediate physical regeneration skill, his injured arm was gradually healing. Suddenly, someone called the main character from behind. Another group of adventurers approached and asked about his condition. The blonde-haired adventurer was surprised by the main character's calm demeanor. The main character was puzzled by the other person's reaction. He bent down and picked up a common core from a monster's corpse. After taking the loot, he asked the group of adventurers to move aside so he could leave. He decided not to collect any more magic stones and moved on. The group of adventurers was delighted to benefit from the loot he left behind. A young man expressed his burning determination to become stronger. His blonde-haired teammate overheard and turned to look with a confused expression. Under the torchlight, someone in the group asked about the man they had just met. The blonde-haired man dismissed it, saying that making a lot of money was what mattered. The group continued on, thinking they had made a fortune thanks to that man. A bald man in the group suddenly realized something. He remembered a rumor about someone who wanted to conquer an E-rank dungeon alone. The blonde-haired man scoffed, saying that even Han Sion or Choi Dongwoo would find it difficult. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The dungeon core has been destroyed and the exit gate has opened. The scene that followed was countless insect monster corpses lying everywhere. After defeating the monster, He sat down to rest in front of a glowing gate. He received the skill book, Antria's Outer Shell, with the ability to harden skin. He worried that learning a new skill would consume too much of his mana. He regretted not using the Berserker skill from Bilgain's sword properly. He was determined to cast aside his regrets and become stronger at all costs. Immediately, he decided to learn the Antria's Outer Shell skill. A bustling crowd was gathering in front of a dungeon gate. A man in a vest asked about the rumor that someone had entered this dungeon alone. Just then, someone in the crowd pointed towards the gate and said he was out. A young man in armor emerged from the darkness. Looking exhausted, he let out a sigh of relief after safely escaping the dungeon. He was surprised to notice the presence of the crowd waiting for him. Blinding flashes from reporters' cameras suddenly shone on him. They surrounded him, constantly asking questions and offering invitations to join guilds. He showed clear annoyance, declared he wasn't interested, and pushed them aside to leave. A reporter shouted angrily for being pushed aside as he tried to leave. Kong Hyeon angrily grabbed a man by the collar and threatened him loudly. Frightened, the other man hastily stammered an apology to Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon showed contempt at the apology and walked away in frustration. He walked away heavily, ignoring the stares of the crowd of reporters behind him. The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating that he was a gangster with a criminal record. Kong Hyeon headed towards the entrance of a public parking lot. He used his key fob to unlock his car remotely. He irritably walked towards the second Bentley, feeling like his time had been wasted. Suddenly, a strange voice called out, "Mr. Kong Hyeon." Kong Hyeon turned around and asked the identity of the person who had called him. Son Yunho approached friendly, saying he was there to help Kong Hyeon. He warmly offered his business card. Kong Hyeon was stunned as he took the business card from Son Yunho. On it was the name Son Yunho, a member of the Ability User Alliance. Son Yunho offered Kong Hyeon an invitation to join, promising his full support. He said Kong Hyeon didn't need to answer right away and could contact him anytime. Then, Son Yunho bowed politely and said goodbye. Kong Hyeon stood alone, contemplating the offer from the Ability User Alliance. This was an organization established to protect the rights of ability users. Later, Kong Hyeon sat eating noodles, still pondering this recruitment method. The young man ate his noodles while thinking about how he could contact them anytime. A frightened little girl pointed at him and told her mother that he was a monster. He sighed after finishing 3 large bowls of noodles. His biggest problem now was his magic, which was being used to heal Wayne. He was frustrated that he couldn't utilize the full power of his current equipment and skills. Therefore, he decided he needed to find and buy some more items. He accessed the auction section on his phone. Scrolling through the list, he couldn't find anything useful. He wanted to find a better accessory to enhance his stats. Suddenly, he was stunned when he saw a certain item on the screen. He found a post about a dungeon with a mana boosting ring. The next day, he went to the E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, in Hanam City. There, one could hunt shamans to get rings that increased magic stats. The dungeon boss, the Goblin Grand Shaman, could drop a ring with better stats. He read that this dungeon had been illegally occupied by a group of people. The comments revealed that a large guild was behind it, and they were willing to kill. He fell into deep thought after reading the information on his phone. He was surprised to see the dungeon entrance unguarded. He decided not to worry about it and peered inside through a crack in the door. Finally, he decided to step into the dark dungeon. A man stepped out of a portal in the middle of a dense forest. He was surprised to realize someone else was in this area. In front of him was a group of 3 people waiting with suspicious looks. One of the group members glanced at his armor and mentally calculated its value. His comrades were delighted, thinking they were about to score big. The woman also smiled sinisterly, confident in her luck today. One of them identified himself as a member of the Bait Guild and claimed the area. The young man just indifferently asked back, "So what?" unfazed. The girl threatened that he had to hand over all his belongings if he wanted to live. Suddenly, a black shadow zipped past. To their astonishment, a man was sent flying by a surprise attack. In the midst of the chaos, Han Bin suddenly appeared in front of the 2 attackers. Han Bin stood there with a cold, challenging expression. The woman shouted in anger, preparing to charge at Han Bin. Her male companion swung his sword and rushed to attack Han Bin first. Han Bin easily blocked the sword with just one hand, astonishing his opponent. He crushed the sword into pieces with his bare hand. Immediately after, Han Bin delivered a powerful kick to the man. He nonchalantly watched the enemy get sent flying and began to speak. He stepped on the man and declared he could defeat them without any remorse. A magical explosion was suddenly triggered. Magical energy struck the man directly in the back. He turned around in astonishment, not understanding what had just happened. His body began to disintegrate into particles of dust. The girl panicked when she saw her long-range skill had hit its target. But the man suddenly regenerated his body and thanked the girl. He grabbed the girl's hand in a flash, leaving her no time to react. He smiled and said he would show her something interesting to repay the favor. He began to copy and enhance the very skill he was just hit with. The girl's terrified scream echoed throughout the forest. An injured girl lay collapsed on the ground, in pain from her hand. The black-haired young man coldly dismissed it, saying it was no big deal. His gaze turned sharp as he assessed the situation. He turned to face a group of people and questioned their identity. The entire group looked at him with hostile and wary expressions. A member of the Bait Guild was angry that he had caused trouble in their territory. The leader drew his sword, threatening that he wouldn't leave alive. The black-haired young man just replied indifferently, completely unfazed. He broke into a crazed smile, secretly glad to have found a guide. The dungeon world is a place where strength decides everything, and it has changed one person's life. In this world, violence is commonplace. And money, something that can be obtained through strength. Once a nobody, he now has a fulfilling life in the dungeon. He even rose to an executive position in a large guild. Like a tiger growing wings. With absolute confidence, he threatened that no one could return alive. Suddenly, a strange figure rushed forward at a terrifying speed. In just a moment, the smug man was knocked down and lay on the ground. All of his teammates had been defeated by that mysterious man. He couldn't believe his entire team was taken down by a single person who seemed to be barehanded. A bloody blade was pulled from someone's back. Kong Hyeon ordered the criminals to gather in front of him in 5 seconds. With a cruel expression, he announced that the official guide selection had begun. A teleportation gate opened, marking the start of the exclusive selection. After the evaluation, Kong Hyeon declared Kim Seong-woo as the only one who passed. The rest could only kneel in silence, accepting their defeat. Kong Hyeon held a knife to one person, forcing him to applaud for Kim Seong-woo. One of the group tremblingly asked Kong Hyeon about their fate. Kong Hyeon appeared to be deep in thought, considering how to deal with the remaining men. The men hurriedly begged, promising to live an honest life. The man threw a punch at the enemy's face, not believing his words. He continued to attack brutally, calling his opponent a fool. After taking them all down, he cursed them as rotten bastards. Seong-woo collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified by the scene. A bloody hand was still twitching on the ground. After the battle, he helped Seong-woo up, and they left together. The scene changes to a vast dungeon, as large as a city. In the forest, he suspected Seong-woo was deliberately walking in circles. Seong-woo explained that he was just trying to avoid monsters, but was told it was a waste of effort. Instead of avoiding them, he told Seong-woo to lead the way to the monsters because he was bored. It was getting dark, and both were unsure what to do in the forest. They decided to stop and have dinner as the sun set. A campfire was lit to prepare for dinner. His companion asked Seong-woo if the food was ready, while wondering about the number of his swords. The tempting dish inside the military-grade container was ramen. Seong-woo skillfully used his sword to lift 2 hot ramen containers from the fire. Seong-woo invited his companion to the dinner he had prepared. One of them began to eat the noodles with relish. The two of them sat together, eating ramen by the campfire in silence. While eating, the companion suddenly asked Seong-woo again about his age. Hung asked the young man about his past life, and he confirmed he used to be a student. Hung continued to ask why he no longer went to school, but the young man remained silent. The young man explained that he needed money because of his mounting student loans. He added that his father's business had failed and his family's financial situation had declined. Hung seemed annoyed, thinking the young man was telling his sob story. Hung interrupted, telling him to stop talking and eat to prepare for what was to come. The meal ended, and they had finished cleaning up their gear. Night fell, and the two rested at their makeshift campsite. While Hung was fast asleep, the young man was still awake. Unable to sleep, the young man quietly left his sleeping spot while Hung was still sound asleep. Seong-woo considered killing the person lying motionless before him. His eyes revealed tension and hesitation as he contemplated. Seong-woo recalled the scene of the other man's brutal actions. After considering, he realized he couldn't do it and decided to run away. He stealthily turned around, tiptoeing to find a path deep into the forest. Suddenly, The other person called Seong Woo's name, startling him in terror. The man sat up and questioned his intention to leave. Seong Woo forced a smile, making up an excuse that he was just going to run some errands. The man ordered him to come closer, and Seong Woo fearfully obeyed. Under the night sky, the man threatened that Seong Woo would die if he ran away. The brown-haired man warned seriously that the other would have to die. The brown-haired man pointed forward, saying that it was a goblin settlement. The black-haired man sensed a huge source of magical power from that direction. The black-haired man wondered why the brown-haired man couldn't sense the magical power. The brown-haired man sneered, thinking to himself that the other was talking nonsense. With a determined look, the brown-haired man thought that he would not be ignored anymore. The brown-haired man smirked, thinking his companion was about to die. Normally, goblin patrol teams would be attacked by the Bait Guild. The brown-haired man deduced that the entire enemy force was concentrated in the settlement. The brown-haired man intended to let an entire E-rank dungeon's worth of monsters attack the black-haired man. The black-haired young man was confident in his ability to kill goblins. He shouted with excitement, ready for the upcoming battle. A huge army of goblins was aggressively charging towards him. With his eyes glowing, he was determined to charge into battle alone. Suddenly, a backpack was thrown at him. The young man was stunned as his companion threw something at him. He suddenly understood his teammate's intention. His companion cursed and then ran away, leaving him alone. He silently watched his teammate's figure gradually disappear into the distance. He gave a terrifying smile, uttering a threat to the one who had fled. In the dense forest, an exhausted young man collapsed by a tree trunk. He smiled mysteriously, deciding to use a special item. A system notification appeared. The dungeon core has been removed and the exit gate has opened. The young man was utterly shocked, wondering if this was a dream. The E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, is a place where monsters are densely concentrated around the main core. The system announced the dungeon had been cleared, leaving an onlooker astonished. The observer couldn't believe someone could clear such a dungeon alone. He wondered how one could fight against such overwhelming power. The hunter charged alone into the midst of a large goblin horde. He wondered if that person used fire to annihilate them all. He wasn't sure if the other's strength was physical or endurance-based. Although both are important, they weren't the deciding factor. The hunter stood alone amidst a battlefield full of goblin corpses. What was truly necessary was overwhelming defense and unwavering determination. The goblin shaman planned to endure hits to reach the enemy commander via the shortest route. He was confident that he would surely win this battle. A soldier observed, realizing it was an extremely risky and reckless strategy. He was shocked, wondering what kind of strategist he was facing. The commander was heavily wounded by countless enemy arrows and sharp thorny vines. Despite this, he wore a confident smile, as if everything was within his calculations. A wild boar monster appeared and roared, worshipping muscular strength. The young man smiled in satisfaction, declaring that he had achieved his goal. After defeating the goblin shaman, he stepped through the teleportation gate, thinking about going to kill Seong Woo. His face turned cold and determined for his next target. A large crowd had gathered outside, causing the main character to step out and investigate. He realized they had called for reinforcements because the previous ones couldn't handle him. He narrowed his eyes, beginning to calculate and assess the enemy's strength. His gaze landed on Seong Woo, who seemed startled to be noticed. He smiled challengingly, ready to face 30 of them. Suddenly, his expression changed as he noticed someone approaching. A stranger appeared with a confident and calm smile. A well-dressed man stepped forward, explaining that they came to negotiate. The person introduced himself as Yun Yuihyun, the guild master of the Bait Guild, and extended his hand. He ignored the offer, responding to Yun Yuihyun with a challenging question. Jung Ui Han showed impatience and asked the other party to get straight to the point. He decided to speak directly instead of beating around the bush. Jung Ui Han invited the young man to join the Bait Guild with many attractive promises. He silently resolved to recruit this powerful individual at all costs. The young man just glanced silently with a disinterested expression. He bluntly refused, but Jung Ui Han seemed to have anticipated this. Jung Ui Han gave him his business card and told him to think it over. The young man took the golden business card with a thoughtful expression. The business card read, Jung Ui Han, Guild Master of the Bait Guild. The young man held the business card, standing opposite Jung Ui Han and his subordinates. The black-haired young man faced a group of people, asserting he wasn't a thug like them. He pointed directly at the man in the suit, calling them a third-rate gangster mob.
He gave a sinister, provocative smile. With a crazed look, he challenged his opponent to a proper fight. The man in the suit calmly refused, saying he only wanted to talk today. The black-haired young man watched his opponent leave in frustration, muttering about his bad luck. A young teammate silently thought the black-haired young man was crazy but also very impressive. He suddenly looked confused and bewildered. The scene shifts to the Hyeonchung public parking lot during the day. Sitting in a car, the black-haired young man looked exhausted and swore in frustration. Seeing over 100 people, he retreated because his mana was about to run out. He was annoyed that because of Yoon Ui-hyun, he forgot about dealing with Kim Seong-woo. He told himself that he would definitely return one day to deal with them all. Meanwhile, someone reported that Kim Seong-woo had claimed to be the guide. The guild master questioned Kim Seong-woo, causing him to deny it in fear. The guild master gave a signal, and a subordinate immediately presented a sword. The color drained from Kim Seong-woo's face, which was filled with terror. He fell to his knees, begging the guild master to spare his life and promising to do anything. Despite being questioned, Kim Seong-woo desperately affirmed that he wanted to live. Despite his pleas, Kim Seong-woo was still killed by the guild master. A wounded young man was kneeling before a man holding a sword. He was furious, calling the young man a despicable traitor. Without hesitation, he stabbed through the young man. Grievously wounded, the young man fell into an abyss, thinking of the guild. His last thought as he fell into darkness was of the master. The pit was sealed with a heavy wooden door. Outside, the vice guild master and his subordinates stood looking at the sealed pit. A subordinate approached and addressed him by his title, Vice Guild Master. The vice guild master ordered his subordinate to investigate the victim's personal information. Meanwhile, a mysterious person revealed they had sent someone to tail him. A man drove with a determined expression in the night. A powerful figure appeared angry that his offer was rejected. The villain acknowledged the main character's strength but also saw his arrogance. He wondered if he could maintain that attitude when his loved one was in trouble. If he couldn't be subdued, he decided to seize the main character's weakness. Meanwhile, the main character was worried about transferring hospital fees for his mother. The setting is the Chungyuk Korean barbecue restaurant in the evening. Slices of beef are grilling on the rack, smoke billowing up. The girl is surprised that Kong Hyeon, an unemployed student, has money for beef. Kong Hyeon nonchalantly replies that besides eating, he has nothing else to spend money on. The girl offers to grill the meat, and Kong Hyeon hands her the tongs. While grilling the meat, she asks about his mother's condition and says the doctor mentioned she is stable. Kong Hyeon smiles in relief upon hearing the good news that his mother might wake up soon. The girl suddenly exclaims when she catches Kong Hyeon's rare smile. She says it's been a long time since she saw him smile, as he's always been scowling and serious lately. The girl adds that she means, excluding his criminal-like smiles. Kim Gigayu, while eating, suddenly clutches his stomach in agony. He quickly tells Lee Sun-young that he urgently needs to go to the restroom. Lee Sun-young annoyedly urges Kim Gigayu to hurry up even as he is explaining. Kim Gigayu rushes into the men's restroom. After finishing his business, he carefully washes his hands under the faucet. Kim Gigayu breathes a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly refreshed. When he turns back, he freezes with a look of utter surprise. A strange man in a suit is standing next to Lee Sun-young's table. Lee Sun-young looks confused, not understanding what is happening. Suddenly, the strange man bows deeply to her. Kong Hyeon enters, spotting a strange man who has just left. Kong Hyeon teases his sister, Kong Ah-hyeon, about the recent visitor. Kong Ah-hyeon hands Kong Hyeon a letter from that man. Kong Hyeon takes the letter, wondering why the person didn't meet him directly. He suddenly looks astonished as he reads the contents inside. The letter is a warning from Yoon Ui-hyun, the guild master of the Bait Guild. That evening, on his way home, Kong Hyeon decides to stop by a convenience store. Arriving home, Kong Hyeon declines his sister Kong Ah-hyeon's offer for a beer. The door creaks as Kong Hyeon turns to leave. He says he will go out to buy his own drink and drink alone. Hyeon tells Ah-hyeon to go inside first, while he goes to buy things. Night falls, and the streetlights cast a dim glow on the empty street. Hyeon leaves the convenience store after finishing his shopping. He walks alone on the deserted road back home. Hyeon suspects this is a plan by someone targeting his family. He worries for Ah-hyeon's safety and hesitates about whether to go to the dungeon anymore. Suddenly, Hyeon's phone rings. The call is from his father. Hyeon answers the phone and tells his father he is outside. He is stunned when his father informs him that his mother has woken up. Hyeon worriedly makes a phone call to check on someone's condition. He breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing that the person will be fine. The person on the other end of the line reports that a friend has come to visit Hyeon. Hyeon asks again in confusion, not thinking any of his friends would visit. He freezes when he hears the name is Young-ui Hyeon. Hyeon is puzzled because he has never met anyone named Young-ui Hyeon before. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. Hyeon? It is Young-ui Hyeon. Looking at him with a furious expression. The next day at the Awakened Abilities Training School, Mi-young is greeted by a friend who teases her for being late. Two female colleagues are chatting on their way to work in the morning. They unexpectedly run into someone and greet them. The person is Shin Sunga, who offers them coffee as a habit. Although hesitant, they accept the gift and thank Shin Sunga for her kindness. Shin Sunga says she'll go on ahead and bows goodbye to them. The two colleagues watch Shin Sunga's armored back as she walks away. One girl wonders about the armor but admits Shin Sunga is a good person. The other agrees, calling Shin Sunga an angel while opening a water bottle. That girl teases her friend, Mi-young, about being unique herself. Nearby, a man with a scarred face is observing and thinking how terrible they are. He recalls rumors about a strange person from the past. A female student recounts that she is still haunted by those people. Suddenly, she feels a terrifying killing intent right behind her. The girl startles and whips her head around. The boy is also stunned at being recognized by the girl. Their eyes meet for a moment. The boy's expression instantly changes, revealing clear panic. The female student's pupils contract in extreme fear. The boy's eyes also turn white, full of madness. In the girl's mind, a scene of two other people screaming in terror flashes. A strange man approaches, causing the two female students to scream in fear. The two girls continue to scream for help as the man reaches his hand towards them. Suddenly, one of the female students tearfully calls out the name, Mr. Kim Yi-hyun. The man appears startled and demands to know where Mr. Kim Yi-hyun is. He tells himself that he needs Kim Yi-hyun to protect his family. The two female students look at each other, confused by the man's question. The girl's eyes are filled with tears, as if she has understood something. She begins to explain that if he is looking for instructor Kim Yi-hyun, he is not here because he is only a visiting lecturer at DANGUN. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, someone is mentioning past events. A man is giving a presentation on the increase in dungeon levels and the need for talent. The meeting is interrupted by a sudden noise. A man opens the door, calling him Vice Guild Master during the meeting. This person reports there is a monster in the lobby, and it seems to know the Vice Guild Master. The Vice Guild Master appears extremely confused and surprised by this information. The setting is the high-rise building of the Dangan Group. The meeting takes place inside a conference room. Two men meet again in an unexpected situation. Kim Yi-hyun asks why Kang Hyeon has come to see him. Kang Hyeon frankly expresses his desire to hire Kim Yi-hyun. Kim Yi-hyun shows interest and asks for more details. Kang Hyeon reveals that his family is being targeted by the Bait Guild. He needs someone to protect his family while he goes to eliminate them. Kim Yi-hyun becomes pensive upon hearing the name Bait Guild. He states that they are aware of the Bait Guild's reputation but need a reason to act. Kang Hyeon proposes a deal where he will eliminate the enemy while the other protects his family. Kang Hyeon explains he chose this person because he is the strongest. But the other man mentions An Yu-song. Kang Hyeon vehemently objects to entrusting his family to An Yu-song. Kang Hyeon asks him to protect his family for a week and promises to pay him handsomely. The man begins to speak, saying he doesn't mean to brag. He reveals he is the vice chairman of Dangan and has made a lot of money. Therefore, he asks Kang Hyeon to offer something other than money. Kang Hyeon is stunned, seemingly misunderstanding the other's intention. Kang Hyeon blushes and asks if the other man wants his body. Extremely disappointed, the man decides to make a proposal himself. Yi-hyun offers to help Kang Hyeon on the condition that he meets their chairman. 5 bodyguards are sent to the hospital to protect Kang Hyeon's family. 5 others are also stationed at his sister's company to ensure her safety. Kang Hyeon is impressed by this thoughtful and thorough arrangement. Yi-hyun drives Kang Hyeon to the Bait Guild headquarters and notes that it is a large guild. Kang Hyeon notices that the Bait Guild's building is not as large as he expected. Yi-hyun explains that the Bait Guild's strength comes from its unusual number of dungeons. This makes Kang Hyeon ponder the suspicious aspects of the Bait Guild. Yi-hyun suspects that Young-ui Hyeon, the Bait Guild's master, is planning an ambush.
A flashback shows that Kong Hyeon had agreed to the meeting immediately after receiving the letter. Kong Hyeon says that he must prioritize his family's safety. A man hands Kong Hyeon a black card. He is confused, not understanding why he is being entrusted with this item. Kong Hyeon leaves and tells him to drive home. He reassures his partner that he will return safely tomorrow. Kong Hyeon leaves, leaving his stunned and worried partner behind. He enters the building with a bait sign alone. A platinum-haired man greets Kong Hyeon with a smile. He stands before an army, saying he has been waiting for him for a long time. Contrary to expectations, Kong Hyeon just smirks confidently. Kong Hyeon questions the crowd sent to welcome him. The other man explains they came to welcome Kong Hyeon as a member of the Bait Guild. However, he is only silently mocking his own words. Kong Hyeon becomes suspicious upon hearing the word family, making everyone tense. He gives a sinister smile, sarcastically repeating their words. Immediately, Kong Hyeon activates the skill, Lion's Roar of Rage. He roars and unleashes a massive magic explosion from both hands. The magical energy erupts violently, wiping out everything around. The blast's destructive power continues to spread, blowing away the ground itself. The Bait Guild members are caught in the explosion and are horrified by his power. Everyone is astonished, not understanding what is happening. Seo Ju-hyun suddenly punches the floor hard, causing the ground to crack open. A frightened man shouts, worried the floor will collapse. Beneath the broken concrete is a brightly glowing steel rebar grid. Seo Ju-hyun ignores it, the sword in his hand radiating a powerful aura. He uses the power of Iwane to activate the skill, One Cut. Two Halves. A gigantic slash hurtles down, destroying the steel rebar grid. The steel grid is shattered, causing the entire floor structure to collapse. Witnesses think Seo Ju-hyun's actions are insane. A muscular man shouts, telling everyone to back away immediately. Kong Hyeon is thrown into the air amidst a fierce explosion. After the aftershock, the entire room is left in ruins and filled with screams. A crack sound is heard from the middle of the rubble. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kong Hyeon slowly gets up. He is satisfied with the effectiveness of his defensive skill. Antria's skin. A voice calls out the name, Mr. Kong Hyeon. He turns to see a man in a suit approaching. The man suggests they become good partners. Kong Hyeon becomes enraged, claiming the man is the one who crossed the line. The man apologizes for targeting his family but still wants him to cooperate. A man proposes they cooperate to overthrow the Dangan Guild and take down Han Sion. The warrior just smirks, thinking it's a ridiculous offer. The man in the suit continues, boasting that their guild already has over 200 members. He declares that the only thing they lack is a face for the guild. They need a leader with absolute power to lead the members. The warrior shows clear disdain and prepares to spit. He spits directly in the face of the man in the suit. The atmosphere becomes tense as the two stand facing each other. The warrior angrily scolds the other's plan as a childish presentation. The man in the suit calmly wipes the mess from his face. Unfazed, he discovers a small, slimy creature on his finger. A man suddenly confronts the young man, asserting that he already knew. With a contemptuous look, he says that a commoner cannot understand his ambitions. The leader mocked the young man, saying that a commoner couldn't understand his ambition. He just gave a scornful smile at the leader's words. He turned and loudly repeated the word, commoner, to mock the minions. He found it amusing that such an archaic word was being used in the 21st century. He sarcastically asked if the other guy's ambition was to be a gang leader or a class president. Angered, the leader ordered his subordinates to charge and attack. Two subordinates began chanting, mana restrain, and physical corruption. Other mages joined in, casting, dark veil, and sensory disturbance. He was targeted by countless magical attacks from all sides. He activated Lion's Roar of Rage, dispelling all negative effects thanks to the rain. A system notification appeared, stating that the morale and abilities of all enemies had decreased. A man in a suit appeared frustrated with his comrades' incompetence. He furiously yelled, ordering his subordinates to kill the opponent immediately. Hearing the order, the enemy players simultaneously launched their magical attacks, facing the rain of magic. The main character remained calm, sitting at the epicenter. He then activated the skill, Antria's Skin, to test its power. The skill activated, he charged in to attack, kicking the man in the suit away. He moved with incredible speed, quickly overwhelming and taking down many opponents. The remaining enemies were terrified as they witnessed his overwhelming power. Finally, he unleashed a wide area attack, wiping out all the enemies. Kong Hyeon unleashed thunderous sword strikes, slaughtering the surrounding enemies. A man in a suit showed extreme terror and pain. Despite his injuries, Kong Hyeon was panting, refusing to fall. He provoked his opponent and then blew up the entire building. The building was just a desolate pile of rubble after the explosion. Amidst the rubble, Kong Hyeon panted heavily, his body covered in injuries. The survivors lay dying in the thick smoke and dust. Blood and debris were scattered everywhere, a testament to the fierce battle. Standing amidst countless corpses, an exhausted Kong Hyeon faced his enemy. The enemy laughed arrogantly, mocking Kong Hyeon's exhausted state. The man declared that the young man had now officially become a murderer. The young man scoffed, saying that those who wish to take down others must be prepared for the same fate. The man sneered, thinking the young man was just pretending to be calm in the face of death. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a surge of dark energy began to rise. From the crack, purple tentacles emerged, astonishing the young man. The tentacles quickly wrapped around and completely restrained the young man. Through a reflection, the young man saw an armored figure charging to attack. His eyes widened, shining with astonishment as he faced the surprise attack. The enemy's image was reflected on his blood-soaked blade. The armored figure delivered a fatal stab to the bound young man's back. Grievously wounded, the Vice Guildmaster accepted that this was his end. The Guildmaster appeared, telling the Vice Guildmaster to step back so he could finish things. Tightly bound, the Vice Guildmaster bowed his head in obedience to the Guildmaster's command. The Guildmaster secretly admired his extraordinary power and wanted to seize it. He mocked the Vice Guildmaster as an uncontrollable beast and asked for his last words. The Vice Guildmaster cursed that every bowl of the Guildmaster's soup would have a hair in it. Provoked, the Guildmaster declared he would grant him a painful death. The Guildmaster pressed his hand directly onto the restrained Vice Guildmaster's face. The Guildmaster's hand emitted a blazing energy, beginning to incinerate him. The Vice Guildmaster screamed in agony as he was destroyed by the energy. The Guildmaster lit a cigarette amidst the desolate post-battle scene. He calmly took a drag from his cigarette. A subordinate reported the losses. Over 30 dead and at least 50 injured. The Guildmaster was furious at the heavy losses incurred just to take down one person. He ordered his subordinate to collect the man's equipment to compensate for the losses. Suddenly, the subordinate shouted in panic, "Guildmaster!" He reported that the target's body had disappeared. In another building, Lee Eojin had been resurrected but had lost a level. All his stats were halved for 24 hours. Just as the room's door swung open, Lee Eojin was sitting on the sofa, looking up at the person who had just entered the room. Lee Haeyeon looked disappointed, thinking that Kim Gi-gyu had been doing better recently. Kim Gi-gyu tiredly walked out of the resurrection room and complained of hunger. Lee Haeyeon shouted angrily upon realizing something. Reminded, Kim Gi-gyu realized he had forgotten to take off his shoes and quickly apologized. Lee Haeyeon scolded Kim Gi-gyu, telling him to take off his armor right after resurrecting and do the laundry. 2 days later, the scene shifted to another location. At Keika Canyon, 2 members of the Bait Guild were guarding a dungeon gate. One complained that no one was coming, while the other said rumors about the guild had spread. While a Bait Guild member was boasting, a stranger warned that they also take lives. Immediately, the Bait Guild member was grabbed by the ear by the stranger. As the 2 guards were sitting, one noticed someone approaching. A mysterious man in armor was striding towards them. The stranger drew closer, revealing wide, bizarre-looking eyes. The armored man stood imposingly before the 2 guards. Both were stunned, wondering what this madman was planning to do. After several reckless attempts, he realized that a direct confrontation was like hitting a rock with an egg. Even though he could revive indefinitely, he couldn't endure the penalty multiple times. Therefore, he decided to raid the Bait Guild's dungeons to eliminate them one by one. He easily took down the members and grabbed a blonde-haired man. Choked to the point of suffocation, the blonde-haired man cried and begged for forgiveness. He coldly questioned why the other man had to apologize. The blonde-haired man stammered that he himself didn't know. The meaningless answer angered him, and he tightened his grip. He slammed the man to the ground for the hollow apology. The blonde-haired man lay collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. The blonde-haired man was facing interrogation in fear. The masked man ordered him to write down the locations of the Bait dungeons. He hastily complied, hoping his life would be spared. Meanwhile, the masked man began to interrogate him. He wanted to know how their gang avoided capture. The blonde-haired man stammered that he didn't know the details. The masked man deduced that they always chose dungeons without cameras. After finishing writing, the blonde-haired man handed the paper containing the information to him. The masked man took the list and looked it over. He praised the blonde-haired man for his cooperation. The blonde-haired man was stunned as an energy hand was pressed directly onto his face. He was sent flying by a powerful blast of energy right after. The attacker stood by the victim, telling himself he also had to be careful not to get caught. He stepped over the victim, vowing to return soon to eliminate the others. The media reported on the tragedy at the Bait Guild after the captive monsters escaped. Watching the news, an angry man slammed his fist on his desk. That man was Jung Ui-hyeon, sitting alone in his office with a frustrated look. Jung Ui-hyeon was annoyed for having to use a prepared excuse to cover for a madman. Suddenly, his office door was forcefully pushed open. A panicked subordinate burst in and shouted, "Guild Master!" A man rushed in to report urgent news and had an ashtray thrown at his face. The ashtray clattered to the floor. The silver-haired man was angry for being disturbed while in a bad mood. The subordinate quickly bowed his head in apology. He gritted his teeth upon learning that he had appeared again. That was the one who had attacked 7 dungeons, killing over 100 guild members. He was angry because the more people he sent, the more casualties there were. He ordered everyone to enter the dungeons, taking turns to sleep. The injured subordinate obeyed and was told to leave. The office door was closed. A man slumped into a chair in the office. He sat pensively at his desk, staring at the computer screen. Jung recalled Kang Hyeon's attack on them and the appearance of a madman. He deduced that the madman must be Kang Hyeon's teammate. Jung realized the enemy had special skills but lacked the information to deal with them. He decided he couldn't let it be and reluctantly picked up his phone to make a call. The person on the other end answered with a tone full of teasing for Mr. Jung. Jung, the guild master of the Bait Guild, humbled himself to ask for help. Jung gritted his teeth in anger at the other person's mockery. Ui-hyeon called for help and asked what the other party wanted in return. The person on the other end only requested a fight. Ui-hyeon promised a strong opponent, guaranteeing it would be an interesting fight. The hooded young man showed interest and decided to accept the offer. His smug smile showed his anticipation for the upcoming confrontation. The scene shifts to a warehouse at night, where the meeting takes place. He and an armored guard approached a large door. When asked for his name, he introduced himself as Kim Il-woo. Kim Il-woo contemptuously called the guard Ui-hyeon's lackey. Kim Il-woo stretched, impatiently asking when his opponent would appear. The blonde hunter thought to himself, worried this wait would be in vain. Meanwhile, Kim Gigayu also felt his task was tedious. A mysterious figure in sneakers was approaching. The blonde guy's eyes suddenly narrowed as he sensed something. From behind Kim Gigayu, the sound of steady footsteps echoed. Getting closer, the blonde guy appeared with a smug smile, his heart pounding with excitement. His sixth sense reacted violently, signaling that a great encounter was about to happen. His intuition, which had been vague, was now screaming intensely in his mind. His ability warned, if you don't want to die, run away from that monster. Kim Gigayu curiously turned around, facing the blonde guy who was standing frozen. A masked man appeared confused and asked why the other person was there. The masked man called out the name An Yusung, startling him with a familiar voice. An Yusung held a spiked mace, surprised by Kang Hyeon's appearance. An Yusung's surprised expression quickly turned into a sinister smile. An Yusung approached and mocked Kang Hyeon for still doing interesting things. Kang Hyeon speculated that there was a force behind this man, possibly the Bait Guild. Immediately, Kang Hyeon placed his sword at his neck and called An Yusung by his full name. He questioned An Yusung about whether he was a member of the Bait Guild. An Yusung burst out laughing, denying any connection to the Bait Guild, which he considered trash. Kang Hyeon didn't believe him and pressed for the reason An Yusung was there. He asked Kang Hyeon in return if he knew the guild master, Jung Ui-hyeon. An Yusung revealed he enjoyed toying with Jung Ui-hyeon, making him kneel and beg. Kim Gi-gyu appeared indifferent. A blonde-haired man warned Kim Gi-gyu not to get in his way. Kim Gi-gyu ignored him and turned to walk away. Taking advantage of Kim Gi-gyu's opening, the blonde man suddenly attacked from behind. A lightning-fast attack shot straight towards Kim Gi-gyu. The attacker's punch collided heavily with Kim Gi-gyu. Kim Gi-gyu was stunned to realize he had blocked the attack. The blonde man smirked, interested that the fight wasn't over. He summoned a spiked mace, while Kim Gi-gyu also prepared to counterattack.
Kim Gi-gyu used his weapon to block his opponent's attack. Iwane attacked his acquaintance without holding back. His opponent, however, seemed excited, hoping for a real fight. Iwane activated the skills, Giant's Power, and Iwane's Secret. He charged forward, thrusting his glowing weapon towards his opponent. However, the opponent easily parried the blow with his large sword. Despite getting a scratch, the opponent still smirked arrogantly. Iwane unleashed a powerful attack, sending his opponent flying. The opponent excitedly shouted that Iwane was still the best when they fought. He burst into crazed laughter, completely immersed in the dramatic battle. In contrast, Iwane only saw this fight as an obstacle to his plans. The masked man gritted his teeth, wanting to end the fight quickly. The masked man threw a powerful punch at Kim Gi-gyu. The masked man showed excitement, as it had been a long time since he had a real fight. Kim Gi-gyu realized his opponent was also enjoying the battle just like him. A teammate of the masked man suddenly rushed forward to attack Kim Gi-gyu. The masked man was surprised to see his teammate interfere. It turned out this man wanted to score a point for a chance to become a manager. Kim Gi-gyu immediately counterattacked, striking the newcomer's hip with a spiked mace. The spiked mace was covered in blood after the attack. The attacker collapsed to the ground, defeated in a single blow. A man wearing a mask, holding a spiked mace, radiated a terrifying killing intent. He was annoyed that his fun had been interrupted by a stranger. The man in armor was amazed that he could kill so easily. The blonde man sighed, seemingly having lost all interest in fighting. He said he had lost his enthusiasm and really wanted a proper fight. He expressed a desire to rejoin the force but was afraid of being hated by Ui Hyun. The man in armor thought to himself that Ui Hyun surely hated him already. He was curious about Yung Ui Hyun as a person and received the answer. Yung Ui Hyun was revealed to be the illegitimate son of a major corporation's chairman. The man in armor was angry, thinking that a wealthy background couldn't protect him. The blonde man declared he was not afraid of the armored man who had just committed the act. The blonde man held the armored man back, demanding he listen to everything he had to say. With a confident expression, the blonde man offered to join him. The blonde man's goal was to anger the leader of the Bait Guild. The guild master of Bait screamed in a fit of extreme rage. He was furious to learn that 3 dungeons had been plundered and he couldn't contact An Yusong. He continued to smash things and curse his subordinates for their incompetence. The guild master yelled that they were all useless, not knowing how to deal with those bastards. After his outburst, he tried to take deep breaths to regain his composure. He ordered all guild members to assemble at 8 a.m. the next morning. A member worried that not many people would attend the meeting. Yung Ui Hyun shouted angrily, demanding everyone assemble immediately. He complained about members gradually leaving and cutting contact with the guild. Yung Ui Hyun suggested kidnapping their parents to threaten those who didn't comply. The other member felt the atmosphere in the guild was crazy and worrying. Suddenly, Yung Ui Hyun clutched his face in strange pain. The phone in his pocket vibrated unusually. Yung Ui Hyun looked angrily at the incoming call on his phone. The screen displayed a call from an anonymous number. Yung Ui Hyun was astonished when he recognized the familiar voice on the other end of the line. The mastermind smiled, thinking that everything would be easier than he had imagined. Rumors spread on social media about the Bait Guild being terrorized. Lee Eojin and his teammate confirmed their plan was working. Passing by a broken dungeon, Lee Eojin decided it was time to end it. The teammate curiously asked Lee Eojin about his endgame plan. Lee Eojin confidently said he would tell his teammate the plan. After hearing it, the teammate was stunned and asked if Lee Eojin had lost his mind. A hand holds a note from the thief, scheduling a meeting at the Disrufin Forest dungeon at 6 p.m. to save his guild. The note is flipped over, emphasizing the challenge and the set appointment. Yung Ui Hyun angrily crumples the paper, annoyed that the thief wants a public confrontation with him. Yung Ui Hyun is determined to lead his guild members to the dungeon to find and punish the sender of the letter. 2 guild members appear worried and reluctant to come, but they have no other choice out of fear. Yung Ui Hyun looks at the crowd with contempt, annoyed at having to lead these useless people. He grinds his teeth, regretting that he couldn't properly persuade that guy. In a flashback, a mysterious voice is heard over the phone, asking about Yung Ui Hyun's troubles in his messy office. The caller, a man in a beige coat, confirms his identity and asks if Yung Ui Hyun is in trouble. Yung Ui Hyun is overjoyed, thinking that someone has finally come to help after he couldn't contact anyone, not even An Yusong. He cheerfully offers a generous reward and even promises to get his father's help if the other person agrees.
Yung Ui Hyon is surprised and stunned by the response from the other end of the line. The man in the beige coat asks who is helping whom, suggesting that Yung Ui Hyon doesn't understand the situation. The man suddenly changes his mind, declaring he will back out and advising Yung Ui Hyon to rely on his great father. Back in the present, Yung Ui Hyon angrily recalls the call, thinking that guy is even crazier than An Yusung. He uses fire to burn the appointment note, vowing to see how long those arrogant people can act like this. The scene shifts to an office building, possibly the headquarters of another guild. The man in the beige coat is informed by Choi Minju that the decoy guild has summoned all its members, indicating Yung Ui Hyon has gone too far. Choi Minju wonders if they really aren't going to send support troops, since they are still allies on the surface. The man in the beige coat calls Choi Minju's name and calmly takes a sip of his drink. He confirms he will not provide support. But Choi Minju worries that Chairman Yung Song-soo will not sit idly by if his son dies. The eyes of the man in the beige coat flash with a menacing red light upon hearing the chairman's name. A terrifying red energy emanates from him. The energy tightens around Choi Minju's neck, choking him. The man in the beige coat uses his power to lift Choi Minju into the air. He sarcastically asks if he should be wary of that old man. Terrified, Choi Minju hastily stammers an apology for his words. The man in the beige coat smirks, pleased by his subordinate's fear. He drops Choi Minju onto the sofa. Choi Minju gasps for air, trying to catch his breath after being choked. The man in the beige coat orders Choi Minju to get back to work and find a new sponsor. Yung Ui Hyon's guild enters the D-rank dungeon, Disrufin Forest. Yung Ui Hyon asks for the time and is told it is 6:03 p.m. He is angry that the person who summoned him hasn't appeared yet and hopes this isn't a waste of time. Yung Ui Hyon orders everyone to prepare for battle, suspecting an ambush. A guild member suddenly points forward and calls out to the guild master. The group sees a large explosion in the distance. Yung Ui Hyon and his members are startled and on high alert after the explosion. A man with a crazed expression is being chased by a pack of wolf-like monsters. That man, Kong Hyon, looks back with a sinister smile and glowing eyes. Yung Ui Hyon and his men are stunned to recognize Kong Hyon, wondering if it's his twin brother. Yung Ui Hyon can't believe his eyes, astonished that Kong Hyon is still alive. Kong Hyon cheerfully waves at Yung Ui Hyon from a distance. He holds up a bag and shouts that this is a gift for them. A small, white, incredibly adorable creature with red eyes peeks out from the bag. The guild members are immediately captivated by the creature's cute appearance. Realizing it's a baby Disrufin, Kong Hyon holds the baby Disrufin up high, showing it off to everyone. Then, he throws the small animal towards Yung Ui Hyon's group with great force. A bald guild member screams in horror, unable to believe Kong Hyon would throw such an adorable creature. Another member is so shocked that he drops his spear. The bald man looks up at the baby Disrufin flying through the air. He decides to catch it and dashes forward. The baby Disrufin looks dizzy as it is thrown. The bald man catches the baby Disrufin and happily cradles it in his arms. He smiles affectionately at the small creature he just saved. The others are also mesmerized by the creature's cuteness and want to hold it. Yung Ui Hyon angrily yells at his distracted members. He glares at Kong Hyon with hatred, unable to comprehend the man's insane actions. It turns out Kong Hyon had kidnapped a whole bag full of baby Disrufins. This act has enraged the adult Disrufins, which are giant, ferocious wolves. Kong Hyon deliberately lures the enraged pack of adult Disrufins towards Yung Ui Hyon's guild. He throws the entire bag full of baby Disrufins at them and yells for them to take all of his gifts. The guild members look up at the sky, mesmerized by the sight of the cute creatures falling. They are completely distracted, calling the creatures little angels from the sky. A powerful and lightning-fast slash cuts across the ground. Kong Hyon, now wielding a greatsword charged with electricity, prepares to attack. He unleashes a powerful slash, striking the unsuspecting members. The angry Disrufin pack leaps over the fallen members, continuing their charge forward. The ferocious pack of Disrufin monsters continues its massacre. A guild member tries to fight off a Disrufin with fire magic. He is horrified to realize his attack has no effect. Kong Hyon dashes past, greeting and wishing his former teammate good luck while abandoning him. That member is overwhelmed and viciously attacked by the Disrufin. Yung Ui Hyon watches in horror as his guild is torn apart by the pack of monsters. He realizes the difficult situation, having to deal with the invisible Disrufin pack while Kong Hyon breaks their formation.
Yung Ui Hyon trembles with anger and helplessness after taking down a monster.
Thiếu niên chỉ tay về phía trang chủ, bảo ông hãy xem tình hình của ngài ấy trước.
The sky was clear and blue. Feathers floated in the air, signaling an upcoming event. A blood-stained spiked mace flew swiftly through the air, showcasing the brutality of the battle. An Yusung, with glowing eyes, brutally slaughtered the enemies around him. A mysterious entity with glowing green eyes was observing the battle from another dimension. Yung Ui Hyon realized in horror that An Yusung was slaughtering his men and screamed for help. Yung Ui Hyon angrily wondered when An Yusung had betrayed him. Feeling deceived, despite the chaotic situation, Yung Ui Hyon still believed he had a way to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Yung Ui Hyon's men were being fiercely attacked by ghost wolves and Kong Hyon. Yung Ui Hyon broke out in a cold sweat as he witnessed the horrific massacre before him. Kong Hyon, with a smug smile, easily took down each enemy with powerful sword strikes. Yung Ui Hyon stood frozen, helplessly watching his comrades fall one by one in the battle. Cornered, Yung Ui Hyon decided to use his last resort. He focused his energy, a blazing fire engulfing his fist. Kong Hyon continued the slaughter, a sword strike piercing an enemy and causing blood to splatter. He continued to fight relentlessly, taking down another foe with a sharp slash. Kong Hyon showed his annoyance at the enemy's persistence, comparing them to cockroaches. Yung Ui Hyon, his body ablaze, roared Kong Hyon's name, his anger reaching its peak. Kong Hyon turned around, surprised by his opponent's reckless act. Yung Ui Hyon charged towards Kong Hyon, determined to take him down with him. He activated the skill, self-immolation, turning his body into a living firebomb. Kong Hyon held out his hand, effortlessly stopping Yung Ui Hyon's suicide attack. The explosion spread, incinerating even Yung Ui Hyon's own men, causing them to scream in despair. Yung Ui Hyon realized this skill could be dangerous to himself but was still determined to destroy Kong Hyon. He was confident that with this power, Kong Hyon would surely not survive. A hand reached out from within the flames, indicating someone had survived the explosion. Kong Hyon grabbed Yung Ui Hyon's head, his eyes glinting in the fierce flames. Yung Ui Hyon was astonished and bewildered, unable to believe that Kong Hyon was still alive. Kong Hyon mocked him, saying Yung Ui Hyon's flames were just enough to make him feel warm. With a cold sword strike, Kong Hyon pierced through Yung Ui Hyon. Yung Ui Hyon coughed up blood, his face contorted in extreme pain and horror. Kong Hyon kicked Yung Ui Hyon away, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yung Ui Hyon sat slumped on the ground, clutching his wound, his body trembling from exhaustion. Kong Hyon ordered Yung Ui Hyon to just sit there and watch, as he would be the last. Kong Hyon declared he wouldn't let Yung Ui Hyon die peacefully and would make him witness the end of his subordinates. Kong Hyon continued to slaughter the remaining men, their screams echoing everywhere. Yung Ui Hyon sighed in despair, realizing that it was all over. He bitterly thought that it was all over just because he had picked a fight with a single person. Yung Ui Hyon let out a bitter and hopeless laugh as he saw his defeat. His smile turned crazed, an expression of despair and madness. Yung Ui Hyon continued to laugh like a madman, collapsing next to the corpse of the giant wolf. His laughter echoed across a wide area, signaling the end of the battle. The battlefield fell silent, with only corpses and scattered magic stones remaining. The wind blew across the desolate land where the attackers and their wolves had been annihilated. Yung Ui Hyon was still sitting there, laughing soullessly as Kong Hyon and An Yusung approached. Yung Ui Hyon's face was covered in injuries, his eyes lifeless, yet his mouth was still twisted in a wild smile. An Yusung wondered why Yung Ui Hyon was laughing, then supposed he might be having a pleasant dream. Yung Ui Hyon mumbled unconsciously that everything was over, accepting his complete defeat. He wondered who had caused all of this, but then realized the answer was all too clear. Yung Ui Hyon trembled, unable to believe he had failed so miserably. Kong Hyon stood there, his expression calm after finishing the bloody battle. Yung Ui Hyon screamed in despair, refusing to accept his death. He recalled his past, when he was just an illegitimate child, an outsider in his own family. Yung Ui Hyon's brothers always treated him like a stranger and frequently hindered him. Although his father supported him, that became an excuse for others to torment him. Then one day, the world changed, ushering in a whole new era. The tutorial phase began, plunging humanity into a world of danger and trials.
Awakened beings and dungeons appeared, completely changing the world order. The world began to revert to the primitive law of power, where the strong would rule. Yung Ui Hyon realized this was his chance to change his destiny. But reality was cruel. He could only stare blankly at Kong Hyon's blade pressed against him. As dusk fell, the battle finally ended, leaving only silence. Kong Hyon and An Yusung stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking at the last fallen enemy. Kong Hyon wondered why villains always liked to talk so much before they died. An Yusung praised Kong Hyon for a job well done, even though he hadn't asked for it. An Yusung curiously asked Kong Hyon how he felt after getting his revenge. The two of them stood looking down at the temporary grave where those who had wronged them were buried. Kong Hyon admitted he wasn't sure how he felt. As people say, the end of revenge is emptiness. He denied feeling empty, saying that killing those who deserved to die was like digging out a large piece of earwax. Kong Hyon felt strangely relieved, making An Yusung laugh at his analogy. Kong Hyon breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. An Yusung asked about handling the dropped items, suggesting they sell them and split the profits. Kong Hyon refused, saying he wasn't short on money and told An Yusung to keep it all. Kong Hyon suddenly pondered about money after hearing his friend's suggestion. He thought that until now, he hadn't been too obsessed with money because the rewards from dungeons were sufficient. But this time, he realized that with just his current strength and money, he couldn't protect everyone. Kong Hyon decided to work hard to earn money and build a force of his own. The two of them stood before a dungeon gate, a new beginning awaiting. An Yusung confirmed that everything was now truly over, and Kong Hyon agreed. The small guild founded by the two of them would later become the most famous guild in South Korea. The scene opens in a modern skyscraper, presumably the headquarters of a large corporation. Inside, an angry man storms into the chairman's office, asserting that the story was completely different. The chairman of the Hansuk group, Yung Song-soo, angrily confronts the other man about breaching their contract by not taking responsibility for and nurturing Yung Ui Hyon. Yung Song-soo shouts the name Choi Min-jun, who is sitting calmly with his back to him. Choi Min-jun turns around with a smug smile, seemingly unbothered by the chairman's rage. Choi Min-jun scoffs at Yung Song-soo's accusation of a contract breach, asking what nonsense he is talking about. Yung Song-soo trembles with anger, asking if Choi Min-jun intends to ignore the situation when his son and the guild members have been out of contact for a week. Choi Min-jun smirks, asking in return what Yung Song-soo wants him to do in a situation where they are clearly dead. Chairman Yung Song-soo is stunned by Choi Min-jun's cold and ruthless response. Choi Min-jun casually puts his feet up on the desk, boasting that he turned a useless person into the guild master of a large guild. He argues that with that, he has done enough for what he was paid for and has no further responsibility. Yung Song-soo is boiling with rage, gritting his teeth and calling Choi Min-jun a bastard. Unable to restrain himself, Yung Song-soo orders all his bodyguards to attack and kill Choi Min-jun immediately. The bodyguards instantly obey, simultaneously drawing their weapons and rushing to attack Choi Min-jun from all sides. Choi Min-jun maintains a calm expression, winking confidently as he faces the assault. A stream of bright red energy erupts from Choi Min-jun, forming energy whips. These red whips quickly wrap around the necks of the bodyguards, who are too shocked to react. The bodyguards begin to scream in pain as the energy whips tighten around them. The entire group of bodyguards is restrained and completely neutralized in an instant by the red energy whips. Choi Min-jun approaches, calling Chairman Young's name menacingly. He asserts that there was indeed a contract between them and that he has always fulfilled it without any issues. With fiery eyes, Choi Min-jun questions Yung Song-soo about his shameful behavior just now. Yung Song-soo trembles in fear before Choi Min-jun's overwhelming power and terrifying demeanor. Choi Min-jun warns Yung Song-soo that if he does this again, he will not let it slide. Completely overwhelmed, Yung Song-soo stammers his agreement while still being threatened by the energy whips. Choi Min-jun smiles with satisfaction upon seeing his opponent submit. He retracts his power, causing the bodyguards to collapse. Coughing in pain, Choi Min-jun cheerfully says he's glad Yung Song-soo understands and requests the promised payment to be transferred today. Before leaving, he expresses curiosity about one thing. Choi Min-jun asks Yung Song-soo who it was that truly brought down Yung Ui Hyon. After that event, news of the Bait Guild's disappearance spread everywhere, causing countless rumors and gruesome stories. The media and forums constantly discussed the fall of the Bait Guild, proposing various theories. As new guilds and ability users emerged daily, the incident with the Bait Guild was gradually forgotten. The scene shifts to a quiet, traditional old house, a contrast to the previous chaos. A voice rings out, saying that everything is fine and there's no risk of being discovered. Kong Hyeon and his blonde companion are eating together, discussing how all the trouble has been resolved. The blonde companion expresses satisfaction at having dealt with the stolen goods and getting to enjoy expensive meals. He asks Kong Hyeon why he looks so sad when everything has turned out well. Kong Hyeon sighs, saying the problem is the Ruthless Family Destroyer title he just received. The title describes someone who has destroyed countless families with cruel methods, increasing their power and spreading fear. Kong Hyeon breaks his chopsticks in his hand out of anger over this unwanted title. He becomes even more stressed when he remembers that even unequipped titles have a partial effect. The blonde companion chuckles and says Kong Hyeon doesn't need to worry because he's already a bad person by nature. Just then, Kong Hyeon's phone rings with an incoming call from Dangan Mr. Ihyun. The phone screen clearly displays the caller's name as Dangan Mr. Ihyun. Kong Hyeon answers the phone, and the person on the other end introduces himself as Kim Ihyun, asking him not to call him that because it sounds like Yung Ui Hyeon. Kim Ihyun asks Kong Hyeon if he remembers the promise they made before. Kong Hyeon looks confused, trying to recall what that promise was. On the other end of the line, Kim Ihyun sighs, seemingly having anticipated this reaction. Kim Ihyun reminds him of the promise to meet their guild master and wants Kong Hyeon to fulfill it as soon as possible. The meeting is arranged at the Dangan Guild's building, a magnificent skyscraper. The elevator takes them up, stopping on the 12th floor. Kong Hyeon appears worried, asking Kim Ihyun if it's okay for him to be here. He points to his blonde companion and asks Kim Ihyun if it's okay to bring this thing along. Kim Ihyun confirms that the guild master has approved both of them coming. The blonde companion objects to Kong Hyeon's phrasing and boasts that he knows Ms. He recounts that he met Han Sion at a social gathering before, making Kong Hyeon curious. Kong Hyeon wonders about the social gathering and realizes the guild master here is also from the upper class, making him feel the world is unfair. They arrive in front of a door with a sign that reads, Reception Room. Kim Ihyun knocks on the door and announces their presence to the guild master. A female voice from inside invites them in. As the door opens, they see Han Sion sitting with her back to them in a room full of books. Kong Hyeon is slightly surprised to see the woman. The woman turns around, smiles in welcome, and introduces herself as Han Sion, the guild master of Dangan. Kong Hyeon shakes her hand and introduces himself as Kong Hyeon, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. After completing their escort duty, Kim Ihyun and Kong Hyeon's blonde companion say their goodbyes and leave. Han Sion invites Kong Hyeon to sit on the sofa in the room. She calls Kong Hyeon's name, preparing to make her important proposal. A woman from the Dangan Guild formally invited Kong Hyeon to join their guild. Kong Hyeon bluntly rejected the offer with a single word, no. His blunt refusal left the woman momentarily speechless, creating an awkward silence. Kong Hyeon's blonde-haired friend whispered that his directness might have hurt the woman. The woman from the Dangan Guild reassured them not to worry, as his straightforwardness actually made it easier for her to give up. Kong Hyeon, feeling indebted, promised to repay her in another way and asked her to contact him if she needed help. She accepted, reasoning that having a powerful person owe them a favor wasn't a bad deal for the guild. Kong Hyeon then wondered what he could do to help the nation's #1 guild, though he still agreed to help if he could. The woman shifted to a more serious topic, asking Kong Hyeon how long he thought the current peace would last. Kong Hyeon contemplated her question about peace with a serious expression. She challenged his perception of peace, pointing out the reality of a world where dungeons appeared and criminals ran rampant. Kong Hyeon silently acknowledged that she must have also witnessed that, alluding to a horrific past event. He recalled the chaotic scene from Phase 8 of the tutorial, thinking that compared to it, the current situation could be called peaceful. He admitted he didn't know how long the peace would last and resolved that the only thing he could do was prepare by becoming stronger. The woman mentioned that there were still 5 years before the Hacken dimension arrived, but she was interrupted. Kong Hyeon corrected her, saying they had at most 3 years before a nation's existence would be threatened. She asked for the basis of his assertion, but he said he couldn't go into detail about his source. He revealed that there was a divine entity that knew everything and that someone on their side could communicate with them. Kong Hyeon was surprised she knew about the manager and wondered if someone else could communicate with it. The woman asked Kong Hyeon if he felt the difficulty of dungeons was increasing while individual growth was stagnating. His blonde-haired friend interjected, saying that the more risks ability users took, the stronger they became. Kong Hyeon related this to why hunting with guns was ineffective, recalling that not a single ability user used firearms. The woman added that proficiency with bows and crossbows increased differently than with guns, suggesting many theories existed. She concluded that only those with strength and audacity like Kong Hyeon could resolve the situation, calling him a potential hero. Kong Hyeon felt awkward being called a hero, admitting he wasn't a good person and citing his actions with the decoys. The woman dismissed his concern, declaring that trash like them didn't matter. Kong Hyeon was stunned by her cold and pragmatic response. She further explained that such people were useless to humanity's survival and not worth protecting. She asserted that one person like Kong Hyeon was more important than hundreds of them, as the strong, not saints, protect the world. After Kong Hyeon and his friend left, a door opened with a click. A man in glasses entered the room where the Dangan Guild woman was waiting. She asked the man in glasses if he had seen Kong Hyeon off, and he confirmed he had made sure he got in his car. The man in glasses asked for her impression after meeting Kong Hyeon in person. The Dangan Guild woman leaned forward, admitting that Kong Hyeon was more than she had expected. She smiled knowingly, confirming her positive assessment of him. She recalled that Kong Hyeon's eyes had wavered for a moment when she mentioned the manager. Based on his reaction, she confidently concluded that he was a tutorial graduate. Meanwhile, Kong Hyeon arrived at a street where a large, ominous dungeon gate had appeared and was cordoned off. The narrative explained the large gap in difficulty between E-rank and D-rank dungeons. Despite being only one rank apart, the strength, number, and especially the variety of monsters increased significantly in higher-ranked dungeons. The D-rank dungeon, Daeunce's laboratory, was highlighted as a place where this diversity was maximized. Kong Hyeon walked through a corridor littered with the corpses of defeated monsters. He reflected on the difficulty of this dungeon, where the variety of monsters like orcs, orc warriors, and orc great warriors was troublesome. Suddenly, he sensed a new presence and looked up in surprise. A massive ogre chimera wolf, holding a large hammer, appeared before him. The monster, the ogre chimera wolf, let out a low growl, its yellow eyes glowing menacingly. Kong Hyeon remarked on the creature's strange proportions, wondering if attaching a goblin's head to an ogre's body wasn't a downgrade. He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as a thought struck him. He sarcastically asked the monster if it wanted to join his guild, recalling his bet with An Yusung to find a new member. The ogre chimera wolf ignored his taunt and raised its giant stone hammer to attack. The monster prepared to bring the hammer down with immense force. The hammer slammed into the ground, shattering the floor where Kong Hyeon had just been standing. Kong Hyeon narrowly dodged the attack by leaping into the air, letting out a pained cry. He smirked, telling the monster it wasn't qualified to join him anyway. The ogre chimera wolf roared in anger at his taunt. Kong Hyeon counterattacked by stabbing the monster in the face, causing a yellow fluid to spray out. Disgusted by the fluid, he prepared a new attack. Gathering blue energy in his hand, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy that struck the monster's head. As the monster staggered back, Kong Hyeon quickly dodged to the side, preparing for his next move. He glanced back, a cut visible on his cheek. Assessing the situation, the yellow fluid from the monster's wound sizzled on the ground, and he wondered if it was acid. He observed the monster's thick hide and a strange magical artifact that appeared behind it, noting his disadvantage and size. However, he confidently tapped his head, believing that as a strategist, he could always find an answer. With a crazed smile and glowing eyes, he declared that he just needed to take the monster's hammer. With a terrifying grin, he identified it as the smell of worthless, pathetic, and easily defeated criminals. In a dungeon, Kong Hyeon faced a group of people, including Shin Sung-ah and Kim Kyushik, and noticed a familiar scent. Kong Hyeon realized it was the smell of low-level criminals, easily defeated. With a crazed smile, he relished the scent of these useless, pathetic individuals. Shin Sung-ah's group was wary, wondering about Kong Hyeon and the giant hammer he was holding. Kong Hyeon exuded a terrifying killing intent as he approached the group. He suddenly raised the giant hammer high, surprising the entire group. Kong Hyeon slammed the hammer into the ground with all his might, creating a violent tremor. The hammer embedded itself deep into the stone floor, showcasing Kang Hyeon's immense power. The group members, including Kim Kyushik, struggled to shield themselves from the flying debris. Stone fragments from the impact rained down onto the dungeon floor. Kang Hyeon continued to maniacally smash the ground with his hammer. Kim Kyushik thought Kang Hyeon had lost his mind, swinging his weapon uselessly in the confined space. He didn't stop, continuously creating cracks in the ground with his hammer. Kim Kyushik broke out in a sweat, still unable to comprehend Kang Hyeon's strange actions. Kang Hyeon repeatedly slammed the hammer down, causing the floor to crack open and shake violently. The group members were once again stunned by the powerful tremors, losing their balance. After the continuous strikes, the ground around Kang Hyeon was completely shattered. Kang Hyeon stopped, panting after exerting himself with the hammer. He admitted that this hammer was too heavy to be used as a primary weapon. Kang Hyeon decided to put the hammer away, and it vanished into a system screen. Shin Sung-ah's group stood frozen, stunned by the recent spectacle. Kim Kyushik scoffed, thinking Kang Hyeon was just showing off and didn't understand the current situation. Seizing the opportunity of Kang Hyeon being unarmed, Kim Kyushik charged forward to attack. Kim Kyushik swung his sword, shouting that Kang Hyeon dared to lower his weapon in front of him. He slashed with murderous intent towards Kang Hyeon and yelled, "Die!" However, Kang Hyeon easily dodged the attack and landed a punch on Kim Kyushik's face. Stunned, Kim Kyushik couldn't react as he took the heavy blow. Kang Hyeon immediately grabbed Kim Kyushik by the hair after knocking him down. The remaining group members, including the spear-wielding leader, were all stunned. Kang Hyeon held Kim Kyushik tightly by the hair, in complete control of the situation. He picked up Kim Kyushik's sword, preparing for his next move. Holding Kim Kyushik hostage by the hair, Kang Hyeon demanded the group hand over everything they had. The spear-wielding leader realized Kang Hyeon was completely insane and couldn't be reasoned with. The leader appeared decisive, not hesitating at Kang Hyeon's threat. He threw his spear to the ground, signaling his comrades. The leader ordered everyone to charge, willing to sacrifice Kim Kyushik. Kang Hyeon was surprised they still attacked. Realizing they didn't care about their comrade's life, he asked for the hostage's name, and a frightened Kim Kyushik answered with his own. Kang Hyeon said, "All right, Kyushik," and dropped the sword to the ground. He grabbed Kim Kyushik by the collar, preparing for an unexpected move. Kang Hyeon whispered to Kim Kyushik that he would avenge him. The charging leader froze at Kang Hyeon's strange action. Kang Hyeon used Kim Kyushik as a weapon, throwing him straight at the charging leader. The leader was slammed into by Kim Kyushik and fell backward onto the floor. He screamed in agony, feeling as if he had taken a fatal blow. The remaining members were horrified to see their leader taken down so easily. Kang Hyeon casually tossed the unconscious Kim Kyushik and the leader aside. He let out a sigh of relief and faced the remaining men. Thinking things weren't so bad, Kang Hyeon grabbed another man, declaring he would face them with a new weapon, the Kyushik siege hammer. He used the man's body as a weapon, swinging it towards the others. The remaining men trembled and backed away, screaming in terror for him to stay away. A terrified man saw Kang Hyeon's reflection in his eyes. Screams and the sound of impacts echoed as Kang Hyeon attacked brutally. The remaining men desperately begged for their lives while being mercilessly attacked. Shin Sung-ah stood frozen, witnessing the entire massacre of her comrades. After Kang Hyeon had taken down everyone, only he and Shin Sung-ah were left standing amidst the bodies. Kang Hyeon thought to himself that dealing with a D-rank group took more time than he expected. He looked back at his handiwork with a pensive expression. Shin Sung-ah bowed deeply, thanking Kang Hyeon for saving her from a dire situation. Kang Hyeon told her there was no need for formalities and to raise her head, admitting that he had enjoyed beating them. Shin Sung-ah raised her head, introduced herself, and asked for Kang Hyeon's name. Slightly flustered, Kang Hyeon introduced himself as Kang Hyeon and told her to speak casually. The narrator reveals this was the historic moment when the three worst troublemakers in Korea met. A survivor at Kang Hyeon's feet asked how to get strong like him, while a female archer stood watching. The female archer silently listened to the conversation with a serious expression. Kang Hyeon seemed bewildered, repeating the question about how to become strong. He answered simply that one just needed to put in the effort, which slightly surprised the female archer. The female archer looked skeptical, as if she had tried very hard but hadn't achieved results. Kang Hyeon explained that not all effort is the same, and one must strive to the point of near death. The female archer was stunned by his extreme advice to train to death. Kong Hyeon admitted that his words might sound strange because he had the ability to resurrect after death. He told the female archer to take care of herself and deal with the remaining people as she saw fit, whether to kill or spare them. The female archer silently watched Kong Hyeon's back as he walked down the dark corridor. However, Kong Hyeon stopped and hid behind a wall. He peeked out and asked if she could get out on her own, and she admitted she couldn't. Kong Hyeon wondered why. In that case, she hadn't asked for help from the beginning. He explained that he wanted to help but couldn't leave right away because his goal was to conquer this dungeon. Hearing this, the female archer offered to go with Kong Hyeon to support him. Kong Hyeon was completely taken aback by her unexpected offer. He worried she had misunderstood his "trained to death" comment and quickly explained it was just a figure of speech. Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, asserting that wasn't the reason. The female archer said she knew her own abilities and would just follow to collect mana stones without getting in the way. Kong Hyeon warned that it would be very dangerous. Even though she promised all the mana stones would be his, she confidently asserted she could protect herself, making him reconsider. After some hesitation, Kong Hyeon finally agreed and told her to follow him. A battlefield filled with the corpses of various monsters lay scattered in pools of blood. Kong Hyeon stood amidst the pile of monsters he had just defeated. While the female archer watched from behind, he turned back and told the female archer that she had worked hard. The female archer replied that she would now begin the work of collecting mana stones. She skillfully used a knife to cut open a monster's corpse to retrieve the mana stone inside. She successfully extracted a large, glowing mana stone from the monster's body. Kong Hyeon watched and silently acknowledged that she really could protect herself as she had claimed. He noticed she had stealth skills, retreating when the battle started and providing support with her bow and arrows without being a hindrance. He was also relieved that she was helping him collect mana stones, a task he found troublesome. Kong Hyeon asked what she planned to do next and warned that the boss room ahead would be very dangerous. The female archer replied resolutely that she had made up her mind and would follow him to the end. Suddenly, system notification panels appeared in front of them both. The system announced that the dungeon's main core had been destroyed and an exit gate had opened, stunning them both. Kong Hyeon wondered in confusion if someone had defeated the boss before them. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Despite the completion notice, he could still feel the boss's energy. He realized this was a dungeon break, the first time an AD rank dungeon had broken in South Korea. A news report covered a monster wave as more than 10 dungeons near Seoul opened simultaneously, suspected to be an act of terrorism. This was the third dungeon opening incident, and experts analyzed it as a deliberate act of terrorism. A subordinate rushed down a hallway, shouting the name of the union leader. The subordinate found Choi Dongwoo, the union leader, standing in his office. Choi Dongwoo asked about the dungeon break incident and said that preparations were complete. The subordinate worriedly reported that among the broken dungeons was a D-rank dungeon. Choi Dongwoo was startled by this unexpected information. He asked for the location and was told it was the Dion's laboratory in Suwon. Choi Dongwoo seemed annoyed as this was a difficult dungeon they had been postponing the conquest of. He asked about large guilds nearby, but the subordinate reported that Hangul's main forces were all on distant missions. Choi Dongwoo ordered the immediate dispatch of 50 elite troops to Suwon, with the rest to handle the other dungeons. At the Dangan building, another group was also monitoring the situation. A man reported to an armored woman that Union Chairman Choi Dongwoo was personally leading elite troops to the Dion's laboratory. The armored woman thought it was too late and asked if there were any nearby guilds that could defend. The man replied that besides Hangul, only small and medium-sized guilds remained. However, he added that there were reports of a lone ability user rapidly taking down monsters. A warrior stands amidst a pile of corpses, shouting a warning to the others that the final boss has not yet appeared and they will die if they stay. A gray-haired man and a female archer watch from a distance, looking surprised and a little worried at the scene. The gray-haired man swallows, his eyes filled with tension as he looks towards the bloody battlefield. He regains his composure, steps forward, and offers to help the black-haired young man. asserting that their group is all capable people. The black-haired young man, his face covered in blood, turns around and points directly at the gray-haired man, drawing his attention. The gray-haired man is stunned, not understanding why he was singled out like that. The black-haired young man asks the gray-haired man how many chimeras he had caught before. He continues to question them, saying they would only get in the way and telling them to help evacuate the civilians in the rear if they understood. The gray-haired man is still confused and surprised by the black-haired young man's attitude and blunt words. His teammates begin to whisper, wondering about the black-haired young man's attitude despite his strength. One person in the group stares, looking displeased with the black-haired young man's way of speaking. The black-haired young man grinds his teeth, emitting an intense killing intent that makes the others wary. One person in the group looks scared, suggesting the team should retreat to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a moment of silence, the group decides to leave, leaving the black-haired young man alone on the battlefield. The black-haired young man clicks his tongue, looking disappointed that they gave up and left so easily. He turns back and realizes the female archer is still standing there, with no intention of leaving with the others. The black-haired young man looks at the girl, a little surprised that she is the only one who stayed. The female archer is silent, clenching her fists, her eyes showing determination and a hint of worry. The black-haired young man asks her directly if she can snipe, his eyes full of hope and anticipation. He asks her to provide cover while he finds a place to hide, surprising the female archer with the unexpected request. He points to himself, repeating the request for cover and telling her to find a place to hide. The black-haired young man asks again if she can do it, placing his trust in her abilities. After a moment of surprise, the female archer regains her composure and answers decisively, yes. Suddenly, a huge spatial rift appears in the sky, heralding a dangerous event about to happen. From the rift, a monstrous foot stomps down on the ground, creating a wave of dark energy that spreads out. Heavy footsteps continue to emerge, indicating the appearance of large and powerful entities. 3 giant monsters, including a tiger man, a knight, and a snake man, step out of the spatial rift. The black-haired young man looks up, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" as he faces the new enemies. He realizes they are the 3 great heavenly kings, extremely dangerous enemies who have just appeared. He squints, assessing the situation with an extremely serious and highly focused expression. He realizes that each of these monsters is on the same level as the wolf he fought before. And then, from deep within the rift, a larger, darker shadow, the final boss, begins to emerge. The bony, gaunt legs of another entity slowly descend from the air. A giant skeletal jaw is revealed, showing the boss's identity as a ghostly skeleton. The final boss finally appears completely, floating in the air in front of its 3 subordinates. The spatial rift slowly closes after all the monsters have passed through. The last flashes of lightning spark from the rift before it disappears completely. The robed skeleton boss looks around and comments on the unique architectural style of the place. The black-haired young man is astonished to realize the boss monster can speak like a human. The skeleton boss looks down at the black-haired young man and the corpses strewn across the ground. It floats in the air, calling the black-haired young man human, and asking if he intends to stop it alone. The black-haired young man smiles confidently, affirming that he does indeed intend to do so. He raises his weapon, a purple energy enveloping it, ready for battle. A blazing red energy explosion erupts from the black-haired young man, displaying his ferocious power. With a crazed smile, he declares he will smash the skeleton boss's head and play a puzzle game with it. The skeleton boss is silent for a moment, seemingly surprised by the audacity of the human before it. It remarks that this is an insolent human, but his body seems useful. The black-haired young man suggests a one-on-one duel between the 2 leaders to settle things neatly. However, the skeleton boss coldly refuses the offer, having no intention of fighting fairly. The black-haired young man spits, showing his contempt and saying he didn't expect much anyway. He tightens his grip on his weapon, preparing for a preemptive strike. With a challenging smile, he declares he will be the one to strike first. The black-haired young man rushes towards the 3 monsters, swinging his weapon high, ready for a powerful attack. The tiger monster and the monster knight rush forward to block his attack. All 3 monsters simultaneously charge to attack the black-haired young man from all sides. The black-haired young man takes a deep breath, concentrating his energy for a special skill. He lets out a heaven-shaking roar, activating the Lion's Roar of Fury skill. The monster knight is affected by the roar, appearing stunned and in pain. The other two monsters are also stunned, unable to move for a moment. The sound waves from the roar spread out, creating a powerful shockwave. The black-haired young man leaps high into the air, aiming for the stunned monster knight. He laughs loudly, declaring he will take one down first. The skeleton boss decides that it must capture and enslave the black-haired young man to utilize his power. The young man used a powerful spinning blow, flinging an armored orc into the air amidst a circle of other monsters. The armored orc's helmet shattered under the impact of an immense force, revealing its bloody and pained face. The orc let out an agonizing, as its body began to disintegrate from the fatal attack it had just received. The young man landed safely on the ground after felling the orc, while the other monsters watched in astonishment. He quickly snatched the giant hammer of the defeated orc, preparing for the next battle. The young man strained to lift the hammer, acknowledging its extreme weight but determined to use it as a weapon. From the shadows, a skeletal hand with a ghostly purple energy began to cast a spell. A skeleton mage with blazing red eyes appeared, focusing magical energy into its hands. The skeleton mage launched a psychic attack, using the mind control skill aimed directly at the young man. The young man's eyes turned a ghostly green, indicating he was under the influence of the control spell. His eyes became lifeless, his pupils dilated with strange colored rays, signifying the loss of control. Red control energy enveloped the young man, and the skeleton mage believed it had successfully subdued him. The skeleton mage smugly thought that with this attack, its target was completely under its control. It declared the young man was completely controlled, his body shrouded in the red aura of the magic. The skeleton mage welcomed the young man as a new slave and ordered him to start acting according to its will. It commanded the young man to bow his head and show his loyalty. His eyes now completely white. The young man remained silent, showing no reaction to the skeleton mage's command, making it slightly suspicious. The young man's hand, still enveloped in the control energy, slowly rose in a defiant gesture. The skeleton mage showed surprise at the young man's unexpected and disobedient action. The young man suddenly raised his middle finger and swore. A system notification appeared stating that the Ring of Strong Will had resisted the control spell. The skeleton mage stared in shock as the young man stood up, completely free from its control. It realized that the young man had protected himself with an item, foiling its plan of subjugation. Enraged by the failed plan, the skeleton mage ordered the weretiger to charge and attack the young man. The young man activated the Skin of Antria skill, a black defensive layer covering part of his body. The weretiger threw a powerful punch at the young man, but he managed to use his skill to block the attack in time. The collision created a small explosion, showing the terrifying power from both sides in the confrontation. After the explosion, the weretiger stood firm while the young man was sent flying and disappeared into a cloud of dust and smoke. Suddenly, an arrow flew from a distance, embedding itself straight into the weretiger's head, causing it immense pain and astonishment. The skeleton mage was surprised to see the weretiger attacked, not expecting the young man to have allies. It wondered if the young man had allies, but quickly dismissed the thought, deeming it unimportant. The weretiger roared in anger, trying to locate the one who had just sniped it from afar. The young man smiled and silently thanked Sung Ah for choosing the perfect moment to attack and support him. The skeleton mage was startled, realizing the appearance of another ally could further complicate the situation. The young man took advantage of the weretiger's distraction, rushing from behind with the giant hammer in hand. Still under the influence of the magic, the young man charged forward with a crazed smile, swinging the hammer towards his enemy. He used all his strength to block the weretiger's attack, the two weapons clashing with a powerful opposing force. The young man shouted that this was a perfect position to strike, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He noticed the arrow still embedded in the weretiger's head, which was the weak point he was aiming for. The weretiger panicked when it realized the arrow in its head was the young man's next target. The young man swung the hammer, smashing it hard against the arrow's shaft, using it like a nail to drive it deeper into the weretiger's head. The weretiger shrieked in extreme agony as the arrow was driven deep into its skull, fresh blood splattering everywhere. After the fatal blow, the weretiger collapsed to the ground, no longer able to fight. Suddenly, a poisoned dagger flew towards the young man from another direction, aimed at his back. The young man spun around in shock, realizing the danger rushing towards him from behind unexpectedly. He couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through the back by the lizardman's dagger, sustaining a serious wound. The young man let out a pained, blood flowing from his mouth as he endured the critical injury. He knelt and dropped the giant hammer to the ground, his strength gradually fading due to the wound. The lizard man quickly grabbed its tail, which was a sharp weapon, to prepare for another attack. It revealed its venomous snake-like face, ready to deliver the finishing blow to the heavily injured young man. The young man, though severely wounded, forced himself up and used the lizard man's own body as leverage to counterattack. The skeleton mage, called Baldy, stared at the young man with eyes full of hatred and murderous intent, standing on the corpse of a monster. Kong Hyeon faced the final enemy, a skeleton mage levitating in the air. With a crazed expression, he provoked his opponent, calling him a bald head while he himself was severely injured. The skeleton mage remained silent, assuming Kong Hyeon's provocation was just a clumsy act to hide his weakness. He realized Kong Hyeon had exhausted his mana and wondered how he could face him in this state. Kong Hyeon silently admitted that his opponent had noticed his exhausted state after the prolonged battle. He knew well that his mana was dwindling and his physical regeneration ability had reached its final limit. More importantly, Kong Hyeon realized he couldn't fight an enemy capable of flying in the air. He didn't even have enough strength to jump or throw anything, wishing he could use the power of a giant. Suddenly, Kong Hyeon's heart pounded unusually, signaling that something bad was about to happen. He was shocked when his nose started bleeding. His body was reacting to something beyond his control. Kong Hyeon began to cough violently and staggered, his body no longer able to stand firm. Blood gushed from his leg as he tried to maintain his balance on the corpse of a slain monster. Finally, Kong Hyeon lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, his sword flying from his hand. Lying on the ground, he wondered in shock what was happening to his body. The skeleton mage revealed that the poison from his previous attack was beginning to take effect in his body. He explained that the attack was not just a physical blow but was also laced with poison. Since this was his first time attacking a human body, he thought using poison was a good choice. He declared that Kong Hyeon had no chance of winning and offered an antidote if he would surrender and become a slave. Kong Hyeon just smirked mockingly at the enemy's humiliating offer. He growled, repeating his promise to smash the skeleton mage's bald head and play a 3D puzzle game with it. A dark and intense energy began to erupt from Kong Hyeon's body. He decided to use all his remaining mana to detoxify and prepare for his final measure. Kong Hyeon gripped his sword tightly, ready to activate his last trump card. Information about the Longsword of Bilgain appeared, revealing a special ability called Berserker. The Berserker skill increased strength and stamina by 15 times for 8 minutes but came with severe side effects. In a state of rage, Kong Hyeon shouted a challenge, vowing to take the enemy down with him even if he had to die. Just then, a strange voice rang out, telling Kong Hyeon that he could rest now. A strange man walked up, standing between Kong Hyeon and the levitating skeleton mage. Kong Hyeon stared in amazement at the newly appeared man, who praised him for doing a great job. The strange man smiled and declared that from now on, the place would be handled by the Ability User Alliance. Kong Hyeon was stunned to realize the newcomer was a tutorial graduate, just like him. That man was Choi Dongwoo, the chairman of the Ability User Alliance, who had appeared to intervene. Choi Dongwoo noticed Kong Hyeon was severely injured and advised him to get some rest. Kong Hyeon tried to protest, claiming he could still fight, but his body no longer obeyed. The side effects of the Berserker skill hit him, and his consciousness began to fade. He collapsed to the ground while Choi Dongwoo stood there, facing the remaining enemy. Kong Hyeon lay helplessly on the ground, feeling tired from having to hold on for so long. He lay exhausted on his back, his body completely drained of strength after the life-or-death battle. Before passing out, Kong Hyeon only had time to think that Choi Dongwoo's appearance was unnecessarily dramatic. The scene shifts to a large hospital, where Kong Hyeon is being treated. Kong Hyeon woke up with a start in a hospital bed, still shaken from the battle. He saw his younger sister sitting beside him, casually drinking a bottle of an energy drink. His sister noticed he was awake and greeted him calmly. Kong Hyeon and his sister started bickering as soon as he woke up, exchanging familiar banter. His sister complained about the hospital bills, joking about why he didn't just die to save money. Kong Hyeon quickly asked about the dungeon break situation, and his sister replied that everything had been resolved. His sister recounted how surprised she was to see the chairman of the Ability User Alliance at the hospital. Kong Hyeon became thoughtful upon hearing the mention of the chairman of the Ability User Alliance. While telling the story, His sister mentioned a business card from the Ability User Alliance bearing the names Son Yi and Ho. Kang Hyeon crossed his arms, pondering and deciding he didn't need to think about being indebted to Choi Dongwoo. He just wanted to rest and didn't want to think too much about complicated matters. His sister warned that he could die suddenly because of his special abilities, which annoyed Kang Hyeon. He irritably explained that he didn't want to die because his level would drop and it felt terrible. Kang Hyeon was startled when he realized he had just blurted out his true thoughts. His sister looked at him with a scrutinizing and slightly disappointed gaze after hearing his answer. Kang Hyeon fell silent, not knowing what to say to explain his words. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed by his sister's reaction. Finally, Kang Hyeon promised that he would try to be more careful next time. The scene shifts to the skyscraper headquarters of the Ability User Alliance. Inside the chairman's office, an important conversation is taking place. Choi Dongwoo recalled the moment Kang Hyeon screamed in desperation, considering it a beautiful memory restored. The setting is a large hospital, where the story is about to begin. A doctor announces that the test results show nothing unusual and is amazed at the patient's incredible recovery ability. Kang Hyeon leaves the hospital with a girl, complaining that he could have been discharged yesterday and wondering about the hospital fees. Meanwhile, a man in a suit approaches the hospital's information desk to ask about a patient named Kang Hyeon. Kang Hyeon hears his name being called and tells the girl with him to go on ahead, while the other man is still talking to the nurse. The nurse confirms to the man that there is no patient with that name and that they cannot check if the person has already been discharged. The man in the suit realizes with disappointment that he is one step too late. While Kang Hyeon watches from behind, Kang Hyeon approaches and asks the strange man who he is, causing him to turn around in surprise. The two men face each other in the hospital lobby, the atmosphere growing tense. Kang Hyeon confirms his identity after hearing the strange man call his name. The man in the suit seems flustered and awkward, hastily searching for something in his jacket pocket. He offers a business card and introduces himself as Shin Tae-gil, team leader of the Special Ability User Management Team. Kang Hyeon is surprised as he reads the business card, realizing Shin Tae-gil is from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. He wonders why the government is looking for him. As the scene shifts to outside the hospital, Shin Tae-gil invites Kang Hyeon to a luxurious barbecue restaurant to talk. Kang Hyeon wonders if it's okay since the place is quite expensive, but Shin Tae-gil insists it's not a problem. Kang Hyeon jokes that he finally sees what his tax money is being spent on, which silences Shin Tae-gil. After a moment, Kang Hyeon gets serious and asks to get straight to the main point of the meeting. Shin Tae-gil confirms that he is offering Kang Hyeon a chance to cooperate with the government, but it is just a non-compulsory offer. Kang Hyeon curiously asks about the benefits of becoming a civil servant if he agrees. Shin Tae-gil explains that they are not ordinary civil servants but an organization established to deal with the rapidly changing future. He reveals that the government has realized it cannot control people with abilities, who are increasing in number. Controlling them by force is impossible, and making enemies of them offers no benefits. Therefore, the government has decided to support them as much as possible to establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Kang Hyeon asks about the specific benefits for himself if he joins, while Shin Tae-gil is grilling the meat. Shin Tae-gil replies that the biggest benefit is money. The government will provide enough funding for him to operate without any inconvenience. Additionally, the government will take full responsibility for his family if anything unfortunate happens and treat them as people of national merit. Kang Hyeon notes that it is a good offer, but also deduces that it means there will be a lot of work to do. Shin Tae-gil acknowledges this but promises they will not make unreasonable demands. He only asks Kang Hyeon to maintain his current lifestyle and provide support only when requested, a condition Kang Hyeon finds not bad. To further persuade him, Shin Tae-gil mentions that Choi Dongwoo, the chairman of the Ability User Alliance, is also cooperating. He also reveals that Han Sion, the guild master of the Dangan Guild, is one of the people cooperating with them. Kang Hyeon thinks for a moment and then asks if he can have other part-time jobs. After consideration, Kang Hyeon decides to accept Shin Tae-gil's offer. After the meeting, Kang Hyeon goes to an area in Suwon, Gyeonggi-do, near Daeun's old laboratory. He sighs and wonders if his car is okay after everything that has happened. Suddenly, a voice calls out the name, Lord Kang Hyeon, catching his attention. He turns around and sees a woman approaching him with a paper bag. Kang Hyeon recognizes the woman and asks if she is Miss Shin Se-yi. The girl corrects him, introducing herself as Shin Sung-ah, which surprises Kang Hyeon slightly. Shin Sung-ah hands the paper bag to Kang Hyeon, which contains something inside. Kang Hyeon is stunned when he sees sparkling magic stones inside the bag. Shin Sung-ah explains that she intended to return them right away, but he had collapsed and was taken away. Kang Hyeon asks in amazement if she had been waiting here just to return these, without knowing if he would ever come back. Shin Sung-ah firmly confirms this, making Kang Hyeon think to himself that she is a stubborn person. Kang Hyeon says she can keep them, but Shin Sung-ah refuses because she cannot break a promise. Kang Hyeon has no choice but to accept and thanks her for her thoughtfulness, then turns to leave. He suddenly realizes something and wonders where his car is. Shin Sung-ah calls his name again, causing Kang Hyeon to turn back with a questioning look. He extends his hand, which radiates dark energy, and invites Daeons to cooperate with him. In a traditional-style courtyard, two people are waiting on a beautiful sunny day. A girl named Shin Sung-ah introduces herself and expresses her joy at meeting them. An Yuseon, the blonde-haired boy, just sits silently opposite them with a disinterested expression. An Yuseon taunts Kang Hyeon, saying he has no friends to recruit for the party, which angers Kang Hyeon. Kang Hyeon angrily retorts, insisting that he still has a friend or two. However, he suddenly pauses and wonders if he truly has any friends. Kang Hyeon changes the subject, declaring he won the bet and demanding An Yuseon treat him to a meal as promised. An Yuseon reluctantly admits he lost the bet during the meal with Kang Hyeon and Shin Sung-ah. However, he says that Shin Sung-ah must pass a test and suggests going to a dungeon immediately. Shin Sung-ah is slightly startled but agrees, stating that she has no problem with it. Kang Hyeon and Shin Sung-ah look at An Yuseon, and Kang Hyeon silently thinks that he just wants to go hunting. The group has arrived at the gate of a D-rank dungeon called Harpy's Cliff. Inside the dungeon, a harpy monster is roaring and charging to attack. The three of them stand in the middle of a battlefield littered with harpy corpses, facing a larger monster. Shin Sung-ah, in her combat gear, draws her bow, aiming at the target with intense focus. She releases her hand, and the arrow shoots towards the monster at an incredible speed. The arrow lodges straight into the harpy's head, causing it to scream in pain and be taken down. After the last harpy falls, the three of them stand looking at their spoils of war. An Yuseon remarks that having a long-range attacker really makes a difference and balances the party. Kang Hyeon asks An Yuseon if Shin Sung-ah has passed the test, but he seems confused. Kang Hyeon reminds him about the test, and An Yuseon admits he forgot, confirming he just wanted to go hunting. Kang Hyeon draws his sword from its sheath, preparing for the next action. Shin Sung-ah approaches the harpy's corpse and says she will collect the magic stone from it. Kang Hyeon tells Shin Sung-ah that she doesn't need to be so meticulous if she finds it inconvenient. Shin Sung-ah replies that it's fine, as she actually enjoys doing this kind of work. An Yuseon reminds Kang Hyeon that it's also money and he shouldn't waste it since he's broke. Kang Hyeon retorts, saying that collecting the cores would be more profitable and asks why An Yuseon is also picking them up. An Yuseon smugly declares he already has a lot of money, causing an annoyed Kang Hyeon to call him a troublesome brat. Suddenly, Kang Hyeon senses something unusual approaching. He turns to ask An Yuseon if he can feel it, but he doesn't seem to notice. An Yuseon looks confused and doesn't understand what Kang Hyeon is talking about. A moment later, An Yuseon's gaze also sharpens as he too seems to sense the strange presence. Shin Sung-ah, holding a magic stone, wonders what is happening with the two of them. Kang Hyeon closes his eyes, focusing all his senses to pinpoint the danger. His eyes snap open, glowing a brilliant red as he powers up for an attack. He dashes forward with incredible speed, throwing an extremely powerful punch into the air. The punch creates a powerful gust of wind, and drops of blood fly from an invisible target. A strange man is sent flying, his face swollen and bleeding from the unexpected punch. The failed attacker collapses to the ground after taking the full force of Kang Hyeon's punch. He lies motionless on the ground, groaning in pain with a distorted face. Kang Hyeon is surprised by the stranger's impressive stealth ability, while An Yuseon is also shocked. An Yuseon says he didn't sense any killing intent. Perhaps the person wasn't targeting them. Kang Hyeon guesses that this person didn't come here with good intentions and feels something is fishy. Shin Sung-ah suggests it might just be a passerby, but Kang Hyeon insists it was an unprovoked attack. Kang Hyeon thinks that sneaking around in a dungeon is bad behavior and that the person deserved a beating. He looks at the stranger and says he has a hunch about something.
Scene change. A contract has been signed and stamped with Kong Hyeon's name. A man in a suit hands the completed contract to Kong Hyeon and asks him to keep it safe. Kong Hyeon agrees and tells the man to contact him if anything happens. The man in the suit says he has something to warn Kong Hyeon about beforehand. He asks about the recent series of dungeon terrorism incidents. And Kong Hyeon remembers it's the case where someone is intentionally causing them to break. The man confirms and informs him that they have a lead and are hunting the mastermind. He reveals that a large-scale attack is about to happen and officially asks for Kong Hyeon's help. Back in the dungeon, the stranger has a yellow liquid splashed on his face and wakes up in a daze. He is shocked to realize he has been tied up and cannot move. Kong Hyeon cheerfully greets him upon seeing he's awake, while An Yuseon and Shin Sung-ah stand behind. The bound man panics, not understanding where he is or why he is tied up so tightly. He screams, demanding to know the identity of Kong Hyeon's group and their purpose. As the stranger completely breaks down at the harsh reality, Yoon Young-sik woke up in disgust after being urinated on by a monster. He mumbled curses at whoever had done this insane thing to him, his face still covered in the disgusting liquid. Yoon Young-sik looked up and saw Kong Yun and his teammates, An Yu-sung and a female companion, standing over him. Kong Yun coldly announced that it was time for Yoon Young-sik to answer his questions. Kong Yun approached Yoon Young-sik, who was tightly bound and showed fear under the pressure. With a frightening glint in his eyes, Kong Yun growled, asking if Yoon Young-sik was a dungeon terrorist. Yoon Young-sik was horrified at being directly exposed by Kong Yun as a dungeon terrorist. However, Yoon Young-sik quickly regained his composure and gave a challenging smirk. He admitted that was the title people usually called his group. Yoon Young-sik mocked Kong Yun, saying he knew nothing of the noble purpose behind their actions. Kong Yun appeared uninterested, simply demanding that Yoon Young-sik tell him what he knew, and he would be spared. Yoon Young-sik dared Kong Yun to torture and threaten him, as he would never say a word. He fanatically shouted that no one could stop their great mission. The clear blue sky signaled a moment of silence before the torture began. The scene shifted to sunset, indicating that time had passed and the torture had taken place. After a period of brutal torture, Yoon Young-sik, his face swollen and bloodied, begged to speak. Kong Yun coldly remarked that Yoon Young-sik wasn't desperate enough and suggested breaking a few more teeth. Yoon Young-sik's pained screams echoed across the cliffs once more as the torture continued. As the sun set behind the hills, Kong Yun's group had finished the interrogation. A surprised government agent called out Kong Yun's name and asked if he had caught the terrorists. Kong Yun confirmed and pointed to Yoon Young-sik, who was kneeling on the ground after being tortured. Yoon Young-sik, his face disfigured, desperately begged the government agent to arrest him. The government agent, confused, asked why Yoon Young-sik was in such a state, and Kong Yun feigned ignorance, blaming it on harpies. The government agent stepped forward to take custody of the prisoner. He thanked Kong Yun for his cooperation and announced that they would handle the rest from here. An Yu-sung suddenly put an arm around Kong Yun's shoulder and greeted the government agent, saying they met again. Kong Yun, surprised, asked if they knew each other, and the government agent greeted An Yu-sung back. The government agent explained that An Yu-sung had also been a recruitment target but had refused immediately. An Yu-sung shrugged, saying that working for the government didn't seem fun and praised Kong Yun for not missing anything. The government agent looked at Kong Yun's group, seemingly pondering something. He suggested they continue the detailed discussion tomorrow as it was late and there were outsiders present. The next day, in a modern office building, the discussion continued. The government agent began the meeting, revealing the terrorist's name as Yoon Young-sik. He stated that Yoon Young-sik's special ability was invisibility and that he seemed to hold an important position in the organization. Thanks to the information from Yoon Young-sik, they had located the organization's base and were planning a large-scale attack in 2 weeks. The government agent changed the subject, asking Kong Yun if he knew that China had cleared the world's first C-rank gate. He said this was unreleased information and that he would explain more concisely. He revealed that in that raid, 1.200 people were deployed, and more than half had died. Kong Yun was shocked by the horrific number of casualties. The government agent explained that since Kong Yun had entered a D-rank dungeon alone, he must understand how the danger increases exponentially. Kong Yun agreed, recalling that just going up one rank required double the number of people, even though he always went alone. The government agent said that China's strategy was to use a human wave, but that was also their mistake because their average ability wasn't high. Therefore,
They were selecting an elite team to raid the C-rank gate that had appeared in Gangnam. That gate was called the Vanandi Forest, and was being heavily guarded by the military. Kang Yun was puzzled by this plan. He asked if it was really necessary to raid it, since China had already claimed the first title and they only needed to destroy the core normally. The government agent admitted that Kang Yun had assessed the situation with surprising accuracy. He took a sip of coffee before revealing the important information. He placed the cup on the table, preparing to get to the main point. The problem was, they had never successfully raided a normal core before. At this rate, the Vanandi Forest dungeon would break in just 2 weeks. That meant dungeon monsters capable of killing hundreds of ability users would pour into the heart of bustling Seoul. He said that despite thorough preparations, experts believed the damage would surpass the first dungeon break. Kang Yun realized the urgency of the situation and guessed that the government agent wanted to invite him to join the raid. And having it served on a silver platter like this proved that living a good life was sometimes rewarded. The group met at a modern coffee shop to discuss the important matter ahead. Kang Hyeon, with a serious expression, announced that it was time to decide on a name for their guild. Seon Ah and the blonde-haired man sat opposite, listening intently to Kang Hyeon's announcement. The blonde-haired man seemed surprised, wondering why they were deciding so soon when the group only had 3 members. Kang Hyeon reassured him that the issue had been resolved. Recalling the meeting with the government official the day before, he explained that they had new members. Who were the 2 women currently entering the coffee shop? The blonde-haired man couldn't hide his astonishment upon hearing about the plan to conquer a C-rank dungeon. He laughed gleefully, praising Kang Hyeon for manipulating the government. But Kang Hyeon quickly denied it. Seon Ah suggested Kang Hyeon speak comfortably since she considered herself his disciple. But he decided to set aside formalities for the time being. Kang Hyeon cleared his throat, preparing to announce the important rules for the guild's future. He emphasized that this was a crucial moment to shape the guild's future. Now that they had agreed on an operating motto, Kang Hyeon raised one finger, stating the first rule: they would not start unnecessary fights. He looked directly at the blonde-haired man, who wondered why he was being stared at, and Kang Hyeon implied that he knew best why. Next, Kang Hyeon raised 2 fingers, announcing the second rule: they would repay everything they received. The blonde-haired man confirmed if this rule applied to both favors and grudges. And Kang Hyeon agreed, saying he hated being taken advantage of. Finally, he raised 3 fingers, stating the third and most important rule: to become stronger than anyone else. Kang Hyeon smiled with satisfaction after stating the 3 core rules and asked for the other 2's opinions. The blonde-haired man agreed that the rules sounded great, although he still had some doubts about the first one. Seon Ah also fully approved and promised to deeply remember the rules Kang Hyeon had set. After agreeing on the rules, Kang Hyeon moved on to the next matter, naming the guild, and asked if anyone had suggestions. The blonde-haired man jokingly suggested the name Madness Guild, but Kang Hyeon immediately rejected it and told him to be serious. The blonde-haired man then suggested the name Lunatic, and Kang Hyeon, not understanding the meaning, thought it sounded cool and asked what it meant. The blonde-haired man smiled, thinking to himself that Kang Hyeon was indeed a lunatic, just as he had suggested. Getting no decent suggestions, Kang Hyeon turned to ask Seon Ah if she had any ideas. Seon Ah pondered thoughtfully, trying to come up with a suitable name for their guild. She suggested the name Kang Hyeon and his strong friends, but it seemed this suggestion wasn't any better. Kang Hyeon sighed wearily as none of the suggestions truly matched his desires. Feeling he couldn't rely on the other 2, he decided to come up with the final name himself. The blonde-haired man laughed and teased that age didn't guarantee Kang Hyeon would come up with a better name. Kang Hyeon put the pen down on the table decisively, showing he had made his decision. He confidently held up the paper with the guild's name written on it and asked for his 2 teammates' opinions. Both Seon Ah and the blonde-haired man looked surprised and thoughtful upon seeing the name he had chosen. After a moment of thought, they both agreed that the name Kang Hyeon had chosen wasn't bad at all. The scene shifts to a luxurious bar at night, where another important conversation is taking place. A man in the bar expressed surprise upon hearing that Jun Young-sik had been captured. The female subordinate confirmed this information was correct to her superior. Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun thoughtfully swirled his drink, contemplating the implications of Jun Young-sik's capture. He thought about Jun Young-sik, a man who wasn't strong in combat but possessed an irreplaceable stealth skill. Jung Young-sik's capture meant their plan to infiltrate the high-site planes had completely failed. The female subordinate seemed a bit flustered by Choi Min-jun's question about who had done this. Choi Min-jun turned around, demanding his subordinate tell him who was responsible for this capture. She reported that according to their investigation, the ability user who captured Jung Young-sik was named Kong Hyeon. Choi Min-jun muttered the name, Kong Hyeon, his face showing a pensive expression upon hearing it. He recalled Kong Hyeon's achievements, including confronting the mutated Kaika at the training academy. Furthermore, Kong Hyeon had single-handedly stopped the Daean's laboratory during a large-scale outbreak. Choi Min-jun gritted his teeth, realizing Kong Hyeon was one of the troublesome individuals he didn't want to confront. He changed the subject, asking about the status of the drug under development. But the female subordinate reported that they needed more time. Choi Min-jun looked displeased, ordering his subordinate to speed up the progress at all costs. He shot her a threatening look, warning that she herself could become a test subject if she failed to complete the mission. The female subordinate showed clear fear and broke into a cold sweat at Choi Min-jun's terrifying threat. She quickly bowed her head, stammering that she understood and would follow his orders. News reports simultaneously covered the formation of the strategy team for the C-rank Banandi Forest dungeon. A post on the official forum announced the list of teams participating in the conquest of the Banandi Forest dungeon. The first guild on the list was the Dangan Guild, receiving many comments expressing high expectations from the community. Next was the Ability User Alliance, praised for having beloved members like Choi Dong-woo. The Hwa Ryong Guild ranked third, but it received mixed and not very favorable reactions from viewers. The narrator recounted that day, which began with being late, came to be known as the first misguided adventure of the Badass Guild. Context introduction. Half a year ago, a great change began with the shared dream of 7 billion people, giving birth to the Dungeon Society. In a chaotic world where countless guilds rise and fall every day, a new guild has decided to accept the challenge. A new guild has been formed, ready to face the challenges in this volatile world. In a meeting room, a man wonders about the somewhat strange name of the new guild, Badass? The team leader of the Special Awakened Management, Shin Taegil, appears confused and doesn't understand the meaning of the guild name, Badass. Another man sitting opposite him calmly sips his tea and asks if Shin Taegil really doesn't know the meaning of the word. Kong Hyeon, introduced as the Kong family's jester, explains that Badass means cool and awesome people. Shin Taegil remains skeptical, pointing out that cool and awesome essentially have the same meaning. Kong Hyeon confidently stands by the name he chose, arguing that it has a very nice and special feel to it. Shin Taegil reluctantly accepts, telling Kong Hyeon to do as he pleases before changing the subject. Shin Taegil announces the strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon, Banandi Forest, at 11 a.m. next Monday and tells Kong Hyeon not to be late. Kong Hyeon replies nonchalantly that he will try, making Shin Taegil silently wonder why being on time requires trying. The scene shifts to the chaotic world of the Dungeon Society, where hundreds of people die every day. 4 days later, on Monday, at a government building, the strategy meeting is about to take place. An Yu-sung, a young man with blonde hair, is looking at his phone and muttering something while waiting. An Yu-sung turns to ask a girl with him if Kong Hyeon has arrived yet and if he has sent her any messages. An Yu-sung casually calls the girl sister because she is 20, which makes her a bit shy. But she still agrees. The sound of someone's footsteps approaching catches the attention of the two people waiting. Kong Hyeon finally appears and apologizes for suddenly having to use the restroom, surprising An Yu-sung and the girl. The three of them stand together, with the newly arrived Kong Hyeon asking if they had been waiting long. An Yu-sung calls out to Kong Hyeon, his eyes showing annoyance as he questions his attire. An Yu-sung bluntly criticizes Kong Hyeon's shirt, calling it ridiculous, which provokes a reaction from Kong Hyeon. Kong Hyeon explains that the character on his shirt is very popular with kids these days. An Yu-sung expresses doubt about Kong Hyeon's explanation regarding the popularity of the character on the shirt. Kong Hyeon laments that his online image is deteriorating because he's being called a criminal, so he wants to build a friendlier image. An Yu-sung, in disbelief, asks Kong Hyeon if he really thinks wearing that shirt will work. An Yu-sung points out that the character on the shirt looks like it's going crazy and would make children scream in terror upon seeing it. Kong Hyeon is stunned as he realizes the truth in An Yu-sung's words. Kong Hyeon suddenly remembers why the child in the parking lot was crying. and An Yu-sung confirms that a child did indeed cry. The scene shifts to outside the meeting room of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, where the meeting is about to begin. Inside the meeting room, a man grows impatient because it's past the scheduled time and the meeting hasn't started yet. The guild master of the Immortal Guild, Han Myongdu, complains that it's already 5 minutes past the scheduled time and the meeting still hasn't begun. The commander of the Black Knights, Lee Chungin, wonders, noting that they only need to wait for 2 more guilds. The guild master of the Guardian Guild, Park Si-hyun, remarks that the Flame Dragon Guild is always late, but this time it seems there are other troublemakers as well. The leader of the Ability User Alliance, Choi Dongwoo, also shows his dissatisfaction with the delay. The guild master of the Dagon Guild, Han Sion, is also present, waiting silently in the tense atmosphere. Shin Taegil, the meeting's host, sighs wearily at the guild master's impatience. Shin Taegil decides to step outside to call the latecomers to resolve the situation. The meeting room door opens slightly as Shin Taegil steps out into the hallway to make a call. Shin Taegil stands in the hallway, making a call, but there's no answer from the other end. Shin Taegil becomes annoyed and confused as to why the person he's calling isn't picking up. He scrolls through his phone's contact list to find another number. Mr. An Yu-sung's. This time, Shin Taegil's call connects, and someone answers on the other end. Shin Taegil immediately asks if it's Mr. An Yu-sung and introduces himself as team leader Shin Taegil. An Yu-sung, on the phone, confirms nonchalantly. An Yu-sung blurts out, "Don't live like that," leaving Shin Taegil confused and asking, "Excuse me?" An Yu-sung mistakes the caller for someone else, complaining about a team leader Kim Mi-young and saying he's hanging up because he's busy. Shin Taegil frantically shouts into the phone, trying to explain that he's from the Special Awakened Management Team. An Yu-sung realizes it's someone from the government and apologizes for mistaking it for a scam call. Shin Taegil breathes a sigh of relief after clearing up the misunderstanding over the phone. Shin Taegil asks An Yu-sung about today's meeting and wonders when Mr. Kong Hyeon will arrive. An Yu-sung replies that Kong Hyeon is nearby and tells Shin Taegil that something fun is about to happen. Shin Taegil is confused and bewildered by the word fun that An Yu-sung just used. An Yu-sung smiles cryptically and suggests that Shin Taegil should come and see for himself. Kong Hyeon maintains his furious expression, ready to confront Park Ho-yeon right there in the building's lobby. The scene shifts back to a few minutes earlier. As the elevator was ascending, Kong Hyeon and his 2 teammates arrived in front of the elevator and confirmed they needed to go to the 11th floor. Kong Hyeon quickly pressed the button for the 11th floor on the elevator's control panel. After selecting the floor, he pressed the close door button to move up. The 3 of them stepped into the elevator, and the doors began to slowly close. However, a hand suddenly reached out to block the elevator door. Another group of people appeared, wanting to take the same elevator as Kong Hyeon's group. Park Ho-yeon politely asked for permission to enter with his 2 bodyguards. Kong Hyeon reluctantly agreed, and Park Ho-yeon's group stepped into the crowded elevator. Park Ho-yeon glanced at Kong Hyeon meaningfully. He realized that Kong Hyeon was also going up to the 11th floor. Park Ho-yeon asked Kong Hyeon if he was also attending the strategy meeting. Park Ho-yeon, the guild master of the Fire Dragon Guild, introduced himself and shook hands with Kong Hyeon, who also identified himself as the guild master of the Badass Guild. Kong Hyeon thought to himself that he was late because he had to use the restroom. One of Park Ho-yeon's bodyguards stepped in, making the elevator even more crowded. Everyone was surprised when they realized the situation inside the elevator. The elevator announced it was overloaded and requested the last person who entered to step out. Everyone realized the problem came from the bodyguard's bulky armor. Kong Hyeon wondered why they were in full gear when they didn't need to enter a dungeon right away. Park Ho-yeon apologized for the inconvenience, but Kong Hyeon said it wasn't his fault. Park Ho-yeon then suggested that Kong Hyeon's group step out so his group could go up first. Kong Hyeon's 2 teammates looked bewildered and surprised at the unreasonable suggestion. Kong Hyeon was also stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Park Ho-yeon explained that his guild was large and had an important role in the upcoming raid. He argued that it would be more efficient if an important guild like his was prioritized to go up first. Park Ho-yeon implied that a second-rate guild like Kong Hyeon's should give way, although he didn't say it outright. Park Ho-yeon admitted that line of thinking wasn't wrong. Kong Hyeon's female teammate got angry, suggesting they break Park Ho-yeon's legs and teeth. Kong Hyeon sighed, a murderous aura beginning to emanate from him. With a terrifying smile, Kong Hyeon growled, asking Park Hoyeon if he wanted to die. Park Hoyeon's face turned pale as he felt the threat from Kang Hyeon. At the meeting, the moderator asked Kang Hyeon if he was causing trouble just because he wanted to fight. Kang Hyeon apologized and explained that he had a sickness where he had to hit someone to feel better. Park Hoyeon angrily cursed, unable to believe Kang Hyeon's explanation. The meeting moderator had to intervene and announce that it was time to begin. A red-haired man suddenly spoke up, asking to wait a moment before starting. He suggested letting the newcomer, Kang Hyeon, introduce himself before they entered the dungeon together. The meeting moderator was a bit flustered but still agreed with the suggestion. The moderator invited Kang Hyeon to stand up and introduce himself. Kang Hyeon felt the moderator was trying to help him blow off steam, while his blonde teammate thought he had been seen through. Kang Hyeon cleared his throat, preparing to begin his introduction to everyone. He introduced himself as Kang Hyeon, the guild master of the Badass Guild, a new guild established a few days ago. He added that his guild currently only had 3 members, including himself. Park Hoyeon was stunned and questioned Kang Hyeon about what he had just said. Park Hoyeon argued that this strategy meeting was not a joke and that participating with only 3 people was absurd. Kang Hyeon looked annoyed, saying he came because he was called, and asked Park Hoyeon directly what he wanted. Park Hoyeon angrily shot to his feet, unable to believe Kang Hyeon's attitude. The red-haired man burst out laughing at the incident, surprising Park Hoyeon. The red-haired man said he liked people like Kang Hyeon and thought a guild master needed that kind of spirit. Park Hoyeon gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. Another man spoke up, reminding Park Hoyeon. He said this was not the place to pick a fight and the meeting had already been delayed. Park Hoyeon could only remain silent, fuming inwardly. He had no choice but to sit back down in his seat. Kang Hyeon's blonde teammate whispered in his ear. He pointed out a man sitting next to him to Kang Hyeon. It was another blonde man sitting in the audience. The blonde teammate asked if that was the guild master of the Wayward Guild. With a crazed look in his eyes, the blonde teammate declared he would kill the Guardian Guild master right now. A voice rings out, telling someone to just wait and see. While the shot focuses on a nameplate on the wall, the blonde guy declares he will kill someone right now, causing An Yu-sung, standing beside him, to look astonished. Suddenly, a hand firmly grabs the spiked mace, stopping the blonde guy's action. It was An Yu-sung who stopped him. He demands the blonde guy let go, to the latter's annoyance. With an angry expression, An Yu-sung questions the blonde guy's crazy action in front of a woman. Suddenly, An Yu-sung remembers something important that he had unintentionally forgotten. He recalls the blonde guy's crazed and bloody face, realizing his nature had been like that from the start. At a podium, a panicked man in a suit demands someone lower their weapon immediately. In the office, a woman and another man also look extremely astonished at the situation. Another man points angrily, asserting that he knew those people would ruin everything. Suddenly, a hand summons a sword glowing with purple energy. The man in the suit holds the sword, bewildered and not understanding what is happening to him. He confronts An Yu-sung's and the blonde guy's group, shouting and asking if they are trying to start a fight. This man turns to ask the blonde guild master for permission to engage in combat. He mutters the word, guild, in confusion, as if something is not right. The blonde guild master remains seated silently, his face mysteriously obscured in shadow. Suddenly, the blonde guild master clenches his teeth, seemingly enduring intense pain. His face contorts, veins bulge everywhere, and his eyes begin to glow bright red. He lets out a piercing scream, clutching his head as a burst of bright red energy erupts from his body. 2 other men in suits witness this scene and are utterly shocked and terrified. The woman with the ponytail also summons her weapon, equally stunned by the guild master's transformation. The blonde guild master is still writhing in pain, unable to control himself. He slams both hands on the table in an uncontrollable rage. A close-up of his face shows the extreme agony he is enduring. Park Si-hyun appears with a spear in hand, wondering why the guild master is acting this way. The man from before worriedly asks about the condition of the blonde guild master, who is enveloped in red energy. The blonde guild master slowly raises his head, his eyes glowing menacingly, and asks back if he is okay. A close-up of his blazing red eyes shows that he has completely lost control. His hand moves at an incredible speed, creating a blurry streak of light. A silhouette shows that he has punched his bare hand through his subordinate's throat. The man in the suit looks down at his neck in disbelief as blood begins to gush out. In front of everyone, the blonde guild master ruthlessly kills his own subordinate. The blonde guild master's blazing red eyes gleam with madness and bloodlust after the act. Amidst the chaos with one person dead, the blonde guild master stands up, facing An Yusung's group. While An Yusung is still stunned, the blonde guy beside him tells him to look closely. The blonde guy smirks, asking if An Yusung really thought he would let this go. He tries to wrench the spiked mace from An Yusung's hand, demanding that he let go. The blonde guy, now enveloped in purple energy, steps forward to face the blonde guild master. He swings the glowing spiked mace towards the guild master and yells for him to die. The blonde guild master's glowing eyes coldly watch the incoming attack. The blonde guy's spiked mace lands a powerful blow on the guild master. However, it is the blonde guy who looks surprised after the impact. It turns out, An Yusung had pushed the blonde guy away and took the full force of the attack with his back. The blonde guy asks worriedly, but An Yusung just smiles mysteriously. The blonde guy remarks that the guild master's body is really tough, and An Yusung agrees. An Yusung says the enemy picked the wrong place to cause trouble, and a group of armed people appears. The new group, including Park Si-hyun, stands in formation, ready to fight. Another man in a suit with a sword in hand also rushes into the fight. The blonde guild master seems overwhelmed by the large number of enemies that suddenly appeared. An Yusung turns to the blonde guy and says, "Well then," seemingly preparing for the next move. He walks towards the blonde guild master and his group, who are standing on the subordinate's corpse. An Yusung gives a terrifying smile and suggests that he will make the first move. His eyes also turn bright red as he focuses power into his fist. A terrifying punch is unleashed, shaking the entire building from the outside. The punch leaves a large crater in the ground, with smoke billowing up. The room is left in ruins, with debris and bloodstains scattered everywhere. To everyone's astonishment, the blonde guild master lies unconscious on the ruined floor. A close-up shows the blonde guild master's face, swollen and bruised from the punch. The man and woman from before wonder in horror if the guild master is dead. One of the warriors admits that they couldn't restrain the guild master because he was too strong. Another person wonders what is happening, noting that the guild master was clearly not normal. An Yusung silently observes everything. A small scratch on his cheek. An Yusung looks annoyed, thinking to himself that this blonde guy has also become a psycho. At the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, an announcement was made about the interruption of a meeting. The meeting was announced to resume in the afternoon via video call. Meanwhile, a black-haired young man was yawning tiredly. He complained to his blonde friend that he had taken the trouble to come early, only to be teased that 11 a.m. doesn't count as morning. A man in a suit rushed over, looking very excited about something. The man in the suit called out to Kang Hyeon, causing him and his blonde friend to turn around in surprise. The man in the suit said he had something to report to Kang Hyeon right away instead of waiting until after the meeting. He reminded him about the government's support for the Badass Guild, something Kang Hyeon seemed to have forgotten. The man in the suit announced that the guild office had been cleaned and neatly arranged. He invited Kang Hyeon to see the new office immediately, and he enthusiastically agreed. They were led to a modern and luxurious skyscraper. The building's directory showed that the Badass Guild was located on the 13th floor. Kang Hyeon, along with the blonde man and a woman accompanying them, were all astonished by the grandeur of the place. The three of them entered a large, empty, and light-filled office space. The office was equipped with a high-end computer set, but Kang Hyeon still felt it was a bit empty. There was also an expensive espresso machine. Additionally, there was a high-end double-door refrigerator, which made Kang Hyeon exclaim that everything was too luxurious. The blonde man wondered if the three of them could use everything, to which Kang Hyeon replied that they needed to recruit more members. Kang Hyeon excitedly planned to decorate the place, suggesting they buy more sofas and a TV. He even suggested installing a bathroom and a bedroom, which surprised the accompanying woman, who asked if that would be okay. Kang Hyeon confidently opened the refrigerator and asserted that it would probably be fine. He declared he would fill the fridge with beer, which made his two companions look extremely excited. The blonde man jokingly asked if Kang Hyeon knew this was a workplace, but he didn't seem to care. The woman called Kang Hyeon's name seriously. She pointed to the computer and reminded him that it was almost time for the meeting. Kang Hyeon was startled to realize the video call was scheduled for 2 o'clock. He hurriedly sat down at the computer and asked if there was an internet connection. The blonde man joked that it would be hilarious if there wasn't, while the woman said she was going out for a bit. The video call began. with the man in the suit apologizing for the delay and thanking the guild representatives for joining. He announced the meeting would resume and asked if anyone had any questions. A female guild representative asked about the situation of Guild Master Park Si-hyun, and was told that the investigation was still ongoing. While the man in the suit promised to share details later, Kong Hyeon's blonde friend playfully poked his cheek. Kong Hyeon whispered to the woman about Park Si-hyun and learned that his guardian guild was ranked 5th in the country. She further explained that it was a guild founded solely for the purpose of protecting humanity. Another blonde male representative also spoke up, expressing his respect for Guild Master Park Si-hyun. However, he admitted he didn't know why Park Si-hyun had ended up in such a situation. The blonde friend teased Kong Hyeon again for not knowing anything, which annoyed him into telling him to shut up. Just as the moderator called his name, the man in the suit asked Kong Hyeon to mute his microphone if he was going to have a private conversation. He sighed wearily at the lack of seriousness from some members in the meeting. Then, he officially began the meeting, announcing the plan to raid the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi Forest, in the next 5 days. Vanandi Forest was described as a vast and treacherous hilly terrain. According to the scout team's report, various types of monsters like goblins, orcs, and ogres would appear in the dungeon. A guild representative seemed dismissive, thinking that just those types of monsters were not a cause for concern. He asked about the meaning of the name, Vanandi, but the man in the suit replied that it had not yet been clarified. He speculated that it might be the name of the boss, and a frightening shadow of a monster appeared. The female guild representative looked worried upon hearing the word, boss. The man in the suit warned that even though the monsters were basic types, no one should let their guard down. He emphasized that the monsters in this forest were on a completely different level from ordinary ones. He made an analogy that if ordinary monsters were like a militia, then the monsters in this forest could be considered a regular army. An armored representative asked what that meant, and it was explained that they were a well-trained army. The man in the suit explained that each monster had excellent individual skills and moved in an organized manner, concluding that this would not be an easy raid. He worriedly suggested that the guilds should cooperate instead of acting individually. However, the other guild representatives all refused to cooperate, leaving the man in the suit extremely disappointed. He held his head in his hands, helpless against the guild's lack of unity. Meanwhile, the screen cut to Kong Hyeon, who was casually drinking a can of soda. The man in the suit saw this through the screen and was struck speechless. All he could do was wonder if this raid would really be okay. After many things happened, the meeting finally ended smoothly. The next day, someone entered the room and greeted them with an energetic, "Good morning." Kong Hyeon, An Yu-sung, and Shin Sunga were sitting in the room when they were suddenly interrupted by an uninvited guest. A man in a suit confidently walked in and announced that he would start working here from today. He loudly introduced himself as Han Jaemin to the bewildered guild members. Han Jaemin bowed, gave a bright smile, and asked everyone to take care of him. Kong Hyeon looked confused and didn't understand what was happening. Wondering about Han Jaemin's identity, An Yu-sung explained that the government had informed them they had hired someone to handle the guild's administrative work. Shin Sunga handed Kong Hyeon the new person's file, saying they had received it earlier. Kong Hyeon took the file from Shin Sunga and began to review the new employee's information. He read the information on the file aloud, confirming Han Jaemin was 27 years old and wondering why he had even listed his height and weight. Han Jaemin was secretly delighted, thinking Kong Hyeon was about to praise him for graduating from a prestigious university. Contrary to Kong Hyeon's surprise, Han Jaemin was extremely excited to realize he was standing before his idol. Han Jaemin secretly admired Kong Hyeon's cool and somewhat criminal appearance, feeling he was even more amazing in person. Kong Hyeon stared at Han Jaemin and silently judged him to be an awakened bookworm. Despite looking closely, Kong Hyeon couldn't see anything special about Han Jaemin. Han Jaemin assumed that Mr. Shin Taegil must have considered carefully before choosing him, which only confused Kong Hyeon more. Kong Hyeon decided to accept and extended his hand, announcing a starting salary of 1,000 per month. Kong Hyeon added that for tax and insurance matters, he should ask Shin Taegil, which made Han Jaemin feel embarrassed. Having been accepted, Han Jaemin shouted with determination that he would work very hard. Han Jaemin sat with Kong Hyeon, An Yu-sung, and Shin Sunga, still unable to believe this was real. He was still immersed in extreme bliss, constantly telling himself that everything happening was real. Han Jaemin glanced at the yawning An Yu-sung and then at Shin Sunga, realizing he was in the presence of famous people. He could feel an extraordinary aura emanating from them when he looked at them directly. It was anything but ordinary. Shin Sunga seemed to feel Han Jaemin's gaze and glanced over coldly. Shin Sunga turned to Kong Hyeon, saying she had something important to announce to him. She began by asserting that their guild would continue to grow, and Kong Hyeon agreed. Therefore, Shin Sunga proposed that everyone should wear a guild uniform to show their unity. Han Jaemin immediately became extremely excited about the uniform idea, while Shin Sunga emphasized the importance of unity. Kong Hyeon didn't seem very enthusiastic about the idea, but the others appeared very determined. Shin Sunga pleaded with Kong Hyeon and revealed that she had actually prepared something already. She proudly held up a jacket with a super cool skull design and declared it to be the uniform model. Kong Hyeon immediately smiled and flatly refused, leaving Shin Sunga stunned. He criticized the skull logo on the jacket, saying it looked like the uniform of a motorcycle gang from the 80s. An Yu-sung casually admitted it was his idea, making Kong Hyeon realize he was also involved in this. Kong Hyeon firmly rejected it, arguing that their appearance was already intimidating enough and told them to put the jacket away. After the harsh rejection, Shin Sunga's eyes began to well up with tears as she sadly agreed. Seeing her actually start crying while hugging the jacket, the others were surprised and confused. She sobbed while lamenting that she had poured her heart and soul into preparing it, but she was actually using eye drops. It turned out she had paid 1 million won for the design after a difficult negotiation. She recalled the shop owner saying she had hit the jackpot by choosing this AGUCCIM brand jacket. He emphasized the jacket's value. But at that time, Shin Sunga had no idea how precious it was. The shop owner asked her to listen and began to explain the long history of his shop. He proudly boasted that his shop had a 100-year tradition of making uniforms for guilds, which astonished Shin Sunga. Trusting his craftsmanship, Shin Sunga decided to place an order, and the owner assured her it would be done well. The owner even offered a special discount, reducing the price from 500 per piece to a total of 1300 for the whole set. Seeing the perfect final product under the spotlight, she agreed to transfer the payment immediately. Shin Sunga smiled with satisfaction as she touched the uniform jacket she had put so much effort into. She hugged the jacket tightly, certain that Lord Kong Hyeon would also be very happy to receive it. The jacket was unceremoniously thrown onto the table. To everyone's astonishment, Kong Hyeon stood up, saying he was just going to the bathroom for a moment and would be right back. After Kong Hyeon left, the atmosphere in the room became unusually silent and tense. Han Jaemin felt extremely awkward and didn't understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become so heavy. An Yu-sung and Han Jaemin started criticizing Kong Hyeon for making Shin Sunga sad, making him wonder if he was the one at fault. Condemned by everyone for being too harsh, Kong Hyeon felt remorseful and uncomfortable. Finally, as sunset fell, Kong Hyeon seemed to have made a decision. He announced that since there was a new member, the whole group would go out for dinner together. The group stepped out of the elevator together, ready for the new member's welcome party. Surprisingly, everyone, including Kong Hyeon, was wearing the uniform jacket that Shin Sunga had prepared. Kong Hyeon asked Shin Sunga if she liked it, and she happily replied that she really loved it. Kong Hyeon sighed helplessly while An Yu-sung stood beside him, chuckling. He started looking for the car that Mr. Shin Taegil had prepared for them, not knowing where it was parked. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Han Jaemin realized this guild was far different from what he had imagined and wondered what kind of hellish place he had joined. A van with badass graffiti is driving on a city street at night under the moonlight. The van stands out among the traffic on the highway at night. Inside the van, a blonde friend teases Kong Hyeon, threatening to kill him if he doesn't get rid of the van. The van suddenly brakes hard on the road. Their van is stuck in the middle of heavy traffic, with horns blaring loudly. In another car, two men wonder about the unusually severe traffic jam. The driver realizes there's a brawl happening up ahead, causing the congestion. Kong Hyeon, sitting in the van, looks annoyed upon hearing that something is happening. He decides to open the car door to get out and check the situation. Kong Hyeon steps out of the van and is surprised by the chaotic scene before him. Suddenly, a man in armor is thrown through the air towards him, slamming hard into the car door. The car door is dented and the man lies unconscious on the ground, leaving Kong Hyeon stunned. He looks at the unconscious man on the ground, not understanding what is happening. Kong Hyeon's blonde friend rushes out in a panic to ask about his condition. Kong Hyeon realizes his friend is worried about him, but then sees him looking towards the car door. The blonde friend screams tragically because the car door
which holds his artistic soul, has been ruined. Kong Hyeon is stunned to realize his friend is only worried about the van. The man who was thrown earlier starts to stir and pushes himself up. He mutters a curse, not expecting to be thrown so carelessly. He looks up with an angry and confused expression. Another blonde man is strangling someone, frantically screaming that he will kill him. A group of men in armor stands before the chaotic crowd, challenging their opponents. Jo Dongwon, the vice guild master of the Haesun Guild, loudly declares he will take them all down. Wu Jinhying, the vice guild master of the Jungjin Guild, mocks Jo Dongwon for not knowing how to fight and only using his strength foolishly. A guild member worriedly asks Wu Jinhying if the raid team captain is okay after being thrown so far. Wu Jinhying confidently asserts that the man is fine because he has the best endurance in the guild. The other member appears doubtful of Wu Jinhying's claim. Suddenly, that member points behind them in a panic, calling out to Wu Jinhying. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kong Hyeon and his group appear, holding the Jungjin Guild's raid team captain by the head. Kong Hyeon takes a decisive step forward. He throws the man in his hand, sending him flying towards the Jungjin Guild. The man lands hard on the ground right in front of Wu Jinhying. Kong Hyeon steps on the head of the man he just threw. Looking defiant, he asks the man lying at his feet if this shoe belongs to him, causing the man to apologize in fear. The Jungjin Guild members draw their swords, warily asking who Kong Hyeon is. Kong Hyeon scoffs, realizing it's the Jungja Guild or whatever group that's causing the trouble. He stomps harder on the man's head, scolding them for causing a scene in the middle of the road like a bunch of thugs. Kong Hyeon growls, saying that because of these thugs, he can't go eat beef. A Haesun Guild member recognizes Kong Hyeon and says that no one can stop him when he's angry. He looks towards Kong Hyeon and his friends. He wonders if they are the rumored monsters of that guild. Wu Jinhying breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling that something is wrong. He realizes Kong Hyeon's group is as dangerous as they look. Kong Hyeon suddenly throws out a number, 500 million. He points to the damaged van and his own injuries, saying they were caused by the explosion they created. Wu Jinhying is stunned by Kong Hyeon's absurd demand. Kong Hyeon holds out his hand. Wu Jinhying flinches and steps back. Kong Hyeon demands they pay 500 million for the material and emotional damages. Kong Hyeon's blonde friend also holds out his injured hand, demanding at least 500 million in compensation. Kong Hyeon and his group smile, demanding the Jungjin Guild pay them a total of 10 billion. Wu Jinhying is speechless at the blatant extortion. He and the other members burst out laughing, finding the demand ridiculous. Wu Jinhying stomps his foot on the ground, preparing to attack. He lunges forward, swinging his sword to strike Kong Hyeon, who is on the ground. Kong Hyeon easily catches the blade with his bare hand. Wu Jinhying is terrified to see his weapon blocked so simply. Kong Hyeon uses his strength to slam Wu Jinhying down. He throws Wu Jinhying away, his shoe flying off in the process. Wu Jinhying lies sprawled on the ground, screaming in pain. A member of the Haesun Guild lies on the ground, trembling, and asks if it's all over. Kong Hyeon and his group look tired and uninterested and thanks. The Haesun Guild members bow their heads in thanks for the help. But Kong Hyeon says they didn't intend to help. Kong Hyeon turns to scold the Haesun Guild for also causing chaos in the middle of the street. He yells that it's because of them that he didn't get to eat beef. Jo Dongwon, the Haesun Vice Guild Master, promises to buy him premium Korean beef. Hong Chaeyeon, the Guild Master of the Jungjin Guild, wonders if she should send them a little warning. At a barbecue restaurant, a meeting is taking place. A man introduces himself as Jo Dongwon, the Vice Guild Master of the Haesun Guild, while being served a piece of meat. Kong Hyeon mistakes the guild's name for Haesong, but his blonde-haired friend quickly corrects it to Haesun. Jo Dongwon offers to grill the meat so that the others can enjoy their meal comfortably. Kong Hyeon looks skeptical, asking Jo Dongwon if he is confident in his meat grilling skills. With a frightening expression, Kong Hyeon says that the things he hates most are goblins, An Yu-sung, and people who don't know how to grill meat. Threatened, Jo Dongwon quickly gives up on the idea of grilling and says he will eat gratefully. A while later, the table is filled with empty soju and beer bottles, indicating they had a lively drinking session. Kong Hyeon is drinking a large glass of beer with gusto. He slams the empty mug down on the table after finishing it. After thanking Jo Dongwon for the meal, Kong Hyeon decides to get straight to the point. He looks at Jo Dongwon and bluntly asks him what he wants.
Jo Dongwon appears flustered and nervous at Kang Hyeon's direct question. He points to the bill, says it's too expensive for a simple thank you, and asks again what Jo Dongwon wants. Jo Dongwon looks serious, sweating as he prepares to reveal his true purpose. He admits that this is their first meeting but still asks Kang Hyeon to consider helping the Haesun Guild. Jo Dongwon begins to explain the situation by mentioning the Jungjin Guild. Then, he mentions his own guild, the Haesun Guild. He explains that the two guilds had previously divided the interests in the area evenly. However, about a week ago, the Jungjin Guild began to invade the dungeons managed by the Haesun Guild. Jo Dongwon emphasizes that this action is very strange. He states that the two guilds are of similar size and strength, so they had a tacit agreement not to encroach on each other's territory. However, the Jungjin Guild continuously provoked them, and eventually, the Haesun Guild could no longer hold back and retaliated. The conflict between the two guilds erupted into a fierce battle. Kang Hyeon confirms that this is why he saw them fighting in the middle of the street. Kang Hyeon's blonde-haired friend gets excited and wants to join the fight, but is dismissed by him. Another member of Kang Hyeon's group thoughtfully ponders the war between the guilds and the shift in the balance of power. He suddenly becomes extremely excited, realizing this is a huge issue related to the ranking war between Jungjin and Haesun. Kang Hyeon maintains a serious expression, saying that while he understands the situation, his group has no reason to interfere. Jo Dongwon looks desperate and begins to reveal another truth. He confesses that if this situation continues, his guild will surely lose, which surprises Kang Hyeon. Jo Dongwon explains that the balance of power has been broken because the Jungjin Guild is growing abnormally strong. He leans in close to Kang Hyeon to whisper a rumor. Jo Dongwon reveals that some kind of substance is circulating within the Jungjin Guild. He adds that this substance is said to be able to enhance the power of awakeners. Catching Kang Hyeon's attention, Kang Hyeon senses something fishy and asks Sunga about the schedule for the C-rank dungeon raid. She replies that it's in 2 days. With a determined look in his eyes, Kang Hyeon seems to have made a decision. He cheerfully agrees to help, leaving Jo Dongwon extremely surprised and overjoyed. Kang Hyeon clarifies that he will help after completing the joint dungeon raid because he is currently busy. He asks for more beer, and Jo Dongwon immediately agrees, willing to fulfill any request. Unbeknownst to them, someone is secretly taking pictures of their meeting with a phone. The phone screen shows a post on a message board with the number of views and likes increasing. A post titled, "Gangsters appeared in my neighborhood," with a photo of Kang Hyeon's group is spreading online. The comment section is filled with various reactions, from jokes to questions about the blurry photo. Another post with a clearer picture of the group's meal appears, and one comment recognizes Kang Hyeon. Comments continue to pour in, discussing the group's style and wondering why they damaged a car door. The blonde-haired friend shows his phone to Kang Hyeon. Kang Hyeon is stunned to see a picture of their group's dinner posted publicly online. The blonde-haired friend thinks it's good publicity, but Kang Hyeon is extremely annoyed. A man in a suit asks Kang Hyeon to stop fooling around and focus. The man clears his throat, preparing to restart his speech. He officially declares the start of the raid on Vanandi Forest in front of a large gate. The man addresses the assembled guilds, emphasizing that the whole world is watching them. He says he won't use clichés about sacrificing for national peace. With a sinister smile, he simply wishes everyone a safe return. He encourages them to return proudly after gaining wealth and fame. The banners of the participating guilds flutter in the wind, signaling the imminent start of the raid. The man who gave the speech watches them leave, silently wishing them victory. A group of people, including Kang Hyeon, arrived before the gate of the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest. A man in the group clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He began to explain the plan for the upcoming raid. Kang Hyeon stood with his group, stating that while he wasn't the captain, he would help arrange things. The temporary commander explained that each guild would move separately, but the monsters here acted very tactically. He warned that dangerous situations could arise at any time and anywhere. The commander held up a flare gun with 3 different types of flares. He instructed everyone to fire a flare without hesitation when in danger. Red for danger, green for finding the core. A purple flare meant the dungeon's final boss had been discovered. If a flare was seen, nearby guilds had to gather quickly, and the group agreed to set off. Another man crossed his arms, sarcastically remarking that the temporary commander was acting like a real leader. After finishing the briefing, The temporary commander wished everyone luck as they entered the forest. Kong Hyeon also told his group, which included An Yu-sung and a girl, that it was time for them to go as well. The temporary commander suddenly called out Kong Hyeon's name. He suggested that Kong Hyeon's group move together with his guild. He acknowledged the abilities of Kong Hyeon's group but was still worried about the uncertainties in the dungeon. Kong Hyeon thought to himself that despite his unpleasant appearance, this man was actually a good person. Although annoyed about having his monster kills stolen earlier, Kong Hyeon agreed to go with them for a day because he felt indebted. The two shook hands, looking forward to working together. As they started to walk, An Yu-sung called out to Kong Hyeon. An Yu-sung wondered why they were going with others when the guild was formed for them to go alone. He didn't understand why they had to go with the other guild's party. Kong Hyeon explained that since this was their first time in a C-rank dungeon, they needed to be prepared for any situation. The girl in Kong Hyeon's group completely agreed with Lord Kong Hyeon, while An Yu-sung looked annoyed. An Yu-sung mumbled something in displeasure. Kong Hyeon asked if An Yu-sung was scared, suggesting it was disappointing. An Yu-sung just smirked at Kong Hyeon's provocation. Two members of the other guild observed, one thinking that An Yu-sung was trying to start a fight again. They gossiped, thinking Kong Hyeon's group treated the dungeon like their playground. One of them thought Kong Hyeon was just a newbie who didn't know his place and was trying to act cool for the media. The other showed contempt that someone like An Yu-sung was being compared to the union's guild master. Kong Hyeon grabbed An Yu-sung, telling him to be quiet and not to start trouble for no reason. An Yu-sung pushed his hand away, asking if Kong Hyeon thought he was some battle-crazed maniac. Kong Hyeon was surprised to find An Yu-sung holding a spiked mace in his hand. An Yu-sung blankly wondered if he had unconsciously taken out his weapon. While Kong Hyeon sighed, An Yu-sung asked why Kong Hyeon suddenly looked so defeated, but he just replied that he was always like that. Kong Hyeon thought to himself that he understood how An Yu-sung felt. He also thought that beating those guys up would be much more satisfying, which startled the other two. Just then, a shout signaling an enemy attack rang out. A horde of goblin light infantry suddenly appeared and charged. They began to swarm out from the dense forest. A goblin swung its knife, attacking fiercely. A member of the other guild frantically raised his shield to block the blow. The others were also overwhelmed by the sheer number of goblins. Someone realized that the movements of these goblins were on a completely different level. The temporary commander quickly ordered Team 1 to form a defensive formation and Team 2 to prepare to rotate. He continued to command Team 3 to support from the rear and Team 4 to provide cover. The commander realized that if they didn't handle this carefully, the entire team would be wiped out. An Yu-sung charged into the fight with excitement. He smashed a goblin with his spiked mace. Blood splattered everywhere as he continued his slaughter. An Yu-sung laughed maniacally, declaring that it was hunting time. He licked the blood from his lips with a look of pleasure, enjoying his hunt. Kong Hyeon watched the scene and thought to himself that An Yu-sung was truly a madman. Kong Hyeon also rushed into battle. He thought about the things he hated most. An Yu-sung, who didn't know how to grill meat. Kong Hyeon unleashed a powerful attack, and all the goblins. He charged straight at an approaching goblin. A stream of electrical energy shot out from his hand. Kong Hyeon annihilated the goblins with his power. Both Kong Hyeon and An Yu-sung shouted with glee, thinking that the feeling of killing goblins was amazing. The girl and the other members could only watch in astonishment as the two of them competed to count the goblins they had killed. The two members of the other guild were now completely terrified, realizing they shouldn't have picked a fight with these madmen. They looked at each other with dazed expressions. They both thought that this time they were truly dead meat. That night, under a blood moon, the temporary commander sat by the fire and laughed heartily. He told Kong Hyeon that his team members, beyond the rumors, had skills that far surpassed imagination. The commander apologized again for the rudeness of his members, who were now being punished. He offered Kong Hyeon a bowl of soup and asked if they wanted to go together tomorrow. But Kong Hyeon refused. The commander asked if it was because of the bet, and Kong Hyeon confirmed it. The story flashed back to before they entered the dungeon, where a man had blocked Kong Hyeon's group's path. That man proposed a bet with Kong Hyeon. The bet was to see who would contribute more to the raid. Kong Hyeon realized in horror that this was an item related to the administrator. A mysterious item named Easter egg appears, described as a prank that will activate when destroyed. Kong Hyeon reads the description and ponders about the prankster, seemingly realizing something important. He is certain that the creator of this item is the silhouette of the administrator he once met. A mysterious man, the guild master, holds the egg and provokes Kong Hyeon, implying that he should know what it is. Kong Hyeon wonders if the guild master knows about the administrator's existence. More importantly, Kong Hyeon wonders if the guild master knows he is the one who graduated from the tutorial, but then dismisses the thought. Kong Hyeon jokes if it's a pokeball, but the guild master tells him not to play dumb. Kong Hyeon realizes that important information has been shared internally as the guild master knows he has joined the special abilities management team. The guild master reveals he is also a member of the management team, much to Kong Hyeon's surprise and disdain. The guild master asks what Kong Hyeon will bet, sarcastically suggesting he kneel, but Kong Hyeon laughs that it's not a fair trade. The guild master states the condition for his bet: 1 year. He demands that Kong Hyeon join his guild for 1 year and strictly follow orders like a regular member. Kong Hyeon seems to agree but cautiously asks if the guild master plans to pull any dirty tricks. The guild master clenches his fist, asserting that he never does such things. He declares that his motto is to keep the game fair and square. Kong Hyeon questions the fairness of a bet against 3 people, but ultimately decides to try. The scene shifts to a lush, sunny, mountainous area, signaling the upcoming challenge. Someone off-screen asks if they are really okay while looking at the remnants of a campfire. Kong Hyeon stretches after a night's rest, reassuring his teammates that he has gotten a feel for the dungeon and that they still have a flair. A teammate starts talking to Kong Hyeon about an important matter. Kong Hyeon explains to his teammate that the flair won't mean much because the top guilds are all selfish. The teammate places a hand on Kong Hyeon's shoulder, seemingly understanding the situation. Kong Hyeon waves goodbye to his old teammates and wishes them luck as he sets off with his new group. Elsewhere in the forest, a panicked shout rings out. Wondering how many times this has happened, the guild master anxiously asks about the situation and is told there are 3 injured and 2 dead. He knows that even with the injured being treated, it's difficult to engage the enemy immediately and angrily pulls an arrow from a tree trunk. He clenches his fist around the arrow, hoping the attackers are not the dreaded Venandi tribe. His fears come true as a group of lizard-like humanoid creatures, the Venandi tribe, appears. The guild master is enraged to realize these arrogant creatures are treating his guild members as prey. He yells at his subordinate when the latter suggests they need to find the enemy's base to break the stalemate. The guild master loses his composure, screaming about how they are constantly being ambushed and have no way to track the enemy. The subordinate mutters an apology, while the guild master realizes the situation is now do or die. The guild master looks up with ruthless determination, thinking that if those bastards are hiding in the forest, he concludes with a sinister glint in his eyes that they just need to get rid of the entire forest. The guild master's drastic plan is revealed: to burn down the entire forest to smoke out the enemy. A guild member panics, warning the guild master that they could also be in danger if they burn the forest. The guild master dismisses the concern, arguing there's no other way, as they will all be annihilated otherwise. When a member suggests using the flare, the guild master calls him an idiot and doubts anyone will come to help. He argues that even if other guilds came, their guild's honor and standing would be damaged for asking for help. He declares that for the sake of honor, they must solve this problem themselves, right here and now. The guild master orders his mage to get into position and prepare a spell. He waits for the perfect moment, carefully watching the wind's direction. He swings his staff, declaring they must act when the wind blows east for the fire to spread. The wind carries a strange scent, causing one of the Venandi to react with surprise. A group of Venandi scouts is seen, suddenly becoming agitated and confused by the change in the air. Kong Hyeon, watching from a distance, is puzzled by the scouts' strange behavior. He notices the Venandi scouts aren't attacking but are just panting towards them. An Yu-sung explains it's a warning, and when Kong Hyeon asks how he knows, he simply replies, "Intuition." Kong Hyeon remarks on An Yu-sung's convenient intuition and decides they will attack on the count of 3. As Kong Hyeon counts to 3, his team charges forward to attack the Venandi scouts. However, the Venandi scouts do not engage and instead quickly retreat. They nimbly climb a large tree, easily escaping the attack. Kong Hyeon looks up in surprise at their sudden and unexpected retreat. He stops abruptly, Confused by the turn of events, the female archer suggests the Venandi lost their will to fight because of Kang Hyeon's powerful aura. An Yusung jokes that maybe they were just scared of Kang Hyeon's face, prompting him to tell him to stop talking nonsense. The group debates whether to pursue the retreating scouts, worried it might be a trap. An Yusung suggests the scouts' appearance means they are getting close to the center of the enemy's territory. He adds that according to his intuition, something interesting will happen if they follow that path. Kang Hyeon sarcastically praises An Yusung's intuition, narrating that he ignored what that something interesting really was. Suddenly, Kang Hyeon is hit in the shoulder by an arrow, causing him to scream in pain and anger. He becomes furious, challenging the hidden enemies to show themselves as they continue their guerrilla tactics. A Venandi archer readies another arrow, vowing to see if the Venandi can keep up their act.